All right, we are live. All right, everybody, welcome back to We Play Games. I'm Walker, and here we are in our first intergalactic pig charity battle with Gracian. I assume Gracian has like started up his stream probably by now, but I just wanted to get everybody on board where like what we're about to be doing here. Assuming that the donation things are actually correct, great Godsend, you can update controller to Gracian because Gracian has actually received a donation. I don't think Gracian's donation actually changed the pig rule or not. We will reveal what that does depending on what it is set to at the end of the stream today. But we are going to be doing roguelike charity streams, probably like plural roguelike charity streams moving forward, because I want to get this over 1700 at the very least, and so I need your help to get there, chat, because this is not, as I mentioned in the Don't Tell WinSlaya, this isn't even really representative. I did not play on May 15th. I just loaded it up to see how long it would take for Age of Wonders 4 to boot. So we're gonna be kicking this bad boy off just with the 3-minute loading screen where we can just like vibe and chat about stuff. If anybody has any questions about Age of Wonders 4, we can talk things through. I'm going to be reserving sort of like what we do with the stream after 8 hours to like reflect what's going on in terms of chat and what's going on in terms of fundraising and whatnot. But we're about to kick this thing off. Yo, what's up, Bruno? How's it going? So we're gonna see how quickly does Walker's computer load Age of Wonders 4. It's definitely not as well optimized as I would like, but my computer is also 10,000 years old, so I don't know like who's responsible for this. My computer was built for Stellaris, in anticipation of Stellaris's release, I should add. But we're gonna be doing like random rulers here. We're also I actually, one of the things that I would have been nice about booting the game up would have been to confirm whether or not there was a random tome selection. If there is a random tome selection, I'm hoping it's something that we will be allowed to override with democracy votes here in chat. So we're going to be doing sort of like lifting a page from Twitch Plays Pokemon. We're going to do like probably a good number of votes. 2015, yeah, this computer is ancient. It was built well when it was new, because I built it like from scratch using PC Park Picker and stuff. Oh, I gotta get on Discord. All right, one sec. Well, I mean, Bruno, if you want to, you can do that if you want, but it's gonna be, all right, I'm in the Discord channel. I'm in the Discord call now. You can do a nature build if you want, Bruno, but you'll have to donate $10 at a time to like pick the specific things. But because we're going to be playing single player against like one AI, we're probably not going to see full builds. Like the map is just going to be, it's going to be the 1v1. There's no tier 5 thing. Yo, can you guys hear me? Oh my god, you can hear me, but my wait for program. Don't crash. Don't crash. I called the whole group. You don't have to be here if you don't want to. Age of Wonders 4, please don't do this. Please just run. Come on, man. Like, you've opened before. This is not on the open beta either. This is just the game. There we go. Yeah. All right, sweet. I was just struggling with the game not loading. It threatened to crash 4 times. Yo, Gracian. All right, so we're gonna be on push to talk. Okay, cool. Me too. Sort of. I'm live on a loading screen. But you have control of the pig for now. So we're gonna have to see how deep we get into this. Good. Yeah, you sound good. Wait, Gracian, did the person who donate say anything about changing the pig rule or not? Yeah, that's fine. That's good. I think that's actually positive. No, you should include that. You should include that. Yeah, just phrase it the way that it is on mine. If you donate $20 or more, or you know, like whatever threshold you think is appropriate or more, you can change the big rule. They don't need to know what that means. It's a question of irrational exuberance, right? Yeah. Wait, Bruno, can you hear the other people, or did I turn my Discord off? Because if you can't hear the other people, then it's gonna be really boring whenever I'm listening to them. But I think we're once everything is loaded here for me, I think we're good to go. I mean, you can start whenever you're ready to go, Gracian. Do you have a handle on how long you're planning on streaming? Gracian, we lost him. Good. Yeah. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I'm gonna stream at least 8 hours, and if there's like people wandering around, I'll stream at least 10 or 11 probably. But don't feel absurd. I am going to take bio breaks like every hour and a half. It's just the nature of the thing. Otherwise, my back starts screaming at me. But we're gonna be doing random rulers. So, oh, no. That's Walker's credits. I don't know if Grayson's going to use credits or not. I'm not sure if we're going to be like enforcing credits or not, but I'm intending for it to operate sort of like an old school video game arcade thing where if we keep dying, we need credits to like keep going, right? You must insert X amount of blah to continue. So I gave myself 1 credit to start with, and then hopefully somebody shows up and donates some amount of money and demands some amount of credits for it. Because that's... Yep. Yeah, that sounds good too. I'm not 100% sure how detailed I'm going to get when it comes to enforcing that. Did anybody look to see if there is a random tome realm mod? I know we have unbound tomes, but that doesn't give us like true random tomes, just unbound. Doesn't. Yeah, I'm not in the beta. I'm just doing the normal. Alright, whatever. We'll do Umbrelbus and Sealed, and I guess we'll do Continents? Do it. We're just gonna run with this for the first run, I guess, but we'll go ahead. We're gonna be on an opposite team here. We'll make the AI supremely insane, and then we will see how it goes from there. I don't think there's anything here that we have to turn down, right? Yeah, whatever. I don't really care about any of these settings other than let's see, hero resurgence, never, defeated heroes to owner, and I think that's it. We'll leave the technically on for AI, but we're gonna be on auto only, and then we'll just be clicking like manual to just rock and roll from there. Sure, yeah, we'll save this, whatever. But we are going to go to a random faction. So here we're going to just take the first random faction unless anyone has like any objections. Generically, we will probably be offering like you can vote on this if we have enough people milling around and demanding something new. But we're gonna just take this guy, Gareth Daruk-Eid, and see how we do here. I'm not gonna do any sort of analysis on the build until we get in, but some of these builds are gonna be pretty hilariously bizarre, as we see right here. Good lord, I don't know what we're gonna do with you, Gareth. Oh my god. But Bruno, in terms of making a nature build work, just be aggressive. Just be super duper aggressive, because like the nature empire tree is so bad that like you really can't go long with a nature build. You just kind of have to go. Good, good. Yeah, no one should know what the pig is. Good, perfect. See, this is the whole point. Like, I don't have to tell you what the pig rule is. That kind of defeats the purpose. Well, if they've changed the pig rule, then you change the pig rule in the sheet, where it says pig yes to no. I mean, you just go into the sheet, and then you change it from pig yes to no. And then if you're donating to find out what the pig is, then that is the rule set that I've defined on my stream. At $100, I will pronounce one word by the pig, and then at $250, I will post, and this is like collective amounts. At $250, I will post the word, and then at 500, we'll reveal everything and score probably. Not in terms of Age of Wonders 4, no. It influences everything, because it's the pig. It's the most important piece of infrastructure in the universe. But the pig is not going to influence your gameplay unless you want it to.
Alright.
Well, then if you want it to influence your gameplay, you can have your own rules. Like, if I have control of the pig, then I have to take only random tomes or something like that. That's a choice you get to elect for yourself. Go on, push to talk, Gracian. I don't need to hear you argue with your chat. Alright, so we have 6, 10, 14. Never. I don't want to hear any of your secrets. I want them to all be revealed whenever I go over there to see your game. Alright, so we're going to take this, and then I think this is a reasonable fight for us to still trigger here. Yeah, that looks okay. So we'll go here. I think we could just use the scout to start the fight. That's ultimately probably the least useful unit that we have here. Yeah, I got my first as well. It is a real nonsense build. I got a champion. I'm gonna see actually how the champion does in auto resolves now that nominally the fix is in. I'm gonna just, assuming that we're in anarchy mode whenever we get to a tome, I'm probably just gonna like spin my mouse wheel, because I cannot be bothered to like open random.org. Yeah, that works. I have that too. I don't know how many people are gonna do that, because I think it's like generically almost more fun for it to be unknown. But they can pick, yeah, an anti-synergy. Exactly. Oh no. It's a frigging... God damn. This thing is gonna make these gargoyles really annoying, because they're gonna have full strength here, but at least they're gonna be pinned, so yeah, that's gonna reduce their damage output. Good. Because they can't actually move. Okay, yeah, that looks like a pretty solid first fight. Only meaningfully damaged unit was the pig, but we did lose a little bit of mana here, so that's alright. That's a good deal. We'll take you. Can we get anybody else to somewhere to clear? Oh, we can. No, we cannot, because that's this tile. Oh, but we can get to that tile to clear. Yeah, let's go here. Clear you out. We got to level 2. That's good. And I guess we'll just do a little bit of clearing, and probably we'll pop in another Dark Warrior here. Without access to the strength of the little prolific swarmers, these guys are not going to be particularly durable. So I don't know if we're going to build a ton of Dark Warriors or not. I suspect probably not, but we'll see how we go moving forward. But we're gonna go with Lightning Evocation. This is generically very strong, especially on the map where we happen to see that there's some units to splash around on. Especially this fight should be a lot easier with Lightning Evocation. Yeah, you hang out. Arcane Research. Okay, so what do we start with? Oh, we started on Alchemy. Oh boy. All right, that's interesting. I don't know if we want to go in on Afflictors immediately without a front line, but we do not have a support unit to use Mysterious Tonic with, so I guess I'm gonna take, we don't need the anti-magic right now. I'm gonna take an Afflictor. I'm not thrilled with it, but it might be a useful side grade if we want like something to run alongside a Warlock. But the Warlock is gonna be pretty useful in terms of like just nuking people to prevent damage coming in. And I guess we're good, right? There's nothing to summon here. We started on Alchemy. Oh, good. There's units coming out from under the abyss. Walker, did you walk right next to that and forget to click the open button? Because that is what the game recorded. That is the game state that was recorded by the rules of the game. Well, okay, whatever. That's fine. Let's see. I think we want you around to be able to start that fight up here, because that's still in range. Yeah, let's go like this, this, and this. So this here is 16 EXP, so we could have actually 7 units here and still get the same amount of EXP that we would. So I'm gonna go ahead and buy rush this guy out. It's only 118, but because we're getting, you know, like the same total experience points, this is going to just be an easier fight overall. And getting an easier fight for the same input costs is definitely worth it. I'm not going to burn mana on this fight though. I don't think there's any reason to. Yeah, we lost the pig, but that's okay. The pig was one of those things where if it sticks around, it's great, and if it doesn't, don't be surprised. Here, because we did get the Imperium pickup, I'm okay taking Attract Population once. Generically, you do not want to do that. Generically, it is, in fact, very bad to be attracting population, but that's okay. Not everything is going to work like that. So we have to send 6 now these days in order to get max EXP capture, but I'm pretty sure that this is still going to be, yep, easy fight, and I guess we could even just use you to scout into the abyss next turn. So yeah, we'll hang out here. We could move on to it, but once you move into the gloom, you start taking some damage. We will definitely come up with a way to get value out of all of our units here, even if it means that we have to sacrifice them on to meat blenders. Bruno, this is sort of the way that these streams are going to go in terms of leveraging Bizarro World useless nonsense units. All right. I think we do want to grab this tile via Outpost, so that way we prevent anyone from founding like literally right here. It'd be better to found right here, and we honestly will probably want a way to get to the surface through Dim Tour eventually, but I think we need the scaling for like healing purposes to be able to do this. And we'll let you 2 heal. So yeah, you come here, go there. And I guess this is another Imperium pickup. So yeah, we have to spend some attracting. There's really just no way for us to leverage that much Imperium this early with a goofball build like this. Oh, drop your stone. Always drop your stone. Even as dark, who doesn't need it? Like, we just, like, if you can get 5% extra draft, you get 5% extra draft. I guess if we're going to be buy rushing a lot of stuff, I wouldn't hate having a gold mine, especially because we can flip this one into a forester immediately afterwards. But we do want to get 2 quarries pretty much immediately for the purposes of trying to get a blacksmith down. I'm going to go with the farm first, and then we'll probably end up buy rushing a... Yeah, because we have another stack of Imperium here. It's fine. We'll do one more pop. And then I think the city should be rocking and rolling from there. Level 3, I'm going to go ahead and take Devastating. It's a very good nuke pick. That is something that is being nerfed on the new patch that I don't know how well that's going to like change the meta. I think the meta is mostly going to still be like the good factions are good and the bad factions are bad. That is one of the consequences of those sorts of balanced decisions, is they don't always change the arithmetic, sometimes in predictable ways. All right, so we're at 2 turns for this, so we can actually switch off the farm immediately and just start moving over to a forester. Oh, hell yes, we found an infestation. All right, good deal. So we're gonna go ahead and enter just to get vision here. There's like almost no reason to never just like face check it, just to see what's going on. Oh boy, and thank God we did. Jesus, this is a really interesting map. All right, so we have to actually go through the Umbral Abyss because we're on like a 1v1. We're going to be in a permanent anti like the AI alliance. We just have to do there. We just have to be it. Yo, Daedalus, what's up? We're doing a pig stream. I don't. God said nobody has donated anything yet, right? Not to me, but to Garacian. Garacian actually has control of the pig now because Garacian did manage to get our first main donations here. But we're doing a pig battle, so anybody who wants to know what that means, there are thresholds that I have selected in the chat. But you might just know. If you know what I'm talking about, then I commend you for your good taste. If not, that's okay. Like, everyone has different lived experiences, but I think that this stuff is gonna be probably some of my favorite content to rewatch. It's very absurd because we're playing with like random dudes, right? We rolled into Sirens with underground adaptation, dire bear mounts, cheerful dark, experienced seafarers, and keepers of knowledge. And this is in a 1v1, so we have this. Oh. You can't donate in this country or region yet. Interesting. I wonder if that's a Brazil only thing. Cause like if it comes down to it, if like the YouTube fundraising thing just does not function very well, then that's also like useful data that we may just say, all right, for the next one, we just won't bother using the YouTube fundraising app. We will do fundraising via the link that Garacian created, or that Garacian and I created. Yes. Yes, I believe it. Oh, no. All right, we're not going to take that fight with just 5. There's way too much wasted EXP to do that. So oh, god damn it. All right, yeah, whatever. We'll just go here to clear this. And then I guess we'll miss out on the production, but given that we're going to probably want to work on blacksmith immediately after this, maybe library. Yeah, probably library. I think this is fine. Yeah, hang out, and I guess we'll start one more Dark Warrior. Yeah, that seems alright. Boom. Alright, so do we need to buy rush this guy? 120. Let's actually see what our scout finds first. That's almost always correct. I do not port that learning to other 4Xs as competently as I need to be, but it's almost always correct to do your scouting before your normal spending. Oh my god. Alright, so Gracie and I haven't played like at all on the giant patch, and I'm seeing like some of the stuff that has been added to the game for the first time. There's some stuff in here. Yeah, I just saw one. Let's see. Arcanium ore. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, there's a Civ 6 Wonder over there. So if I buy rush this, no. If I buy rush that, then I'll have 59. It is apparently causing some amount of Sturm und Drang over with you know the normal complaining groups. Only work with a credit card and not something like PayPal. This is so weird. All right, so everybody, we're attempting to use the like fundraising element through YouTube itself. If that is a problem and their fundraising things do not work, then we just won't bother with them next time, and we'll just use a link the way that Gracian has done. So Gracian, you're missing out, but our my chat is apparently revealing that the official YouTube fundraising platform is apparently not very good. So you are not really missing out by doing that thing that we did, like setting that thing up. If we end up just doing all links next time, then that's fine. If YouTube does not want to help people raise money for good causes, then I will not be surprised. I will be for their good cause. Well, there's another one. Nay is saying donations only work on a credit card and not with something like PayPal on YouTube. I mean, actually, you can do that. If people want to donate and they cannot donate on my channel, go donate on Gracian's channel through his link. And if you want, actually no, and if you do, you should definitely consider changing the pig rule around, like just back and forth to make it entirely impossible to decipher. Make a Godsend spreadsheet complicated. Yes, exactly. Alright, whatever, we'll take this fight. I think, yeah, one Dark Warrior, that's probably worth it. So we will want... some sort of thing to keep track of. Yeah, let's get a blacksmith. This charity is 100% a competition. I will crush you for generosity. Okay, so we can do this and grab another one here. Yeah. Oh, that's not underground walker. That's just rock. You just wandered your hero straight into rock. Oh god. Alright, so Lythorn Needlers, we do not have good tools for killing that this turn. Man, having no summon on Alchemy is brutality here. I think this is alright though. Yeah, I think this is okay. We'll just vibe over here. We'll come back for the Arcane more later. We'll see if anything pops out of this for a fight, and if not, then we'll rotate back to hit the small monster den. At least this is not going to be immediately sending monsters at us from the abyss. That would be a very complicated and frustrating problem to solve. But this one looks like a much easier fight. Yes, all right. That looks like a lot easier. All right, so we have 76, 70. So we actually could buy rush the blacksmith into the Dark Warrior, and then we'll probably get some amount of cash from the bandit camp. But let's double check what the scout is doing. But I don't actually hate that as a potential turn here. Sweet, there's more stuff to explore. I want to see the AI. I want to see where they are, what they are up to. Yeah, this looks all right. Let's do it. So buy, and now you are in. Yep, you're in range. You're actually in range of both fights if you go here. Not sure if we're going to be able to take both fights, but if we can, I would definitely like to, because 2 fights is just so much more scaling. It is crazy. What's going on? Oh, good. Perfect. I mean, ultimately, the nature of the pig is anarchic enough that I don't think it matters if our bookkeeping is perfect.
Alright.
Good. Okay, so if we move here, we should have enough movement points to still break the pursuer off to activate that fight. So yeah, let's go for the mana node fight first. Oh, sweet. We can even get just a crap ton of mana here, and then we can just leave casting on for, like, basically every fight.
What?
Yeah, that seems like it'll be a good deal. It means we'll have to engage with a pursuer, but that's okay. We'll do that. And actually, we'll go ahead and just watch this, because we're going to have mana on for this with 250. There's, like, like, generally when your mana is limited, you do not want to be wasting mana, but if your mana is, like, free, then you should be using it, so that way you don't have to buy rush a bunch of stuff. Because now we're in the position where we have to get cash off of this fight to keep growing. It's an infestation, so I feel pretty good about our chances, but are these guys like life stealers? They're mana addicted. Mana addicted creeps on the overworld. Okay. All right, guy. Warlock, did you really just use the attack instead of using Sundering Curse? You did. You're gonna hear something about this later. I hope you're aware of that. All right, so we're gonna get totaled over here. Looks like this Dark Warrior might legit die. Be mildly annoying, but that's the nature of the Dark Warrior and the reason why these guys do need a buff. They are hilariously fragile. Oh, sick. All right, maybe we don't. Maybe we get it. Come on, baby. You can't get out of this because you're just gonna get annihilated by retaliation attacks. Hell yeah. All right, did it. No cash and 147 production. Oh, good lord. I mean, we did get a Staff of Blossoms, but we don't have any support abilities to leverage this with. Shoes of the Ghost. Yeah, I see that finally they got 10 HP. That might be enough to help them out. I think the broader problem with Dark Warriors is that, like, because they're weak to polearms, they get bullied by just, like, a bunch of the early game things. So I think I'd honestly rather see them get, like, some sort of unique tag that, like, allows them to, like, ignore first strike attacks or something like that. Because otherwise they just struggle a lot in the early game is primarily what they do. The 10 HP might make a difference, because I'll tell you that with Prolific Swarmers, it felt like it made a difference. I think here our base HP is still low enough that I think we have to go with Innate of Nature, just so that we have, like, slightly more raw HP on these guys. But once your HP gets higher and higher, then the I don't know, actually, Initiate +1 defense when you're already at 80 HP is not a bad deal. I don't know if I care. Well, nah, I guess I will. I'll take not Purging Strikes, the Blight Strikes, because apparently the Blight Strikes is a lot better these days, thanks to so many more units being not only, like, weak to, or not only not resistant to, but actually weak to blight damage. Oh, hell yes, there's gold. Swift Marchers, I would do anything for you. Give me the path to get down there, so that way we're not burning off 600 gold or 600 production for nothing over here. 42, just tiny amounts of gold. Just all I need, just tiny amounts. Like, don't build this outpost, and then you have it, Walker. Actually, legit, maybe we want to just turn this into a city immediately. Yeah, let's just turn it into a city immediately. It's within the realm of this small monster den that we need to clear out, but there's also a Marauder Guard over there. And we have a crap ton of spirit weakness, actually, to exploit. Do you have any spirit sources over here? Nah, alright, fine. Yeah, we'll just go with the nature. We'll stop delaying. And we'll take Blight Strikes for the random. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna use light strikes immediately if we're not being attacked over there. I'm gonna take blind, and I guess we'll work on. I guess we'll work down to devouring spell, or maybe we take curse. Now let's work down this way. Let's get some damage. Just get this guy to just nuke everything. And the shoes of the ghost ×2. Okay, yeah, that looks fine. Unexciting, but fine. Wait, did your faction leader die already? Oh no! Oh no! Garacian. At least we got whatchamacallit, collector on our guy. Like some of the rulers that we roll into will not have a functional ambition for the purposes of auto resolve. So like I don't know how we're supposed to deal with that. But it's the way it is. Here, yes, because in this case, this tier 1 orb is going to allow us to remain on a mount, and being on a mount generically is just really powerful, but this isn't just any mount, it is a dire bear mount, which means that we have overwhelm, plus 40% damage against defense mode. That's not the best mount, but it is a pretty good one, especially on something with like a giant magical artillery. Oh, you don't hear anyone else in the Discord except for me. Man. You know, I asked about that, Bruno. I feel like I asked about that. God damn it. Why can't I don't know. It says that they're active in OBS. I'll have to figure that out actually before our next multiplayer stream of Humankind, honestly. Like why is my Discord so bad? Walker. That is the vibe. Alright, so let's get a library finally, and another Dark Warrior. And then we need to clear out some gold. Actually, can we get to the gold this turn? So, 1, 2, 3. No. Oh, yeah, we can if we stand there. Yeah, alright, I'm in for it. It's quad litherite cores. Alright, I don't know if we want to bring an injured Dark Warrior because we don't have a support unit. This is the other side of the dark problem, is we have no support unit, so I'm not sure if this guy is safe enough to bring into this fight or not. But we need to for EXP capture reasons, so I'm going to attempt to bring them. We will leave mana on yet again because we are here with 335 mana. There's no reason not to burn it. All right, good. And thank God we got 75. Oh, and we got an accurate crown to swap out on our ruler if we want to. Looks like the AI didn't even use any mana in that fight. Sweet. And we could hypothetically build an outpost here for more power projection. And there's mana under this. All right, that's good. Oh yeah, Godsend, like if you have time to set up another one also, like we could set one up through the same page that Gracian used. We could use that instead. Like I was hoping that they were being reasonable in. Oh god damn it, when did I miss out on this? Oh wait, Godsend, it might be important to set up another page. I don't know if we want to do that now on the fly. Like we might just set it up ahead of time next time. Like I was trying to give YouTube a bone and see if their fundraising tools were useful or not, but it seems like the not is the answer to that question. Yeah, we can just set it up next time. Like basically we just did it through the actual Americares fundraiser website, but I'd bet you anything that probably all the other charities have a fundraiser website that we can use. This is a command rule. Send angry emails to Google about the non-functionality of their charity streaming tools. Let them know that people want to be useful but cannot because Google. You have a flying scout? You're a jerk. No, I got dark. I got dark and experienced seafarers and keepers of knowledge in a 1v1. They're a lot better, but they still don't give you a support unit in the beginning of the game. So like and the AI is still kind of like vibing with the warlocks. They're not like committing to using the 3 AP auto hit. So they're like fine, I guess, but they're not exciting. The dark is still definitely like one of the worst, if not the worst, cultures in the game right now. I don't think we can get in range for that. No, we cannot. I don't want to spend an entire turn running around doing nothing. No. Unless something changes, we will offer a vote to my to my chat, and if we get less than 5 votes, then we will descend into anarchy, where we will select tomes by spinning the mouse wheel. Yes. Oh god. To spin mouse wheels, godsend. Don't ask questions. God, we have so many stupid crowns out here. I guess we should go over here to just see that, or this to see this. Yeah, all right, let's go over here. Oh, god damn it, there's a sneaky guy defending a tile for me. This is ridiculous. I'm telling my mom about this. And that's just gonna be that. I'm gonna tell my mom, she's gonna say, Walker, you should play Magic with your brother. He bought you a deck. The least you can do is play Constructed once, just to show him that you still care. Not about Constructed, because I think everybody knows you don't care about that. No. Let's see. I don't think we can justify building walls here in Imavec immediately. I think we just have to try. I think we just have to hope that this city does not immediately get pillaged by these guys, and then move in and try to liberate it next turn. I think that's what it looks like for your plan over there. I guess we'll take an Arcane Institute. Yeah, we'll take an Institute. Pop growth is really slow down here in the underground. I don't really want to build a third. Oh god, there's so much gold right here, Walker. Why didn't you just look at the thing? All right, fine. We'll build another Outrider, so that way we can send a scout down there to do their scouting duties, because it looks like that scout is going to pay itself back pretty quickly. And you, I guess, can vibe here. Yeah, because those guys are not going to be able to reinforce out if they're standing in there. God, I need to get out of stupid Tome of Alchemy on the start. Oh, what did you roll as your starting tome, Gracian? Yo, OP. I mean, so does Beasts. Their nature plays best as eco-terrorists, like 90% of the time. Just go kill people. They're really good. So this is 6. This is 20. So we actually could bring 8 units here if we had them. Which we could have them if I buy rush that, but I don't think we want to do that. Let's actually, you know what, we might. Let's see if we get any cash here, or any draft, or anything at all out of that scout while he wanders around into nothing. Looks like nothing over here. Alright, yeah, so maybe we still want to buy rush just to maximize EXP cap. I think we do. this isn't really going to be able to work on anything productive for at least a turn. This means we can't take this fight this turn, though, so that way we're not filtering production into a city that doesn't have production to produce, but that's okay. That's okay. Go here and here. And we still have way too much mana, so let's see if the Warlock does use the superpower here. Use its magical blast, the whatever this is. Whatever your Dingly Bop widget ability is called, Sundering Curse. It's supposed to be splashable, right? Yeah, another one within 3. But like, I think the prioritization on that probably is a little lower than it could be. Ooh, look at them being fancy. They're trying to execute a flank. This is one thing that just like drives me crazy whenever I'm trying to talk to people about tactical combat games, is that like this is actually what you should mostly expect whenever you attempt to do a flanking maneuver in any combat at all. Flanking is mostly not the thing that you want to be doing in real combats, because it depends on your opponents being just like grotesquely ineffective. You mostly are getting your army split into 2 pieces, and then you get defeated in detail. That's why you don't flank most of the time in like this. You just lose units that way. Auto-resolve doing auto-resolve things. That one is probably just like an over-fanciness problem, because there are definitely some over-fancy problems in regards to the auto-resolve too. Just make your units do the thing that they're supposed to do instead of trying to outflank the enemy and then getting annihilated. Triumph. Alright, there it is. Sundering Curse comes down. So it looks like we're just going to lose one of the Dark Warriors, which that's kind of the way the Dark Warriors work. They die. That's how they work. Yep. Alright, so this guy can't actually go anywhere without getting... nope, never mind. The spider disagreed. The spider had a jump. It bounces, but Godsend, it still is ultimately like a tier 2, and the bigger issue for sustain is like just almost always you just want to have access to a support unit if you can find one. I think like the Ritualist works perfectly well for Dark if you're interested in playing and you do not want to feel forced to be taking a tome that provides you with a support unit. Because a Ritualist really is just like the best support unit that you can get early game. Just does great stuff. I guess we'll take Decisive Command. Yeah, we'll take Decisive Command, and then if we need to reset into Coordinated later, we can do that. I wouldn't even mind being able to slot in Experience Leader sooner rather than later, because we have enough units that will be collecting passive EXP well. So we could have taken Fruitful Integration here, but typically that's not a particularly high priority for me. We'll definitely want to get Knowledge Extraction. But we don't have any heroes to fight right now, so I suppose that's not even a high priority at the moment. And I guess we'll see if this small monster den spawns another thing for us to fight, because it says that it is recovering its patrolling armies. I hope it doesn't, because it would be annoying to have to fight them twice. If the auto-resolve is not using our mana, then that overage does not help us as much as it could, but it looks like we'll be alright here. Yeah, this looks okay. Who's the least useful Dark Warrior here? Probably you, right? Yeah, you look pretty whatever over here. How much would it cost to buy rush you? 28. Alright, let's see what our scouts find yet again. Hopefully some kind of gold. Production to somebody. Tell me where it's going, Triumph. Give me a pop-up that not only tells me 60, but like which city. I know that's within your power. It would communicate so much better with like people who do not want to click through and look at all of their different cities to figure out what is going on with our economy. Looks like probably it went to Dim Tour. No, it definitely went to Imavec, because this is a fast workshop without a farm. that's okay. We can finally start working on Imavec, and I guess we'll buy out the scout just for EXP cap reasons. Yeah, that's okay. And then we can use you to stand here, not start the fight probably, because I think we do need the movement to just go back and actually start working through all of the stuff that we found in that fancy little resource pocket. You're a fancy little resource pocket. Alright, so let's go here. I guess we really, it doesn't matter. I don't think the pursuer is going to be in trouble. Yeah, we'll do this. Cast some spells. Auto combat. I believe in you. You can use mana. I have 400. Like, I'm not using it for anything, I promise. Okay, so let's see. Did those two isolated units just like vibe off and not even join combat? I thought they were in range. Oh, god damn it, Walker. You can check those things before clicking start combat. I know you can. I mean, I know you don't, but you can check that. Like, let's buy rush 2 units to get max EXP capture and then just not use them. I am the true pro. No, we're not playing on the Griffon beta. We're playing on because the Griffon beta I have heard stability issues about, and I wanted to make sure that this actually like ran. We might do a Griffon stream, on like depending on how people feel about this. Then I'd be pretty happy to do like a Don't Tell Zombie and run another charity stream. But that'll, you know, we'll see how this goes and how people feel about it, and if I can remember to split that stack instead of like being a dummy. God damn it, Walker. Like, just like you click on the thing before you interact with chat. It's not that hard. All right, whatever. We'll be here and we'll come back and fight these guys next turn. Like that's the way that we're gonna do this. But no, we're not playing on Griffon beta today. We might do Griffon beta. I don't want to set a specific time, but rather we might do Griffon Patch once it's actually out, because I think that could be fun. Looks like we don't have enough cash to actually build any units this turn, which is pretty annoying, but I think we have to just pass it here. And then I think we can still get gold. Well, I guess this means I'm happy that the Outrider is still here, because we do need another unit for these fights. Yeah, that's kind of annoying that the Outrider is just bouncing around, but I think it is correct. There are like 3 fights that we can do over there, maybe all in this turn. Oh. Ooh. All right. So we are dark, which means that we're in a weird spot where like we kind of don't really even need the Whispering Stone here in the capital. It just like really does not add as much as it could. So I'm gonna take the Whispering Stone out, and then we'll be able to slap it down on this free city. Like normally you want to just eat free cities. That's pretty good, honestly. But if a free city is far away and like relatively inaccessible to what you're currently doing on the map, just give them the stone, especially if you're not doing anything else with it, because here we are on Keepers of Knowledge, so hopefully we can get at least a little bit out of this by having access to this free city here, just a little bit. It's generally a pick that's a lot better in multiplayer, in like big multiplayer where there's like free for all and stuff. All right, so yeah, this looks like it's the right tile to stand on. Do we need, this is 20. Yeah, we do need 8. Honestly, we could take 9 if we had the ability to put a 9th unit onto the board over there. It would be good for EXP capture, but we're not going to be able to maximize it all the time here. So yeah, I think let's do this. And let's make sure we're actually like in range for this fight instead of just not in range for this fight like a dummy. And that looks good. No, why would we give you gold? We're fighting you for gold. I don't think you understand. Alright, so you chucked another Dark Warrior. You got another $5? Godsend, have I gotten anything through Gracine's channel? God damn it. One of these days. Well, you're winning. Has anyone changed any of the pig rules? Oh, good. Perfect. I guess we'll take this. Yeah, they changed it to 6. That's what I'm talking about in regards to EXP distribution, that you have to have 6 for them minimum. But then because of the way that 6 minimum works, you have to actually, you still have to do the math of adding it up and rounding, but like it basically, it just makes it a lot harder for random builds to actually reach and maintain EXP capture, which is why I am still upset about that change, because that change did not affect the meta things really at all. It just hurt the non-meta things. Yes. Wait a second. Let me wait 1 second. I'm gonna try to add Discord back into my audio, because I don't know why, but for whatever reason the Discord don't tell WinSlaya discord.exe there. Okay, wait. Try saying some stuff now, because I tried adding a second Discord filter for this one.
Nurgle is cool.
Okay, that showed up on my OBS mixer, so if that didn't work, then I'm gonna send a special message to you later.
Okay. Is it something that everyone can see? Because we have our private conversations about our wingspan.
I mean, I wouldn't say those are private. That's just hyping up. We're gonna do some wingspan battles and for glory. Wingspan battles for glory. All right, so we need to get Town Hall 2 done so that we can start making like good units, or better units. I don't know, good, but definitely better. I don't really want to be fighting this, unfortunately. I want to fight this because we definitely need the focus crystals. That would be huge for our econ, but all right, good. Yes, I'm sure it was just it was probably just trying to pull from the wrong selection on Discord, because we're in a different Discord channel for this. That's got to be it. That's got to be what was going on. All right, so we need you, I guess, to go back here, and maybe we can get this done next turn and have enough cash. Well, that's the problem, Bruno, is that I haven't figured out like the mechanics of how to make the wingspan battle work yet. I'm trying to. I want to know how to make wingspan battle work with like a charity stream, but it's something that I have to ideate first, right? I have to figure out the mechanic of how do we make this thing valuable to like run as a charity thing rather than just run as a normal stream, because I want to do it as a charity battle if we can at some point, but until we figure out how to make it in a charity battle, I'm not going to worry about it. So generically, I'm not like a huge fan of fruitful integration, but I think we're going to go ahead and need to use it here if we're going to get to 5 cities, which we may end up needing to do in order to beat the AI here because of how ridiculous this start is. Okay, so we can get another warlock. I don't hate that. Yeah, I really don't hate that. Getting a free warlock is a pretty reasonable way for us to try to chew through some of these fights. It's a lot of extra draft and cash. Good. Yeah, let's do a little scouting here. Give me some resources for scouting, please, map. Well, there's production, and there's a free city to pillage. Yo, this is the one. Boom. We're just gonna chew through as much of this city as we can before the defenders drive us off. But all we really desperately needed was cash and hopefully something to summon. But the cash really will help because we desperately need to get another hero onto the board. Having to delay our hero for like 6 turns just because we have no money is gonna be really painful. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to take another mine just to justify, like, just to attempt to get to the things that actually scale our economy out. Playing randoms are so crazy. We have to do so many inefficient bad things. I kind of like it though. Actually, really kind of like it. I think it's challenging and rewarding in ways that I think people can vibe with. All right. What is Imavec gonna build now? I guess you could build a chambers and swap the farm. Yeah, build a chambers, swap the farm. We'll need to pick up more iron. Yeah, we'll need to pick up a. Well, actually, we'll also need to pick up a forester in Imavec, but I want to get the income done if we can. Because if we're going to be playing dark, we're going to need to get whatever we can out of the things that are available to us. Because they're not very good. That's just the way that they are. So that's 12. So yes, we can bring... Could actually bring 9 units to that. Could bring a buttload of units to that if we had them. If these Dark Warriors would just stay alive, then we could take 10,000 fights here. I think this is fine though. Yeah, let's go here. Let's go here. I guess you can have mana. Like, I don't think you're gonna spend it, but if you feel like you need it, it is yours. The auto resolve agreed. It's not needed. And now we blew through our ability to build the library this turn. That's okay. Oh. Or we could just trash the Dark Warrior. Yeah, let's trash the Dark Warrior, and then we can actually still build in here. And I guess we'll have to put a little bit of cash in, or a little bit of Imperium in if we can't get enough food. So we got a boost on this. Or maybe not. Maybe we just raw build a library. That's also fine. And we're level 6. What? Gracie, what level are you up to?
My hero is 4. My faction leader is 4.
I am 6. I will fight you. I will fight you.
Well, you're autoing, aren't you? I'm not autoing everything. Yeah. I'm redoing the ones where I lose my precious animal boys.
Oh man, that's cheating. Your army is gonna have better actual units in it. Actual units in it.
I'm also bad, so you know.
I believe in you, Gracian. Have you won one of the multiplayers yet?
You can't just ask somebody that. Probably.
Yes, I can.
Not.
Yes, I can. I just did. You can't stop me.
What a rude question. You can't just ask somebody
crap.
If they are capable of winning. What?
I just found one of the landmarks. Another one at the Horde of the Fallen, like a dead bone dragon out here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah.
That's so cool.
What is this? This is a Zambi.
God damn it. I want to fight this thing, but I really do not think we have the ability to get through that without... Do we have a... Two more? I want good units. Stop. I want summoners. I want things that... I want summoning. I want things that can change the map, please. Anything. Anything I can spend mana on. Anything at all. I guess we'll find out. Like the best case scenario, I guess, for mana application for us probably is going to end up just being we have a billion mana. We can at least build wizard towers without being too worried about it. Yeah, if we end up with the time to exploit the Horde of the Fallen, then I'll be thrilled. This is against 1 AI, so I don't know if we're going to be going like to tier 5 tomes or not. Like, realistically, probably not. But we will cross that threshold when we get to it. I need to get enough cash so that we can get that hero this turn. Find me a little bit of cash, Scouty boys. Oh, no, I already used all my scouts. I don't have any cash to give you. I guess we could cancel the library and then we get the cash back and then we can at least hire a governor or another hero. And I think a level 3 is honestly worth it. Sorry, library. I wish that we could justify you, but it really is just like way too important to get a hero here. So we could hire a Trollkin governor and a defender. And this is a warrior or a death knight. Prospecting governor. Prospecting governor is not atrocious here. Defender is a little tricky to get great value out of. Yeah, I think because of the ambition system here, I think I'm gonna go ahead and go with our Death Knight rather than the warrior. And the Death Knight also can offer us like a little bit of pseudo. I don't want to call it necessarily healing, but it can give us definitely some pseudo something here because we can pick up the zombie keeper. So we're gonna go ahead and reset here because you spent a bunch of stuff on formations. I don't know why you're doing this, guy. We're gonna take a zombie keeper and then we're gonna pick up a wyvern keeper sort of like immediately, so that way we have just like front loaded healing. Mac, good, excellent. So the pig rules are defined like in the donation thing here, but because the donation thing doesn't work, we it sort of works. I don't know how well it works. I'm trying to use the official YouTube Studio thing, but it seems like the official YouTube Studio thing has some issues in regards to behaviors and interactions with stuff. So if you can't donate, I apologize. If you can, please feel free to. If it doesn't work at all, then I will reveal what the pig does, I guess, or rather I will reveal the 2 hints that I had queued up for the pig. I'll reveal at the end of the stream, and then people will have to just figure it out from that. But the pig, the story behind the pig is it is an adaptation of a piece of literature that I enjoy. That is what the story behind the pig truly is. It's an in-joke to myself. So this is 12 EXP, so we need actually if it's 12 we can bring 8 here, right? Because it's gonna round up anyway. So yeah, we can bring everybody to this. And then we can just run the Dark Warrior in, get a little bit of extra EXP here. Good. Yes, no, it's not Lord of the Flies, but you definitely have the right idea. It is from literature that you probably may have been exposed to in school. That's where I was exposed to it, at least. But don't worry about what it does exactly. That's part of the fun. Part of the fun is that I'm hoping that a non-zero number of people never figure out what it does, but wants to interact with it anyway, because that's what the object is supposed to do, is get you to want to interact with this thing that you do not understand. 530 is ridiculous. I don't know. Alright, we're gonna fight this fight, but we might die here, and then we might have to do the first what happens when we die on the roguelike, and then we'll put it to a vote and see how people want to handle it. I'm happy to keep playing here.
Rename my City Zeke's Foot
we'll
Fetish
need
Emporium.
Credits for that in some way, and I don't know how we're supposed to handle that if people cannot make donations because YouTube's thing is dumb. Okay, so we did get a front-loaded HP
not like you haven't done it
bomb with a
before.
zombie.
Done what? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Let's see. We have two.
Oh,
I mean, we have so many
No,
nukes.
you
if the
made
nukes
Cupid
just
and
engage
everyone else made
correctly,
the
then I
foot
feel like
fetish.
we're actually
That's
in
correct.
reasonable
I
shape
didn't
here.
make the foot. I'm
gonna grab some coffee at
WinSlaya
the, I guess, the
as
end
a
of
giant
this fight.
with big feet,
I don't want to.
and then everybody, and then it
wanna
was
walk
was
away
a
without
Clone
seeing
Tone
this.
or somebody made like.
It was probably.
Why did you use status
Yeah,
protection?
somebody made
AI.
a foot fetish faction, and then they followed me around. I was like, get away from me.
Oh, good lord. So the curse of the anti-magic tincture is the new curse, I guess. It's not the mark of invulnerability problem where it's like hilariously bad, but my auto resolve AI just used anti-magic tincture to add a bunch of status resistance instead of Baleful Curse on their entire army. Like against a bunch of Phantasm warriors, units that are renowned for their utilization of status effects.
All right, so I'm up to 72. By the way, God.
You have $72?
Yeah, they're in a bidding war to rename my city different things.
Good. Perfect.
So it was like something about Joey, and then it was Capital of Doom, and now it's Zeke's Foot Fetish Emporium.
Oh my God! Yeah. Perfect.
Spreadsheet's up to date.
Perfect. Okay, well, at least we're going to get some number of these units chunked. And most importantly, we got the Astral Keeper chunked before it was able to heal. Unfortunate that this was not weakened, so that way we couldn't get the healing tag off of Cold a Week. Looks like we are going to lose another Dark Warrior here. Casting is the biggest problem in the auto-resolve remaining. Like, there are some issues, but I would say that, like, 90% of the time when your auto-resolve is not doing good stuff, it's because the build is not good, because there are some pretty big balance problems in the game. But the casting AI is not good. That is just true. I wish it were better, so that way I could... like without modifier defend the auto resolve in Age of Wonders 4, because it really is mostly correct, but the casting AI is nonsense. All right, good. I will gladly trade one there for this. I think that's a great deal. Oh, there's a haunted graveyard right here. I mean, I was gonna say now that we've cleared this, we have to go down here to deal with this, but now that I see that there is an infestation for us to fight, we are definitely going to fight infestations. Yeah, I don't know, Tiger Eye. I agree 100%. That has been an argument that I have had literally with some of them myself. Like, I don't get it either, because that system works perfectly in there, and I think would work very well here too. The decisions that are made are not the decisions that I would make. I'll just leave it at that. Do I want to go to the surface immediately here? No, this guy has the experienced commander, so we actually do want everybody here just getting some beefiness. All right, so we could build a storehouse, but that would just be burning. It wouldn't really just be burning gold. I would like to get to making Dark Warriors if we can, and because we're underground, we're gonna have some serious problems getting food into Dim Tour. So yeah, I guess we will build that. We desperately, no, we're not playing on the beta. I didn't know if the beta was gonna be like stable enough to actually use or not. So we're just playing on the OG. But I'm planning on wanting to do another one of these during the Griffon patch. We'll try to organize it with WinSlaya and not count on and we'll try to organize it with WinSlaya and not count on YouTube and their ineffective donating things. If you can donate, Tiger Eye, feel free to. I'm not sure if it works on YouTube because I try to use their official fundraising tools, but if it just straight up does not work at all, then the next time we will be doing what Gracian and I set up on his channel, where we just picked something. We just picked Americares and then set up a fundraiser on their website, because that one did work. All right, so there's a buttload of stuff up here. This is where Vaven, the city that we actually, this is where Vaven, a city which is tier 3 that we were planning on being friends with, but now that I see it over here, now I'm probably inclined to just want to eat this. Yeah, I'm inclined to just want to eat this, because this is a great city, honestly. So we're just gonna roleplay this guy here, Sophianatics Nox, somehow got angry with the people who live and rule that city, came over to us as a trader and said, I know how to defeat that city, let's go defeat that city together. And because my character is a character of questionable morals, said, okay, great, sounds like a good deal, let's do it. And I think that's the plan. Okay, Mary, if it worked, then awesome. If it didn't, don't be surprised. There does seem to be some sort of issue with the fundraising thing on YouTube. But if it is a problem, like, we'll just fix it for next time by not doing it through YouTube and just doing it, like, ourselves. I think here I am actually going to take Curse. I mean, this is really just a lot better to take Knight first. We just need the HP so bad. So the concept of the session is that we are actually doing a pure roguelike here. So this character, we rolled an entirely random character here, Tiger Eye. So we didn't choose any of these things. This is just the character as it is. And then whenever we get to our next research, which is going to be in next turn, it looks like, we're going to actually just do a random tome unless somebody wants to like use an obligation to pick something, which, thank you, Mary, if you were able to get that through, that is like ridiculously huge. Godsend, did you see Mary attempted to send something? It's a random faction.
I heard you say it, I haven't confirmed it yet.
Okay, cool. It may just be a problem with YouTube stuff. That seems increasingly likely, honestly. Which, unfortunate, but that is another learning experience for later.
No, she did it through Gracians. You now have the pig.
I have the pig! Yo! All right, thanks, Mary. We have control of the pig, and now it will be and now we will see how that actually turns out for everyone.
$200.
Is that good or not?
Oh my god.
Yes. The battle for the pig. Excellent, excellent. Thanks, Mary. Yeah, I think this is going to be a really fun stream. I think we're going to be able to see some very strange and bizarre builds as a consequence of what we're doing. But I know you'll enjoy it. It should be pretty silly. I'm going to go ahead and actually set up an outpost here for the purposes of healing.
You need to put those
yeah, I'm going to do this here for healing, and then we'll just
you're right. I gotta put those cats to work.
I was planning on not conquering Vaven, but
oh my god, Leonard's sleeping with his face down like he does. Ugh.
And I guess we don't have any free cities to interact with other than the ones we're conquering, so oops, goes back to the capital, I guess. I found a free city and I almost didn't conquer it, but now I have to. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Tiger Eye. Yeah, it does work. Okay,
here
so it does sort of work because someone was able to donate on my page. If you guys want anything, like, you have obligations now, so you can just kind of use them to inform outcomes. Like, if you want to see a specific tome, then we can choose them. Otherwise, we will probably leave it up to the chance.
This free city,
but that should still be fun.
Has 4 banshees defending it, in addition to 2 other stacks.
Ew, and because we're going to be fighting,
me, turn 19.
I'm gonna take this, so that way we can fight Vaven, and maybe they'll even spawn another hero stack. Maybe. Would you like to spawn a hero stack for me to fight? I would appreciate it. Let's see. Awesome, there's an umbral nest. Love to see it. Oh, god. So these guys, these little pickups, normally whenever they're under an infestation, they are like cleared already, but this one I guess is special within the Umbral Abyss, so we can't just walk over there and get 10,000 resources. I think that's probably fair, but that is annoying because it means that we're not going to be. Oh man, I shouldn't have moved forward. Because I want to be able to grab this and then grab there and there, but maybe the Umbral Abyss will chase us off. I hope they don't. I want that scout to do the scout job and see the board for me. Okay, so there's a derelict workshop over there too. Honestly, this map does not look bad. We're going to need to find the AI eventually, so maybe we want to do the next run on normal rather than on large. I'm really glad I did not do very large. That seems like it would be way too big. The new ritualist tree, so Tiger Eye, I've been like paying indirect attention to some of those things. I don't know exactly what targets I want to set in terms of when we will attempt to switch over to looking at the patch notes, but we will do that today, and like talk through the consequences of what we see on the Griffon patch. I'm thinking probably we'll do that like maybe around the 8 or 9 hour mark, and then we can spend, you know, whatever amount of time people feel is appropriate dissecting the Griffon notes, because I do think that largely, I think that the last couple of patches were good. I think there were some things that definitely could have been a little better, but I think largely they did work. All right, everybody, here it is. Let me open up the vote here, but we're going to do our wait a second, there it is. We're going to do our first poll. The first poll that we are going to do is democracy, or, oh, good, my caps lock is on. We're going to do democracy or anarchy to determine if people are willing to vote for tomes, or if they want to, or if they want to just pick random tomes. If we want to pick random tomes, then I'm just going to click in here and just like spin the mouse wheel like 1 or 2 times, and then we'll just take whatever we land on. Whereas if we want to do democracy, then like people will suggest a couple of tomes in the chat. Actually, if you're voting for democracy, then the requirement is that you have to suggest a tome, so that way I can post it here for chat to vote on. But I'm gonna be right back. I think, yeah, it's 1:30. I'll be back in maybe like 5 minutes to deal with this first tome. This one is probably gonna be a little longer, just that way people can figure out what we're doing. But if you're voting for democracy, please suggest something. The spinning mouse wheel doesn't work here. Oh, god damn it, you're right. Man, fine. How many tomes are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's 15 different tomes. Yeah, if the spinning mouse wheel doesn't work, then we'll just have to do roll something. But yeah, I'll be right back, and then we can see what our democracy will is. But right now the only vote for democracy is for enchantment. So if no one disagrees with Bruno and everyone votes for democracy, then we may very well go with enchantment here. Okay, so I just realized that Mary also like blew through all of our all our important milestones for what is the pig. So let's see. We got let me grab the text here. I'm gonna need to. Okay, awesome. Yes, let's see it. Where is it? Put it in. Where did I put it? Oh, I think I put it in IRL chat. Yeah, I did. All right, cool. All right, so for the people who care about the pig, here's the only spoiler word you're gonna get. So, Earl. That is your hint to everyone in regards to what we are doing here. I guess we will go ahead then. We have, I think, a vote for necromancy and enchantment and warding. Okay, yeah, let's add oh, how do I stop end poll? End poll. Let's start a poll with Tom or Tom. I'm gonna do it as Tom. And then necro, enchantment, and warding. Okay, start that poll. I think all three of these could actually be like interesting and viable here. All of them will provide us. If you know what the pig is, then you can just like DM me on Discord. Don't say it in chat. If you know what the pig is, then like feel free to play around with changing the pig settings if you want to. Right now, I am in control of it, and the pig settings are currently set to yes. But you know, people can change the pig around however they want to. Looks like necromancy is our current way ahead of everybody kind of run. This is going to be really tricky because we're still not going to have a summon, so nothing to do with all of our gigantic amounts of mana. So you all are sadists of the highest degree, which is kind of the vibe that I'm going for anyway, so that's fine. I could use Necrotic to inflict decaying off of our Warlock. Honestly, I don't hate that. Skeleton Reanimation does give us ways to spend souls, but considering that I think what I'm going to want to do with our souls is just reanimate this hero who we're going to kill, because the hero, I think, is going to have the Tome of Corruption and the Whiteborn at the same time, which is really, really gross. That's really gross. It's good, but it is disgusting, and I like gross, disgusting things. That's the way it is. I love my necromancy. Skeletons themselves, I'm still not sold on, but I love necromancy generically. It is necromancy and divination are like literally my two favorite schools of magic. It's too late, Bruno. It's too late. The 67%. I called it after probably maybe too short of a time, but I could project forward what was happening in this poll and how many people were watching and where the results are probably going to be. Yeah, I mean, I love necromancy generically. It is probably, honestly, I think really one of my favorites just all across the board, but specifically within the realm of Age of Wonders 4, I think it's really interesting. It gives you a lot of choices. Oh, did they do something for skeletons? That would be cool. Like, I don't think skeletons have to be bad. They tend to be, but I don't think that is a requirement. I think they can be good. You could. No, we're not going to attack this next. We'll attack here next turn. We may even start laying siege to Vaven next turn, honestly. Did you not take fumigation? I don't think I took fumigation. Don't tell my mom. She's gonna be really disappointed in me, honestly, if I tell her that I was playing dark with a nonsense build and I didn't take freaking fumigation to help chew down a high level free city. She really will just like, I'll never hear the end of it. Conversations with Walker's mom where she just makes fun of him for picking things inefficiently. I think that's mostly true. Mostly true. Could take slip away, honestly, instead of shoes. Yeah, let's just do it. I think that's probably better. We have too many items that we can't equip. All right. Well, I guess that's better than having not enough items that you can't equip. And I guess we'll see, is there anything we want to build down here? I'll build a night guard. We could definitely use some more real frontline units. And I could even buy rush the wizard tower, except I don't have anything that I need to be summoning, so it would just be buy rushing to get to level 2 a little bit faster. That's okay. We don't really have anything else that we need to be working on right now. I saw bone dragons look like they're going to be way easier. That's really exciting, because I actually really like bone dragons. Like, they're not the most powerful in the late game, but I don't think they need to be in order for them to be viable. Like, they just need to be able to...
on either channel...
Oh.
There is a...
Well, we could lose some stability.
$5 donation.
That's fine though. I'm good doing.
Yeah, that was for a tome choice for me.
Yeah, we get a little bit extra knowledge here. I think that's worth it.
In addition to Babo, Banano, you know.
Yes, that's correct. They negotiated that the $5 anonymous was for the Tome of the Tentacle, and that the 15 was for 3 cats. So I had to go find 3 cats and put them on stream.
Oh, good.
Yeah, yeah. So we're up to the cat counter is at 6. I don't want to talk about how many more cats there might be. Zeke's foot fetish has produced a mercenary.
We could stand here, and then we could siege from here.
God, I hate that. Can somebody please donate to change that?
No, this is your fate, Gracian.
I don't want to be a foot fetish. Why is this guy on auto explore? Oh no! Leonard set my army to auto explore.
Did not take the thing that I was supposed to take. Oh my god, Walker. All right. I guess we're fighting against constrictors and a white witch.
The cats are causing the chaos.
Yeah, it would be really nice. But yeah, I would say broadly speaking, the bone dragons, the biggest issue with them is just that they tend to just die after a certain point. Like they drop off like every tier 4 mythic. But if you just use them, what the hell? When the walls are reached, I gain 75 gold per tier of the besieged city. I didn't even know that was an option. I don't know where they're coming up with some of these things, but I am here for it. I'm not going to spend 200 gold on onagers. I would gladly spend 150 mana to like redo my life choices and take fumigation first, but it is what it is. It is. We'll see what we. It is what it is, and we'll see what we see. I think we'll probably have a pretty reasonable game here, though. AI, where are you? This map is not that big. Probably could have sent you back to heal. Yeah, you'll be okay. You'll be all right. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping.
Hey, you guys, just FYI, we've got a heck of a thunderstorm here. So if I disappear suddenly, it's not my choice.
You surrendering.
Yeah, that's it. Oh god, there's a lot of wind. Okay, this could be bad.
I mean, if it ends up being where you dip out temporarily and then come back in 3 hours, because that's when like you're not getting pummeted by the universe, then I'll probably still be here. I'm planning on streaming at least until I'm planning on streaming until at least 10 today, and then like how far we get past that is gonna kind of depend on what's going on in terms of chat, but I want this to be like really inappropriately long.
Okay, also, inappropriately long. That's what WinSlaya's feet are like.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think this is fine. And because we took, oh no! You jerk! You're killing my scout! Alright, maybe it'll run away. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, good, it did run away. So we still have a colossal amount of time left. I'm like around 8 hours probably is my guess. Yeah, we have 1 million mana and we're doing literal nothing with it. And if we can make a friend out of one of these little umbral guys, then I am more than happy with it. And that, should we even just sacrifice gold? I mean, that's not a lot of gold. I'm okay doing that too. And then we'll probably sack some pops. Should we just sack pops? Let's see. Oh, we can't. For another 5 turns, and then we can sack some pops. But we found the umbral nest to interact with. As long as we can get great value out of that, I feel like this is going to be a fine build. We'll get wherever we need to go eventually. Yeah, let's grab Forester. And I guess I'm gonna just see what's out here on the ocean, because we do have experienced seafarers. That is the one nice thing, is that if we can get onto the ocean, we can clear out a bunch of stuff to get
one of my monitors
EXP
just turned off and back on. That's not good.
Don't do that with Gracian. Don't turn it off.
But just one of them from a power flicker. That's not good. We have to make money for charity. No.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll leave mana off. We don't need it. Let's get some EXP. I guess we'll send you through just to see what's on the abyss, but it looks like there's nothing actually like down there. And we'll come back to heal. I like Gloom. I think it's cool. I think that is one of the things I honestly enjoy the most about the Eldritch Realms DLC. This is a really awkward location for this outpost, Walker. You really only built this because it was free, because there's a gold mine here, but it's not really free because you're gonna have to build a work camp to heal, and I don't think you can, so we're just gonna have a couple units with some damage on them when we go into Vaven. Do you have anything else to cast here? No. We have nothing else to cast here because you all are monsters and have denied me access to a world map summon. I'm gonna tell my mom about that too. We were deciding whether or not chat was being mean to me. Hey, there they are. Wait. There they are. Alright. So we can take control of Vaven. And then I think we just start marching northwest to get a fight in against them, because I don't think we need to do all of these fancy things if we're able to just kill them with Dark Knights. That's usually pretty good. Guess we need a little more knowledge scaling, so yeah, let's grab a research post. And we'll want to grab that Arcanium ore too once we can clear it. Hurrying recruitment would have been also sick. That's okay. We'll get this. Buy another Warlock. Do we want to get another scout just to go down here and see what else is going on the board? Probably. This map is pretty big, so I'm okay adding an extra outrider. And you are not going to get there in time. All right. Well, our Night Guard is not going to get into combat on time in order to participate in the invasion there, but I think getting a couple of them onto the board is probably a good idea, just to give us a little bit more durability on the front line. Because I do not want to be walking around with unprolific.
Okay, I raised my charity stream amount by 200 since we got that 200 from somebody else for an Earl.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, this looks alright.
I don't want people to join and think we're done. We're never done.
Right. We're never done.
For charity.
We cannot stop. Literally, it's like that Key and Peele skit where like they're trying to escape the party, but they can't escape the party. The party don't stop.
Here's the thing: we just walk into the charity and we just work every 2 weeks and put money right in our bank account.
Yeah.
After 30 years, we just walk out.
You just walk out of there. They'll never see it coming.
I love that one. I haven't seen the one you're talking about. I'm gonna have to see that. I really like the one
It's
where
ridiculous.
they're shooting at people to determine if they're aliens or racist people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? That one cracks me up every time.
Oh, God damn it. We're going to be one turn off necrotic magic on
The
this fight,
zombies,
too.
the racist zombies.
Did they... Wait, oh yeah, the racist zombies. Those ones are ridiculous.
Yeah, he gets close to the window and the zombie rolls the window of the
rolls
car.
the window down.
Like, what the heck?
And, like the little kid and the parents like pulling him away.
Oh god, it's so real. Oh, it's so real.
This looks like actually we want to do it this way, so that way we have all of our main power stacked together. This little Dark Warrior might not be happy being stranded all by himself, but we're gonna go ahead and show this guy off in a manual combat with our little buddy boy. The new Light Spirit feels a bit overtuned. I'd believe it. So did they add a summon to Tome of Faith? Is that what they did? Because I really do think that Tome of Faith was playable if they just made it so the healing was the, like, guaranteed thing instead of the randomly hosing new players for not knowing what's going on thing. That was the big problem with that current design, I think. So we're going to have a little bit of DPS coming in here for sure. But they're using a White Witch to remove burning, so I guess I can't be too concerned. Yep, nuke. Womp. Hey, that's, yep, that's pretty good. It's a tier 1 support summon. Cool. They moved Chaplain to Beacon and replaced it with Light Spirit. I mean, yeah, all right. That sounds like a good upgrade for that. I feel like Faith, I was fine with if they had just done some like interesting and cool things with it, and it sounds like they did some interesting and cool things with it. They might have changed the core of the game a little bit, but you know, that's the way that Age of Wonders 4 works. Sometimes things change around, and I don't even think that's bad. Alright, so we're gonna just annihilate the hero here is what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a pretty clean and easy fight. So we're gonna have 3 cities, and one of them is gonna be, I think this is a tier 3, so we should be able to just immediately start dumping Dark Knights onto the board here. Oh, good. Thank God. Like, that was like my biggest complaint about downgrading Necromancy. I like Necromancy as a tier 1 tome. I think it works pretty well there, but we lost access to a tier 3 racial, and that is not fun. I liked having a tier 3 racial summon to work with. Alright, sweet. We even captured the Robe of Hexing here, so yeah, let's take that. And now our ruler is looking pretty dangerous, honestly. And let's see, our crypt, we can animate you. Wait a second. Did they change the animation here on, no, there it is, animate. We need to have 70 souls and we need the extra hero cap. But we can get the extra hero cap by just waiting. And the 70 souls we should be able to pick up by just killing stuff. All right, we will migrate away from the Monkey Liberators. Oh, this is a tier 4 town, honestly. Jeez, guy. All right. Yeah, we'll migrate to Dark Sirens, so that way we can make a bunch of Dark Knights rather than a bunch of Dragoons. But I think that's worth it. So, boom. And I don't think there's anything else in here that's important. We don't really have any magical origins to upkeep. We could do road building, because we do actually have, like, now an infinite amount of gold. For this time only, for the next couple of turns, before I waste it all on building roads towards nowhere, we have an infinite amount of gold. So we'll do our best to abuse that access to power before it disappears. It might even be just correct to drop in the Academy here for scaling. Tome of Revenant introduces a new SPI that unlocks the tier 5 Fallen Angel. And you can draft undead units that'll have natural regeneration. That's cool. Natural regeneration is a very powerful ability. Does a lot to scale you out in terms of like healing in combat as well as on the overmap. Like, a lot of people get drawn towards healing in on the overmap, and that's not wrong, but it is something that it's not complete. Yo, what's up, Jose? We're doing a long stream today, so hopefully you have the patience to put up with as much as you feel like you can. But we're doing a long charity stream today, and we'll be doing some more at some point in the future. Probably we'll be doing another one, like Don't Tell Zombie at some point in the near to immediate future, honestly. That I would not be surprised if we do on the next patch. Crawler's Nest is 3 turns away if we go this way. I don't want that. I want this to be fast. I want to get there and do cool things. Yeah, we'll go here, and then hopefully we'll be able to use... Oh, right, we didn't lose anybody. We just broke them off into another stack walker. Don't panic. You're fine. Olakin Cox. Absolutely. Call back the Rocket Cox. +4, so the undead unit enchantment for that might be like that might be too powerful, because I think that with the optionality to pick up the undead champion, it's also pretty good. Yeah, this charity is for the one you shouldn't tell. The next one is also going to be a charity for another person that you shouldn't tell. I think it's going to be called literally just Don't Tell Zombie. But all of them are going to be sort of like themed like that, where we're just doing charity streams for people that I have played too much Age of Wonders for with, and have endured hours and hours and hours of me just kind of vibing and going off. So we're gonna use my time and experience in the game to like add something valuable to the universe. I think is probably the plan here on the channel. Well, I guess they finally got our little guy here. Our scout that had been generating cash for us is dead now, rather than simply run away, but it's okay. It's the way it goes sometimes. And at least now, because we spent all of our mana on the like befriending the evil bad guys, I think we're actually looking okay for this Crawler Nest fight. Yeah, I think I feel pretty okay with the Crawler Nest fight. Let's go here, and here. But I guess if we're going to take the Crawler Nest, then we're going to need to make an outpost here, because this unfortunately can't reach that nest with War Camp. Why did you build this, really? Like, did you really just build that because you thought it would be fun to look at? Because that kind of is what it looks like. Not gonna lie. It looks like you built it for fun. Which, you know, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to have any fun in this game, Walker. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, we have to destroy this outpost, honestly, because these are the only 2 tiles that are adjacent to the Crawler Nest, because this is an uninhabitable mountain. So we'll have to clear the nest and add the outpost next 2 turns, because we can't actually even add an outpost while this is burning down. Oh, but we finished the Necromancer in 1 turn. So yeah, let's pick up Fumigation. We did miss the biggest and best opportunity to use Fumigation, which is on that Free City fight, but I don't think that's the only opportunity we'll get to use it, because I suspect we'll probably be able to convince the AI to let us use something at some point. And there's a Battleground Keep. Alright, yeah, there's some really good Bronze Wonders over here to clear. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Nothing else to cast, but that's fine. That's fine. Kind of like a tribute. Oh. Well. We could gain a bunch of city stability in Imavek, but I don't think we need to, right? Like, this is fine. You guys can have instability problems. It does not matter. That is lore accurate to Age of Wonders 4. People can have as many instability problems as they want to. I won't stop them from having fun. So yeah, we'll go here. I guess considering you already have the rank, you can go here, and then you go here. You You go here for experience leader. And then we can still take that fight. No, because they can't get in because this is floating because it's on lava. Okay, so we need floating or flying units in order to engage there. I suspect that means that those guys are probably just going to guard their space indefinitely. And then we'll come in and grab the crawler nest next turn. Yeah, that looks okay. We'll see who actually participates in that, because I'm not going to bring a Dark Warrior with like 60 HP into that fight, but we have enough units here that we can drop some. Is that another free city up there? It is another free city up there. Well, the benefits of scouting, I suppose. That one we might send a Whispering Stone to, because I can't imagine that we're actually going to want to send a full army to go fight them. Especially considering where we are in terms of getting an army onto the surface. Just kind of doesn't really make sense for me to be super worried about that. Yeah, I'd rather just use these scouts to like do a little bit of real diplomacy with that free city, and then maybe we'll see where this other scout goes. Maybe that other scout will take to the seas, because we do have experienced seafarers. We can do that too. Let's see. Yeah, hang out. Not the most exciting thing for that hero to be doing this turn, but considering that we're gonna have a Bronze Wonder to clear next turn, I'm okay with it. Hey, there's a banner. All right, this yeah, this looks pretty gross, because I think we just clear this stuff out and then we should be able to march north and fight them. I think that'll be enough for us to either win or die horribly, and that is the vibe here on this stream. You know, this credit function is not working for this particular build because we haven't died, but I guess I can't be that mad. We might be able to change that here too. So let's go. I guess actually we did want this as the Walker. You did want this as the Ashlands, or as the spot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we can come back. So we can still do this, and then no, we can't do that. That's what the green thing is saying. Well, all right. I guess we'll build an outpost here. It's not where I should have built it, but don't tell Zombie. I don't think he'll know. Let's go here. Grab another guy. We do need a frontliner, so we're gonna bring a Dark Warrior that I'm not gonna be thrilled if it dies, but I think we're probably gonna be ahead enough on combat strength that I seriously doubt the AI is gonna lose anything here. But let's watch the fight. Let's see what's going on. How the AI is using our massive overage in battle mages. This is exactly the sort of combat that I would tell people, do not bring like 15 different little dingly bops like mage guys, because you will have no front line and then your front line will collapse. But because of the Death Knight bringing the Bone Wyvern along, our front line is not as catastrophic as you might think. Please stop casting that. Otherwise I will have to start telling people not to research it. Like, just understand the situation that you're in. If the situation you're in does not call for you to cleanse nothing, then don't cleanse nothing. That you can do better casting AI than this. Triumph, I know you can. Alright, let's see what our bad boy does. Oh, sick. Yeah, this is... I love necromancy stuff. Look at this. Death Knight raising undead. Already got 2 of their idiots down, and we have just like a lot more chaff for the auto resolve to potentially attack instead of our real units. Hell yes. All right, yeah, this looks like it'll be a good clear. I believe in you, Night Guard. Like, not so much that I'm willing to overcommit to your survival, but I do believe in you just emotionally. So believe in yourself emotionally. Yes, there we go. Chomp, chomp. And reactivate. 1, 2, 3. All right, yeah, that's fine. Well, boom. Looks like this should be a pretty easy bronze fight to clear, and then we'll get a crap ton of food into. I think that's going to go to Imavec is where that food is going, so that's not like the most important thing. More AI are getting obsessed with cleansing and purity. Yeah, I believe it. Okay, so we could send this to Vaven, but considering that we literally conquered Vaven, it's a little late to do that. Oh, this sent the pops to Vaven rather than to Imavec. I guess I can't be that mad because Vaven is a better city. So we have Dark Knight there. It looks like it didn't bring anything. We got literal 0 infrastructure in the city. So we're going to have to build a lot of stuff to make this city function, but I think we can do that. Dredger. Actually, considering that those can both become dredgers, you become instead a research post. That looks pretty good. We could leave the Pearl Reef here, but I think our gold is going to be good enough that I want another research post, and another research post. And I guess we do need a forester and another forester. Yeah, we'll go with another forester here. All right, so Vaven looks like it should be pretty good once we can rock and roll on those blacksmiths. I actually probably want to build an SPI here or here. Yeah, because I think what I want to do is build the Dark Forge as a unit deployment location, like a little closer to where the action is. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles currently under control. So that means the next pop will actually grow a tile. So we could grab this and then turn that into a unit deployment location. That would save us another turn of movement. So I think that's probably pretty good. Spear Tree has sent a guy to attack us, but they're so far away that I'm not worried about it. Hasteberries acquired. Good. We got fumigation. And now we'll see Darkspore. Yes. Alright, cool. So withdraw and give. Darkspore. Good. Yeah, that looks like it's worth not pillaging, simply because, like, we could start declaring war on them and getting them to send units down to attack us to farm for knowledge, but it would require to actually have, like, units in that direction. And I think our military really does need to be devoted towards the cause of trying to attack our opponent as soon as possible. Wait a second. Why aren't you moving? Move. I command you. Is there anything else valuable along this way? There's tons of stuff valuable. There's gold. And there's gold. There's so much gold. Good. That's the way I like it. So much gold. All right, we will wait at least a turn or two. I might end up being forced to buy rush the blacksmith once those tiles are all done, just so that we can get a little more draft on here, so that it won't cost like 10,000 gold to buy rush Dark Knights. Infestation and infestation. Okay. Well, if both of those are invading territories around us, then it's a little annoying, but not the end of the universe. We have 1 research cycle left. All right, here's the deal. We have 1 research cycle left, so I'm gonna go ahead and start the vote here. We're gonna end the poll, and the first poll we're gonna do is gonna be democracy or anarchy for our first tier 2. So we'll do democracy or anarchy. What? Start poll. And then if you're voting for democracy, I think our options are going to be primarily, I mean, we really can do literally anything because it's tier 2s. So if you have a particular tier 2 that you want to see, even if it isn't synergistic, like, we can do whatever we want to. No one is going to stop us here. We can do whatever inspires us. And if what inspires you is seeing, like, absurd nonsense builds, then we can do those without issue here. Let's see, you I guess probably do want to just start marching this way, right? Yeah, we can just start marching this way. I mean, if you want to vote for Tome of Fertility, then we can vote for Tome of Fertility. We can see the consequences of our actions here in pretty short order. You know, I have enough Imperium that I'm okay taking Materium 1 here, just so that we can speed out some even faster logistics. And this would give us that as a potential tile for worker or for work camps, and I think that's worth it. Ranger is not going to be able to see anything to fight, but that's okay.
Alright.
Okay, yeah, we can go here. Just keep our creep creeping. I think that's okay. Yeah, you hang out and heal a little bit, and looks like the middle of the map is open. So we have Fertility and Beacon as the two leading candidates here for our first tier 2 tome. We will, if Democracy is still winning, so we will commit to those two as our options whenever I guess the next turn rolls around. Yeah, it looks like there's literal nothing over there for you to bust. So I guess you really should actually go to the seas, shouldn't you? Yeah, because there wasn't really anything over here, was there? I mean, that's also a bunch of fog to bust. I don't hate that either. Yeah, I don't hate that either, actually. Let's go there. And there's Kish. I guess we could sacrifice some more gold to Kish. We definitely have it. Yeah, let's see. Let's get a little closer, but there's more Imperium too, so there's like just a crap ton of resources on this board. Let's go to you. Boost Allegiance. We could sacrifice some souls, but I think we really do want those for the purposes of reanimating that hero as soon as humanly possible. So I'm gonna just pitch some pops. We have the pops to pitch. Do we have? We could animate here to just get another instructor onto the board and another hero. We would need enough souls though. So yeah, let's get maybe whatever we can out of these guys, and then I think we should be good for next turn, right? Yeah, we should be good for next turn. So Bruno is actually pulling back his vote on Fertility, so voting for oh no, you're voting for it as after Fertility. Okay, well we'll probably just have a vote every single time. I really honestly do not care about switching over to Defender. Delver would be good if we were still in the underground, but I don't think we're likely to go back down to the underground. And we're not going to be able to get this. So you're a Crusader. I don't know if your destiny is going to be fulfilled or not. It seems moderately unlikely. All right, what's our enemy doing? They've got a level 5 and a level 3 and some random dudes over here. So I don't know how strong their army is going to be. But it looks like they at least have managed to get some heroes rocking around. That could be pretty nice. We don't need any more focus crystals because we already have that, and we have tons of gold, so I'm okay converting a little bit of gold into a little more knowledge. All right, it looks like it is Beacon versus Fertility as our options here for the tier 2 tome. So as we take the rest of this turn, we will vote on Bacon or Fertility. Bacon. Fertility. Start poll. Sweet. Yeah, we'll play out the rest of this turn. Oh god, I forgot to pin it open again. We'll do the rest of this this turn, and then at the end of the turn we'll pick one of those tomes and see how it goes from here. Yeah, work camp to pick up the Crawler's Nest. Just seems like GG. And if we do get fertility, then at least we have Mysterious Tonic, so we do have a way to use it. Not necessarily the best way to use it, but we do have 8 ways to use it. Yeah. So you just go scout. See what's out there, what we're up to, what's going on. I guess you can just build a road for our main army to walk through. Looks like we're not going to be able to get any closer than this. So I don't know if we're going to be able to take the fight this turn or not. We could trigger the fight with this guy if we can get enough units into range that I feel like it's worth it. But you can see we're not really getting any extra movement because we're at the 32 already. I don't want right of the last stand. I don't really care about picking up discount on magic origin units, so we'll probably just use that for a 4th city here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just like a 4th city over here somewhere because of the smoldering keep. Might even just go straight here. Like, there's a smoldering keep and an oracle of the woods. Oh, but this is stability. That's stupid. Yeah, we'll go here and then we'll go north. So I guess we'll start south and then we'll go north because I think that's just a better pathing for us. So we're not bouncing around as much. Yeah, that looks good. And you're going to be effectively fully healed next turn anyway, so yeah, you can just go here. That's fine. Not a problem. That outpost. I guess we could even add an outpost here to be next to this.
Does pig transfer based off of total donations?
Yes,
or
total.
Most recent donations?
Total.
Okay.
That may be something that we end up adjusting for the next one, but I don't think it matters. Like, I think once people understand how to interact with a pig a little bit, then they'll realize that it does not truly... You must control the pig, but it does not truly wish to be controlled.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about the pig, Gracian.
I know, but I don't understand. Are you going to tell me at the end of this?
Here, for you, Gracian, I will repeat the hint that I told my chat. So the hint is Kshirl Kthwz. That's the hint.
I
don't know how to interact with or interpret that in any way, shape, or form, Walker. Thank you. I think we can just leave this outpost here, honestly. I think we wanted it as a potential for healing, but I don't think it's actually going to be I don't think we need to add a work camp or anything. Okay, we can build... I guess we could build a Dark Forge a little closer if we had like one of these under our control, but I don't really feel like we need it. We do need probably to work through the tier 3 just so we can start working on some Dark Warriors though. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. Oh, no. We need to get knowledge. We need to get crap tons of knowledge. Let's get crap tons of knowledge. So we could go quarry here. Yeah, we can switch this into a quarry. Can you switch into into an alchemist lab? You cannot switch. You cannot switch. How far are you off? You're 2 turns off from growth and Doom Tour. That's good enough. Yeah, we'll get an alchemist lab here. And then we'll just grab another one of these guys as a quarry at some point. You just got a gift from watching the stream. I didn't add any of those little dingly bops, but oh, like in real life a gift. Good. Perfect. I need to get a boost on the academy here for Imavek to really want to build an academy, but we'll just start with tier 2. So that way, again, we can actually work on good units. That's pretty important. And 2 turns to pillage that. 1 turn, 2 turns. We may need to send some guys back here to clear that off, honestly. Let's make a pursuer. That should be fast enough to actually participate in combat. Buy out another night guard, make another night guard, and go to the surface to attempt to protect our investments here. Not thrilled with all these guys being burned down to the ground, but it, you know, it is what it is.
To catch back up.
Oh my
Somebody
god.
just donated $40, so I have to go get 8 different cats and show them on stream.
Yes!
How many cats do you have?
8.
Wow.
You have 8 cats?
Okay, look. It's for
No.
charity.
Like, real life, actual cats? Do you have,
Yes.
do you really?
Yes.
You're not ever allowed to tell Eileen that, because we have 3, and that's the right amount for me, and I cannot emotionally support or desire more than that. It would just drive me insane. So you're not allowed to tell her that, because as soon as she realizes that it is possible to have 8 cats, like, it's going to be a problem for me.
Can I have Eileen's email?
No.
Well, it's unrelated.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I know what you're gonna do. I know your evil chaos. I've seen it, Gracian. Chat, I'm gonna admonish you guys. How dare you're gonna give me a tie here? If you give me a tie, we will flip a coin. But this is sadism. This is pure madness over here. Okay, so you, I guess, are in a good spot to help clear that. We could even try to start farming up a magma spirit. I wouldn't hate that, honestly. The evolved magma spirits are actually pretty sweet these days. Because of the way they do have, like, a single action attack. This is 6, 10, 18. So here, if we bring 8, we'll get max. Because if we get 9, we round down. So we have 6, 9. So yeah, we can't actually bring everybody here, but I guess we just then don't bring the pursuer. I don't think we need it. Yeah, I don't think we need it. So 8, go here, and here, and here, and turn you off. Yeah, you... Oh! Bacon has pulled out ahead, Bruno. You have like two maybe 3 actions left to find someone to vote for fertility. You might get another bite of the apple after this, right? We're gonna just leave it up to democracy. If democracy keeps winning, then democracy will keep ruling the day. If anybody does have an obligation and wants to use it for anything, then they are welcome to. I have not really been managing that side of things particularly carefully because not a lot of people have been trying to use it. But if you have other recommendations also about, like, things that you think would be fun to include in another stream like this, then just hit me up, because, like, I want to do more of these as long as we can do it in a fashion that I think makes sense for the content that we are making. And I think Pig Battle is exactly the vibe of Age of Wonders 4, to be entirely honest. So I think this is a very natural case for us. Use the... Yes, good. I'm like, if you use the free response thing here and don't use your magical attack, I'm going to send an angry email to yourself. Looks like sprint, and we're going to get in here and whack these guys. All right, good. Not thrilled with the positioning here on distracted, but, you know, we take the good with the bad. I guess we're going to need to make another... Man, why did you move all of the pole arms away from the charge unit? I want you to explain that to me. AI, what are you doing? Looks like it's not going to matter. Looks like we should be able to win this fight without too much trouble, even with the accursed ogre just beating the crap out of Sophanta Cox here. I think it should be all right. But there's the thing for you to go fight with your pole arms. You could go fight it. but nah, it looks like we're gonna just run those guys over out there. Sweet. So yeah, we're closing in on the souls requirement, and we might be able to hit it even this turn if we can get that second fight in, which looks like we should, as long as we have movement points for it. And then we'll have 2 mages and a Death Knight. I mean, I don't hate that. 2 mages and a Death Knight. Does sound like a good setup for making this AI's life miserable. I don't know if I want to wait 2 turns for a work camp, though. Do I want to wait 2 turns? I mean, this flips immediately is the thing. So we're not really that far behind on tempo if we grab a work camp, and then we can immediately grab the Rainbow Clover, so that way it'll do some good stuff. Yo, what's up, Four-Way? We are here within the realm of madness. We've begun our long, insanely irresponsible stream for charity and value. And if you have anything that you want to contribute, either like in terms of donations or even just democracy, because a lot of what we're going to be doing here is going to be like teetering on the brink of either democracy or anarchy before each tome that we get to pick up. So stick around, even if you aren't capable of donating anything. I think there's going to be plenty of fun stuff for you to do. And that's just the way it's going to be. So we're going to take Adeptive Shadow. We're not going to take Unholy Leader just yet until we can get some more Unholy Boys to chuck in here. But, you know, if we just keep making Lightning Evocation bananas, I'll be pretty happy about that. It looks like the Tome of Bacon has indeed won the conflict here. So let's go find our Tome of Bacon. Ba-boom. How are we going to use this, though? I mean, we have access to a handful of tier 1 units to use Mighty Meek. I don't know if that's worth it considering who we're going to be fighting against, but you know, if we end up just like rumbling on turn 35 with the units that we have, I'm actually not too broken up about taking Mighty Meek, because if we just have like 3 high rank Dark Warriors and a high rank Pursuer with Mighty Meek on it, then and the opponent is still on like mostly tier 1 and tier 2 units, then actually it'll be pretty decent fighting the heroes if it targets. Yeah, also, Four-Way, if the donation does not work here, don't be super surprised. I'm trying to use the YouTube, like the official YouTube stuff, but the official YouTube stuff seems to be not the best in terms of what it does. That's what I'll leave it at. It seems not the best in what it does. We could grab a Pyromancer. No, I'm not going to. We don't need it. We have 2 Warlocks and 2 Mages already. I think that's actually like more than we need, honestly. So yeah, let's just do this. We'll just auto this out. But here we have 6, 10, 18 units. So we again want 8 units for max EXP capture, and that's 8. So we'll do this. Oh, they're changing Mighty Meek to do tier 2. Is that on the next patch or on this one? We're 1 fight short. Gross. We're 1 fight short of being able to add our hero back to the board because we have 67 souls and we need 70 to get there. Well, that's okay. We'll get there next turn, and then we should be able to start taking care of business here. Hey, thanks Four-Way. PLN. Wait, is that Four-Way? Is that Polish Swati? Hey, sweet, it worked. So I don't know why it's the way this is, but some things are not working and some things are on donations. So I'll have to look a little more into that, but I'm glad it is working at least sometimes, because that's inspirational. That gives me an idea. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. I love Polish. Yeah, Polish Lati, yeah. I love Polish history. Polish history is one of those things that's, like, inspirational to me from, like, a writing standpoint. I think there's a lot of interesting things in Polish history, especially the Deluge. Might not have been a fun time to be an early modern Pole in the 17th century, but it's one of those things that I think is fundamentally beautiful. Scary, but beautiful. All right, we'll be able to buy rush this guy out next turn. That's good enough. It's in the beta. Yeah, it looks like Griffon is like the Tiger and Ogre, where it's probably going to be mostly correct, with some changes that I really do not understand, and I think mostly as long as they keep making patches that are mostly correct, then it won't really matter if there are some changes that don't really make sense, because that's fine. That's just sort of like the way it is. Yeah, exactly. Like the 17th century Polish accounts of like everything that's going on in their world, terrifying, but I think a lot of fun. What? I didn't choose something for terraforming, but it seems like the game has decided to disagree with me and that we are doing terraforming whether I want to or not, which I guess is fine. Like, I don't know how it decided that we were doing terraforming without my inputs, but it decided that we're doing terraforming without my inputs, so we're doing terraforming to purge this of gloom somehow. Yeah, that's what I've heard, is that morale, it looks like, is going to be a lot more viable these days. I think that's good. I think more build being more viable is just like where the game's balance should be going towards anyway. I think that's mostly how you have fun if you want to make a game that is like good for new players to play and interact with. Just don't have noob traps and make sure that all the pieces work. And I think people will have generically a lot more fun. And having generic fun is really what I am all about. Yeah, we could waste a bunch of gold on a road you're going to use once. That seems like a good deal. There we go. Let's go. So this is 1 billion EXP, so yeah, we can bring 9. Right? This is 8, 14, 18, 22, 26, 30. Is that right? Jesus Christ, that's 1 million experience points. So yeah, we do actually want literal 9 here for rounding purposes. So yeah, you go here. Not thrilled bringing a half HP Night Guard into a fight, but I think we have to for pacing value, because I want to get the souls so that way we can get that hero this turn, or res the hero this turn. And we do have enough mana that we can actually see the combat with casting, so I want to just click manual and see what the AI does here. What are you gonna do? Where's all this dust storm coming from? Was there an event that popped up that I just like clicked through and ignored? Because that would also be lore accurate walker behavior. I would 1000% believe that, honestly. Like, a pop-up happened that communicated all of the important information, and you said, huh, and ignored it and just went on with your life. Tell me that you did not do that. Oh, Renown is not giving morale at all. That's huge, honestly. That's a really big deal. All right, well, at least here in this specific individual combat, the cleanse was actually pretty reasonable, but we're gonna have to remember that for any of the other roguelikes, that there's a non-zero chance that if you take anti-magic tincture, all of the other casting in your spellbook might turn off. Some of the waiting on casting is probably the biggest issue in the game right now, honestly. Not just in terms of like basic behaviors, but if it's supremely overweighted where one of these things is just the only thing that the AI will target, then like, yeah, the spells don't do anything, and that seems bad. Spells should do stuff. Womp. All right, cool. It should be a pretty clean fight regardless, looks like. Yeah. So now the worst case scenario would be the nymph mind control something that our guys then turn around and slaughter, but I don't think the AI is going to do that. Generally, the AI is pretty good at trying to attack the thing that is mind controlling rather than the thing that is mind controlled. But, you know, life is unpredictable. Hey, it used a different spell this time. Good. Okay, so womp you. Are you gonna try to liberate your friend, or are you going to try to kill them for the grave crime of falling under the control of a nymph? Looks like it's rotating away. That's good. Hell yeah. Alright. Yeah, this looks like it should be a pretty good fight. Oh, thank God. Yeah, Pyre Templars, like, Stormbringers were a little bit overpowered still, but Pyre Templars were the biggest problem in Age of Wonders 4 for a long time. I still think that generically that tome should just be a tier 4 tome, and that the Pyre Templars should be pretty insane, but that they should come online a lot later. But like, that one is just that, like, Triumph convinced themselves that somehow nobody was going to build high tier things like ever in the game. I don't know, it didn't really make any sense, the arguments that I was hearing back about leaving Pyre Templars being ridiculously overpowered. But I mean, like, I don't even think that's necessarily a problem, Tiger Eye. We'll see in practice, but I would say that overall, if you decrease unit damage, then it actually is one of those balance changes that I think actually will be useful for everybody, rather than some of the other ones where there are problems in terms of assessing it, because it might help the stronger cultures more than it helps the weaker cultures. But I think generically reducing damage across the board will increase the viability of damage over time effects by making there be more time in every combat. It'll also give, like, more players ways to get value out of those like longer fight type of effects, because in the late game the vibe of Age of Wonders 4 really is mostly just massacring units rather than trying to do fancy things. But that is a consequence of the current math, and if they change that math, that'd be awesome. A tier 1 support does sound interesting. Okay, so we've got enough units here that we should be able to clear this off without any issue. We're not getting anywhere near max EXP capture, but... Oh, wait. Why aren't you participating? Because you're not in reinforcement range yet with Guy, but there, that should do it. Sure, you can have spells if you need it, but you should not need it. You're walking into two little sprites. Done. Alright, so now we can animate, and we can animate a level 5 mage. That seems like a good deal. Seems like a pretty good deal, especially because we have Gloomstrider and Whiteborn here. Yep, that's where I like to be. And now we get to use the Staff of Blossoms. And I guess you'll take the Accurate Crown too. I'm not gonna put the wand on a ranged hero. That seems like a bad idea, but we'll put the wand on the smashy hero probably. Yeah, put the wand on the smashy hero. And get our second mage rocking over here, I guess, right over here. That sounds awesome, Tiger Eye. Like, I would say, honestly, spear combat is my favorite combat in, like, basically everything. I just like spears. I'm not a complicated man. I have the things that I like, and I like formation fighting with spears and polearms and stuff. I think we don't want to rebuild that one. I think we just dump this. Yeah, just dump this. We'll pick up some more tiles down here. I don't know if we're gonna clear out all of the backyard of Vaven or not, because I think the main goal in terms of getting value there is that we're gonna just get a crap ton of Dark Knights out of Vulcan Cox. Yep, we're just gonna get a bunch of Dark Knights out of Vaven and try to just rumble with that, and I think that honestly will be enough to probably beat whatever they've got over there. Except you guys still have denied me access to a summon. I think you guys are bullying me, honestly. Where are my units supposed to come from? Where's my guys? Where are all my guys? Let's see where they come from, but I think this looks all right. Yeah, this looks all right. Ooh, all right. So we got one of the merchants. We don't really have cash to do anything right now. We don't really need mounts either. All right, whatever. Show up. Maybe we will attack you. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's see what he wants. So we could get a fire or a frost wyvern mount. Oh crap. What kind of giant was that guy? Because getting the right resistances on our hero honestly might be worth doing. We're only gonna have one dude with a mount, so I don't know if I feel compelled to buy another object for you to ride around on, but it would be good. I cannot lie. It would be good. Alright, so this is going to become a city, but this is going to want to become a city with this under occupation, and these guys we cannot engage separately because they're on the same location, and I do not want to engage 10 units with like the kind of garbage nonsense build that we are currently running. I think we're going to want to split these stacks up. Maybe fight them up here somewhere. So yeah, let's send you down. I want to get this though, and we have the work camp already. Maybe we have to take farm and then try to set up where this guy will attack our units without reinforcement, because this is 1, 2, 3. So it'll reinforce out to here, but if we set up a unit here to proc this guy to go over here to attack, then we can get the game to attack us instead of us being forced to attack in. And we really do not want to be fighting that many units at once. So yeah, let's do it that way. All hail the pigs, Jose. Like I'm gonna look into this, I promise, for the next one. So that way we can have a more reliable donation format. It probably will be just through the donation things that are available on the individual charities we want to support, because it does seem like the one for the one that's in game or in YouTube is not as useful as I would like. All right, guys, don't lie to me. Do you guys remember what guys we're looking at? Because I wouldn't hate having a frost wyvern mount, honestly, if we're fighting against a snow buddy over here, because having extra flying is really good at enabling extra fights. All right, we'll do this. Oh, there's 2 extra stacks in here. Jesus. Oh my god. All right. Well, 2 extra stacks is a lot of nonsense that we have to chew through. Oh, I don't know, Tiger. This is why we're doing this as sort of like a trial run here, because I've actually never run a charity event on this channel before. Not because I'm not a charitable person. I just like genuinely am not good at clicking the right boxes at the right time. Let me see if there's a video detail I can update in here. Allow automatic places. Customization. There's nothing there. Let me see if there's anything down here on the edit side, but I don't think there's anything. Alright, so subtitle, there's that. Collaborators. I apparently cannot edit anything anymore, so, oh, Jose, okay, cool. I'm like, at this point, I'm trying to make the remaining fundraising as useful as humanly possible with, the limited amount of information that I know about it. That's where my vibes are. Let's see, I guess we'll take you 2 into this fight. And this is 8, so we can bring 7 units. Just bring you and the 2 higher ranks. So this is 5, 6, and now we want to decide: are we going to try to get a legend rank warlock before we fight them? I wouldn't hate having a legend rank warlock. We'll have legend rank pursuers. Like, we'll have a bunch of legend rank low tier units, or a handful of legend rank low tier units, depending on how many make it across the finish line over here. But it's okay. We'll turn mana off for you. You don't need it. Let's see. You. Yeah, we'll go here. That's our trap. We're gonna set up a pratfall here for the AI. They'll never see it coming. Go here and here. I don't think they can reinforce with 2 stacks if we do that. And 1 more to stay in line. Yeah, you go here and you go here. All right, yeah, that's 10 units. So in the event that both of these stacks get engaged on this, I don't think we're gonna die. I don't know for sure, to be honest. It looks like it's gonna be a complicated fight, but we at least have a gazillion mana, so we can turn mana on for that fight. Oh, we could get a Crypt Blade here, though. I'd be down for that. Let's get a Crypt Blade. We've got the Imperium, and that means that I think we want it on you, because we passed up on the. Oh, we didn't pass up on the Frost Wyvern. We could buy rush another Dark Knight, though. I think I want to actually buy rush a Dark Knight. I think that's worth it. We'll get enough cash next turn to start working on another one, but I want to get those knights on the board and getting experience points immediately. Because if we can have like 3 Dark Knights just show up and rock and roll, I think the opponent is going to have a pretty bad time. This one, we already have 1 mage for supreme nuking, and honestly, probably if we have too many of them, it'll look kind of dumb. So we're gonna do cursing instead. I think that'll be more fun here, considering that we already have 1 mage for supreme damage. Decaying curse in a 1 hex radius isn't bad. We're not really fighting against another player, though. If we were fighting another player, I'd be a lot more inclined to want Frost Curse, but I'm okay just doing a mass. I think that's fine. Boom. And I guess you can take Condemning Strikes. This could also just be another way for us to get more HP on, like, effective HP onto guys by just taking Initiative Materium, because the other dude took Initiative Nature. Sure, yeah, we'll take Temporal Plague. See what happens with a plague action here. And then I guess we'll set up the Crypt Blade and the Wand on Sophianta. Yeah, we'll do that. This might be overloading on activated abilities, and we definitely need to get Forge down, like, immediately, probably. Okay, well, there's another unit at least for potentially fighting in that Super Workshop battle. I'm not thrilled about it being like a random scout, but sometimes a random scout is all you need to distract the AI enough that your actual damaging dudes can do actual damage. And guess we'll send another pursuer in. Yes, here we go. Let's go here. Hang out. Work camp is fine. We'll found that city in 2 turns because I wasted my Imperium on. Because I wasted my Imperium on a Crypt Blade that the AI may or may not actually use in combat. We must, because I've done the things that I've done, we must make the decisions that we can in response. But if we get a bunch of gold from the Derelict Workshop, I'll feel pretty smart. Don't wipe my guys. We have 10 units here. There's a tier 4. All right, let's see that this battle looks like it could be extremely dangerous for us, but I think this was the best fight that we could make out of this infestation. And assuming that we don't get completely hosed on Blinding Sands rolls, that might be actually a benefit for us, because there are a couple of ranged units over here that are going to get hit with that blind penalty, and our ranged units primarily are mages, so they're not going to be missing any of their main attacks, like their main battle mage effect. Yeah, this fight looks spooky. But we have an extra unit. We have a bunch of random abilities. We do at least have an AI that loves using anti-magic tincture, sometimes beyond reasonability, but it will give us at least, yep, a 9 grazed, sure. Dude, that must have been like a 2% to hit there. Oh wait, where's the log? There it is. So that was needed a 45 to hit on that snapshot, even with blind. Well, oh, no, it wasn't. No, it was blinded. All right, so we've got a cleanse going. Good. Yep, good. Getting plenty of weakened over on this side, and there we go. The apocalypse level damage of the mage. I think this will be all right. As long as we can get rid of this stupid roving furnace before it actually like demolishes us in combat, then I'll feel pretty good. If it cracks into our back line and eats our battle mage, then this fight will be a disaster. But if we die, then we'll have an opportunity to actually use the credit system, because we haven't done that yet, but I want to be able to do different roguelikes. So if we die, what we'll do is we'll put it to oh, I need to close the last poll. But if we die in any of these battles, what we'll do is we'll put it to a vote to either use a credit and continue, but people have donated a bunch of money already, so I guess we're not even really bothering with credits right now. We'll try to figure that out in the future if it makes any sense. Hey, cool. Ranged attacks. Look at that. We got a pretty good deal out of our opponent bringing a ranged unit to this fight. All right, so they broke into the backyard, and they actually did a bunch of damage to us there because we were blinded, and so we did not have a retaliation attack. That's unfortunate. Are we going to be able to kill the furnace anyway with the Night Guard? Because the Night Guard at least is going to have anti-large, and is going to, this is still weakened, so we'll have the Cull the Weak. Maybe I should have put the Stabby Boy on growth instead, but I think it's probably all right. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3. All right, yeah, looks like the fight is pretty good. Looks like our plan, our strategic layer planning and logistics is actually going to turn into a what could have been a grotesque fight into what looks like it probably is going to be a pretty clean one. If we lose a Dark Warrior here, that's absolutely worth it, and if we don't, then this is just if we don't, then this is why I encourage people to learn how to play auto resolves. It is a lot of fun. It does give you a lot of options in play. Don't kill this warrior one time. You have 5 HP. Nope, he's dead. All right, so we lost 1 Dark Warrior for like cleaning out all of the defenders here. We should be able to just follow up next turn by immediately clearing the infestation, and I think that's all we really need. Yep. Thank you for your service, champion rank Dark Warrior. You did incredible things today. All right, so now we can declare war on Draxpur, which is the city that's under the earth. Or we could declare war on them. I don't want to do that, so we will offer nothing. I'm not thrilled with losing that. Tiger Eye, I mean, you can play however you want to. I don't tell people to auto-resolve, like, to, like, gatekeep or anything like that. I just think that you really do learn the game, like, way better doing auto-resolves, because you can't just, like, smear over whatever it is that the weaknesses in your build or play pattern are by just beating up on the tactical AI. But I do think that there are some, like, really fun combats to play out if you want to. So I think the game's good. I think the game does stuff. Target Vassal City. Why? Tome of Bacon, why are you like this? Why don't you do anything? Why are you so bad? Ridiculous. We're gonna be able to pick up Mighty Meek with like 2 units to actually use it. Yep, it's gonna be a handful of little warriors and stuff. And yes, it saves so much time. That is a huge deal for people who want to be able to like see and interact with their families. If you are a person who wants to play Age of Wonders 4 and enjoys the humans in your life being in your life and not on the outside of your life, it's pretty good. Yeah, the skellies can do a lot of work if you put enough effort into them, but it's another one of those, like, it really does depend on what map settings you're playing on and like how insane the people you are playing with are. I think this is fine though, right? We don't need to be literally in this combat, but I guess we should build this road through the forest because we will use it. I needed gold for making another Dark Knight this turn, Walker. Did you forget that you said that? Because I was listening. It doesn't seem like you were listening, but I was listening when you said that. There's a little more research. Yeah, we'll go down there. Okay. So this looks like a pretty reasonable spot to attack from. And I guess if we go here, we'll still be able to reinforce like this. And this is 8, 16, 20, 26, 30. So we really can bring 9 to this. Yeah, we can bring 9 to this. So we actually want to drop a unit so that way we actually have enough ways to get good EXP capture here. Maybe we just drop the Legend Rank Pursuer. Yeah, we'll just drop the Legend Rank Pursuer. Yeah, we'll go like that. In your co-ops, the AIs have combat advantage, high world threat, amongst other things. Since you, oh, okay, yeah, 2 versus 7. That can be a really wild game too. Like, are you doing like play against a bunch of AI using co-op? Because I think that's like another thing that could be really fun. Is do like a drop-in stream where like we're playing, I don't know how we would want to handle it, but like some way to make it so we play multiplayer where other people in the community are able to drop in on the single player like side of things and like play out the AI to fight back against you. I don't know if that's an option in Age of Wonders 4 or not, but it feels like it should be, because that feels like the kind of meme nonsense that Triumph enjoys enabling, and it's the sort of meme nonsense that I would want to stream as a charity thing anyway. I'm not committing to doing any guides as a result of these streams. Do not believe that all of a sudden this means that I'm coming back to making guides for Age of Wonders 4. I think the guides that I have for Age of Wonders 4 are mostly useful and mostly will teach people the fundamentals in a way where I think that if they want to learn, they can still interact with that content. But I would not be surprised if we end up doing like at least one charity stream on every patch from here on out. There's multiplayer takeover, but I don't, do you know if they've made it so that you can like do multiplayer takeover in a single player stream? Like, can I do this and have WinSlaya directing the AI? Because I don't think it works that way. Like 75% sure it doesn't work that way, but only 75% sure, not 100% sure. So it might be worth looking into, is what I'm saying. The game is constantly changing now, but I'll tell you that like the people who thought that the old tier lists were like outdated whenever some of the new patches were coming out were just being delusional. Like, the meta did not change that much between like the first year and a half of the game. Effectively had the exact same meta, because like the changes that were happening in terms of patch were not reflecting the mechanics of the game particularly well. So like people were looking at guides that were 12 months old, but were really not actually out of date. They mostly just reflected the fact that Triumph was not balancing things in response to power. They were balancing things in response to other inputs. I think they were primarily balancing around fun, as far as I could tell. Which is not inherently wrong, but it is the way it is. Alright, you dead? Yo! Alright, so we cleared the infestation. Good. Give me some cash, please. Yo! Cash! And a tier 4 bow that we cannot use for anything. So I guess we'll just disenchant this immediately, because we really cannot get anything out of it. Yeah, it's more about like ways to play the game. Exactly. Like, I wasn't focusing on this is the thing that is powerful in this patch. It is this is the thing that is powerful generically and why. And so like they were intended to be pretty well future-proofed in terms of like being still useful to someone coming back to the game after 600 years away. Because that's just the kind of content that I enjoy making. I think it's generically more useful than trying to like make a hyper optimized for this specific patch kind of thing anyway, especially for Age of Wonders 4. Like, there's supposed to be an exploration element to discovering how to play the game, I think, most of the time. In most 4Xs. Are we strong enough to fight the Temple of the God-Eater? I don't know. I don't know if we need to fight the Temple of the God-Eater either, because I do think that we're generically going to get more out of just going to Battleground Keep, so... Yeah, we're desperately hungry on cash, so we'll just go that way. This was... Oh, right, crap, that's where the banner is. We need that banner. Yeah, we need that banner. Let's get that banner. We'll get at least 1 level up here. That's 6, so that will be a level up 2. That one needs healing, so we have to go there. So yeah, you guys go here. Do we want to try to work a little more on another night guard? Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of comparatively high level heroes to fight against the AI, so I think we're gonna be all right. That would be another rank after the flip. Maybe we don't bring the Warlock to the battle. Maybe we don't bring the Warlock to the battle. That might be correct. Definitely not bringing any legend rank units to the battle. There's no reason to. And we will also need to be close enough that everybody can literally walk onto the banner. Oh my god, cats are fighting in the background. Cats are everywhere in the stream. Apparently Duracian is also doing like oops all cats over in on his side. They have 8 cats. Okay, so let's go. Guess we could go into the Abyss here. Yeah, let's go into the Abyss here and take a peek, see what's going on. Yeah, that I think is really interesting, Tiger Eye. That one, I don't know if I'm going to like use any of that until Triumph gives us what we deserve, which is like a true observer mode in this game. Because there's a true observer mode in most Paradox Interactive games, and like I get that this is not a game by Paradox Interactive, but like my point at bringing up Paradox isn't thou shalt do what Paradox does. It is like respect and understand why Paradox is doing what Paradox is doing, and Paradox does like make observer mode available so that way people who want to, you know, observe the AI can make content or play games that way. And I think it generally is just a lot more fun when you make games more open and accessible like that. Call me a monster, that's fine, but I think that is generically true. All right, let's make palisade walls here. We'll make a forester there. Make palisade walls. This is our unit deployment location. It looks like a bunch of units are kind of like flowing onto the board from all of these infestations near us. If I wanted to redirect units that way, we could, but I think if we get this stuff and then march on their capital, I think we can end this before turn 50, at which point I don't really care if the infestations are burning down all our things. Yeah, exactly. Like I want to be able to see the AI fight against itself. I want to see the AI play out different things and test different directions. I think it would be fun. I think it would just genuinely be good content for everybody to see. Okay, so this is a buttload of experience points. Let's go here. Oh, god damn it, you wanted to be up above. Whoops. Or whatever. I wanted to be up above for that fight, but I am not, and that is my fault. I guess we're not going to get the Dark Knight in for both banner fights, unless we delay one turn. As long as we get one Dark Knight to the second rank, then I'll be pretty happy.
Huh?
Yeah, and that'll be rank 2. So yeah, let's do you and you go here. I guess you probably want to try to get the Magma Spirit farmed out. And this Night card, I guess, will take a little bit of experience points too. Yeah, right? Like, I think there's a lot of fun in, like, watching the AI try to solve the game itself. I think it's not the only way to play, but I think it is the way to play that will reveal the most grotesque information about the game in the shortest amount of time, and that is also just like a lot of fun. Here's champion 75. I don't think those guys are gonna try to make it into this fight in the underground, so yeah, let's just do this. Get another big block of knowledge. Good. The Enchanted Robe of Hexing comes back to us. Sure, we'll take that reward, so that way we have at least a Hexing Robe for our super duper friend back down in the underground. And because we did sell the other, or because we rezzed the other one and we're 17 turns off. Oh, we could grant freedom, but we would have to build a crypt in order to, or the prison thing to even execute a Mako sword sweep. So I don't know, we might do that next turn or not. Looks like this is not going to be enough EXP really for anybody to gain an overrun level, probably. That's 49 HP. Is it worth it to wait one more turn here? So that way this Dark Knight can take another level up, because I think we'll be able to hit enough down here, right? We have 6. No, this is 8, 12, 16. So this means that we can get another fight off of the iron deposit, and then this, and then we might be able to get 2 turns. Or 2 levels. I think that's probably alright. Let's do that. Let's go down. Guess you guys probably want to heal that Dark Knight. Probably want to heal that Dark Knight for sure. And we could build one more outpost here, because we probably need the cash, honestly. Yeah, probably need the cash, honestly. You're okay, you're okay. That's already cleared. There's another banner. So 7. This would also be a very quick level up to get to legend rank, and that would be a lot of extra durability on that warlock, which I do not hate. Are those badger bears? I mean, they could be. These are the actual bears. We rolled into Dire Bear, Underground, and Cheerful with Dark, Experienced Seafarers, and Keepers of Knowledge. So we have some pretty out there Bizarro World units to rock and roll with here. Yeah, all right. We'll just go here and see. We'll get as many units down into the abyss or in the underground for like 1 turn, maybe 2, to just like beat these things down. There's occupied gold too, and there might even be a hero wandering around out here actually, because remember there was an enemy stack. There was a city right here, that spear tree, that sent some units to fight us. So we'll send the legend ranks back down. We'll send you to heal. And I guess we'll just try to get as many units ranked up for that fight as we can. And maybe we'll redirect a little bit of military strength to all of this mess out here, but it might literally be correct to just let them burn down as much of that as they want. The game, the infestations. I mean, I bet they will. Like, we'll see. Godsend. Like, I suspect we're probably going to be doing like at least 1 charity stream per patch. I think that would be fun to support as long as people are interested in supporting said content. Then I'm interested in producing it. What is this? Battlefield remains. We don't have any cash to use the battlefield remains, so I'm not going to waste it. Yeah. I think that's where I'm going to go on that. And here, looks like there could be a sweet path straight through to the Umbral Abyss that way. And I don't know what's down there, so yeah, let's do it. Production, I'm a Vec. We don't need gold pretty much at all. We could build a Dark Forge for a little more cash, but I don't think we want that either. If we had a boost on... If we had a way to boost a material refinery, then I would probably build it, but we don't have a way to boost material refinery, so we're just going to pass on Imavec. We'll build 1 turn of merchandise. And then we'll have enough influence for next turn to do stuff. Alright, Conjure Divine Beacon. Let's see if we can find anything else in here. I wouldn't hate having Rotting Explosion, honestly, but I guess I'm going to take Skeleton Reanimation because it's cheap. Now, I'll take a Rotting Explosion. We'll see. We'll just chew through tomes quickly. We have 1 more research before we get to the next tome. Yeah, that looks alright. And we are indeed working on another Dark Warrior. Good. Yeah, this looks alright. Alright, this is not like an actual BioBreak. I'm gonna take a minute to grab some more coffee, and then we will resume our campaign here. I think it does look like the main plan is just get some gold and then go fight them, and then we'll see how the AI responds to that. But I'll be right back.
Grayson, are you deliberately calling her Nimue?
Nimue or Nimue? Nimue? Something like that.
Nimue.
Okay, Mr. Fancy Pantsy Lore Man.
Sorry.
In my first game I ever played against her, I had no idea, so I called her Nimue.
She's the Lady of the Lake in King Arthur's Tale.
Yes, I know, but I don't know how to say it. I've only read it. Never heard it out loud.
What did you do, Gracie? What did you do here?
Oh, Godson's just making fun of my pronunciation because I've only ever read a word and not said it out loud.
Oh, so you're like a Quiz Bowl nerd?
No.
When I was in high school, we did like a bunch of Quiz Bowl at where I went to high school, we had a very good quiz bowl team, like very good quiz bowl team, and a bunch of people in it were in the same group that you might be in, where they had only read things and could pronounce absolutely nothing. It was pretty funny.
Well, I'm proud of the fact that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Good. Embrace that. Have you died any other times yet, Gracian?
No, Infection Leader hasn't died. I do have the stupid dispute between the two druids. I've only uncovered 5 of the 10 random traits, though, so I'm still... I don't know what else is going on.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I've got 5 more traits to uncover. Mine is Void Pockets, Endless Fields, Land of Conflict, Primal Dispute, Untouched Realm. I'm pretty sure one of them's Warping Wilds, but it still hasn't, like, shown up. But I don't know.
Good. That's the spirit.
What?
I need to get more... That's 18. I don't think any of these guys are going to get... Well, no, you'll get an overrun fight, or an overrun level if we do this. Yeah, this is fine. This is good. Actually, in that case... How many do we need here? 18, so we need 8 units for this fight. Can you get there? No, you cannot get there with that Night Guard. But we could with one of the other Night Guards, right? Yes, we can with one of the other Night Guards. Great. And then we could potentially just get a little more experience points on a Warlock to just try to, like, rather than using a banner to pop to 120, we just use this to get a little more EXP and then just finish it off with the Experience Leader next turn. I think that's probably better. Yeah, this looks better. All dragon units gain Frenzy? I don't know, dragon units. Okay, so we got that. So now you should be, yeah, you're leveling up off the banner, you're leveling up off the banner. You won't, you probably won't off the banner fight, but this is good enough. And this is, I said there's 8, 16, so we need 7 for this fight. For max EXP capture. Yeah, I think we need 7 for this fight. So yeah, absolutely attack anyways. Like, I would love to get 135 knowledge, but that's less than a full rank now. A full tech now, so we'll just take the fight, and I think that should be good. I didn't do anything stupid here and not walk the entire stack. All right, good. I did not do anything stupid and not walk the entire stack on, and now we have a Magma Spirit. Good. Just the way we drew it up. And then we'll want to take this layer of silk to get, I guess, a buttload of gold, and then we can clear those two. We're just gonna keep bouncing around and doing nonsense in the underground instead of ending this fight, Walker. You don't need all of those resources. Like, we'll be able to probably get enough units over there. You might have to, I might have to research the stupid Lightbringer just to get to 18. With the way things are going out here, but I think this is alright. We'll found this city. We got a farm there, which we can switch into something more useful once the workshop is down. I guess this can swap into just a quarry, so we want to grab you as a forester. Yeah, that'll be 3 turns, so we can swap you immediately into a quarry. And I guess we will make another Dark Warrior here, just because, like, it's way closer to the front line. Oh my god, we can make a Dark Knight for 4 gold. Yeah, we're not going to have enough movement points to get up there this turn, so... I guess we will start rotating that way. Right. Do we want the layer of silk? Do I want the layer of silk? Do I want the layer of silk? I don't know. I don't know if I want the layer of silk. I don't know if I need the layer of silk. I don't think so. I think the plan is the plan is the plan. I think we gotta try to kill the bad guys. Try not to dick around indefinitely on a map that probably is solvable here. And try to get as much out of our experienced leader as we can. You're already elite, so you do have the +1 defense already. Let's see if we can get a legend rank warlock. Oh, actually, we know we can get a legend rank warlock because we can grab the legend rank with that banner. So yeah, let's actually send that polearm back down south anyway. Yeah, we can send that polearm back down anyway. Boom. Ruler leveled up. Okay, so we're level 10. We'll grab Arcane Strength. That's pretty good. Hero is... This is our Brutality hero. So we could go for crit. We don't have a buttload of crit stacking on Sophianta yet. So it might actually genuinely be worth it for us to grab rather than grabbing Berserker's Rage or Grim Executioner, it might be worth it to just pick up a little bit of durability here. I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to take 15 HP. Yeah, there's the new Warlock class. I don't know. I haven't really like the bounty remains. Actually, wait. How much are we at? Godsend. We're at 218 right now. Oh my god, and Gracian's at 164. So Gracian could still like take back control of the pig, honestly. Anything could happen. The world is a crazy place out here. But Gracian could take control of the pig, but we're if we get to $500 donated and we have 8 hours on this stream, then I will go do a patch note review. I haven't actually test.
Yes. The numbers are the numbers on the spreadsheet are correct.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if we end up in a position where like we've donated an appropriate amount and people want to do a patch notes review, then we will do it. But this is at a minimum gonna be, I would say, if they take this long, I'm gonna make the second one on a normal size map just so that we run into the AI earlier, so that way the games are a little faster. But we may end up only being able to do two builds here, considering considering how quickly it's taking me to get how slow I am at getting over to the AI to fight them. I'm making myself march there right now. I'm making myself do it, whether I want to or not.
Yeah, if I was a bigger loser, I would have lost by now, but I can't stop winning.
I mean, like, I tried. We so far have taken Tome of Beacon, we started on Tome of Alchemy into Tome of Necromancy into Tome of Beacon. So we are trying really hard.
We're doing some different things, yeah.
We're doing nonsense, as much nonsense as possible.
My donators are mostly interested in looking at cats rather than messing me up, so
you must have not angered them. That was probably
well.
Smart.
To be fair, a lot of my people that are watching my stream aren't Age of Wonders players, so they're really not like interested.
Oh, you
got have the knowledge.
You got people who care about you to come in and donate things, so,
you know,
instead of torturing you for torturing them.
Yeah.
Fool.
Yeah. Well.
Where did all this draft go? Gracian, where did all the draft that I just pick up go? Don't lie to me. If you lie to me, I'll know.
One time I got gifted 600 and some draft from an event, so I bought 10 Slither hatchlings immediately.
Oh my god.
Great. And then I sent them off to war, and I was like, well, the strong will survive.
And did they?
A couple of them did.
See? I legit have absolutely no idea where that draft went. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. I can still buy rush this. Whoop. Oh no. This is gonna result in that Dark Knight getting attacked by this stupid stack out here. Walker, did you just waste 140 gold? Because it sure looks like you just wasted 144 gold. You are the scout, so you just do scout things. Did you escape? Yeah, you did. Sweet. Oh, no, we did not get attacked. Well, in that case, I guess we'll wait for this Marauder Guard to put itself in a worse position, and then we should be able to deal with it. It's another hero over here. There's so many heroes to fight. Jesus. Alright, so we need a way to execute our hero if we want to be able to sell them for gold. And we do want to be able to execute them and sell them for gold. That is something that I enjoy doing. Okay, so let's go here. Let's get a little bit of healing on some of those units. Maybe we can get some of them into a fight this turn. Because I don't want us to stop fighting. I just don't want to lose units at this point, except for maybe some dumb ones like this low rank pursuer. You can die. If you low rank pursuer want to die, then I will not deprive you of that joy. That is something that you may choose for yourself. So you 2 storm scale serpents. So that's going to be 12. So we need 7. No, we can bring 8 to 12. We can bring 9 to 12. We can bring 11 to 12 actually. Right? I think that's the way that math works out. Yeah, we can bring 11 to 12 because we're going to get 2 XP on all of them anyway. Godsend, has anybody done the math on that? I'm pretty sure it's 12 or 11 for 12 EXP now, right?
Wait.
For EXP capture, if you're fighting a 12 stack, like a 12 XP stack, that maximum EXP capture is actually at 11 units.
It shouldn't it be 2 per unit?
Well, yeah, but it rounds up. So like if you bring 6 units.
Oh, you mean if it's like a 13 XP stack rather than 12?
12. No, if it's a 12 EXP stack and you do 6 units, you round, then you get 2 XP per unit. But because the rounding is still favorable, you still get 2 XP per unit for 11.
There's no decimal to round.
At 11 out of 12? Yeah, there is. There's a remainder 1.
Or you mean if you're bringing 5?
No, because minimum EXP capture is definitely 6 at a minimum. So if you bring 6, you're only going to get 2 XP per unit. But if you bring 11, because there is a decimal at 12, out of 11 out of 12, then you should be able to still get 2
XP.
Max.
Yeah,
2
that
XP.
makes sense. That should be the way it works.
All right, cool.
But I was going to say, there's been a silent, anonymous donation. I'm going to assume it's for Gracian.
Good. Has Gracian taken control of the big yet again?
No, not yet.
Dang it.
I've got a 20,
yes.
but I don't know what. They didn't say anything if they do want something.
Yeah, no one in either chat said anything.
Good.
Okay.
Has no one changed the pig setting at all? It's just been set on a yes the entire time?
We don't know what it does.
No, perfect.
Nobody said anything about the pig other than asking what it is.
Good. Excellent. Then we will be on track to do evil science here.
Warping Wilds revealed. I know that.
Okay. This is, I think, good.
I watched like 15 provinces turn into Arctic or Mountain, and then the game's finally like, haha, I tricked you. It was Warping Wilds the whole time.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I knew that.
No, you didn't. Don't lie. Don't lie, Gracian. We knew. I'm 2 experience points away from that guy leveling up, though.
Worm of Umbral Protection. What?
Oh, god damn it. That's not where I meant for you to move.
Ew. I got a worm.
There. We'll lose 2 experience points here. That's fine. Right. Is it fine, Walker? You're going to be missing out on some good scaling. You're missing out on scaling, kid. I mean, we're gonna get deep into the weeds on worms whenever we finally get to Wingspan. Don't worry. Alright, we really do not have enough undead to really care about that, so I'm gonna go ahead and commit to taking order dedication, so that way we have defense and resistance.
This website really does not want to let me stay logged in.
And we could take weakening aura, honestly, because we do at least have like a chance to just be like in the front jamming. Or we could start working towards endurance trading on Sophianta. I don't hate endurance training either. That's pretty strong. We'll have enough units also for it to potentially be useful. So yeah, let's do that. We'll just we'll take that. We'll see how it does. Vaven needs to build cash because we really cannot be doing nothing in regards to unit production for an incredibly long time in this game. That is no bueno. You guys are monsters. Give me a unit to summon, please. You're monsters, chat. All of you. Be ashamed of the choices that you've made. Ooh. Alright, well, we get 120 gold. That's pretty good. That is kind of what we're looking for right now. So we could take that fight. It would delay picking up the banner, but we're not in range to picking up the banner this turn anyway, so that's fine. And now we even have enough cash that we could potentially just grab this and then grab that as a walking node. So that way we add a little more friendly terrain, or maybe we add... that looks like it would be a better walking node, but that would also just like be better as a research post? Yeah, it would be better as a research post. Oh, but we need this to be available to grab that. So yes, it has to be here, and then grab this, and then here to grab that. So yeah, let's do that. Outpost. I mean, you know, sort of, yeah, say we're doing voting on like what our next pickups will be. Some of the pickups that we're going to get as a result of democracy and anarchy are going to be like cruel in their application, and some will be generous. And so far, we have been excruciatingly cruel. I don't think it's going to prevent us from having a reasonable shot here, but our economy is kind of messy, considering that we do have a lot of units wandering around in our backyard just kind of pillaging stuff, while our main army is trying to make a concerted drive on oh, hey, we have another tome. Here we go. All right, let's see. Add a poll. We're gonna do Tom yet again. Oh wait, no, we're gonna do democracy and anarchy. So if you want to vote for democracy, that's where we'll vote for our next tome is going to be. If you have a suggestion for that, then you must make it. Do not vote for democracy and leave me with no choices. But if you want to vote for democracy or anarchy, then just vote for whatever you think our next tome should be. It can be a tier 1 tome if you want to make me go back to a tier 1 tome. If you want it to be fertility, we could do fertility. Just vote for whatever you. But if you vote for anarchy, then we're just going to be rolling dice. That's the other side of it, is that if that is where we are as a community, or if we don't get enough votes, then the democracy shall slip into anarchy, and we'll start doing random nonsense instead of like even something coherently bad. That's what I want to. Our current setup is coherently bad. So this is 6, 10, 18. So that should be 8 units for that fight. So this could be 8 units right here, honestly. Yeah, I don't hate that. Let's do 8 right here. A tier 1 summon when I reach tier 3 tomes. I mean, you could do that. My oyster is your blanket. Like, all right, there we go. We got a legend rank. warlock. So yeah, we have some tools for a big fight against the big bad once they get down here. God damn it! Do we really have to bounce over here to kill this hero? I kind of feel like I do, because it's a hero, and like A, we desperately need gold, and B, knowledge extraction is my fetish, so I don't know how to avoid doing that. I don't know how to avoid doing that, chat. How do I prevent myself from trying to kill and eat the AI over there? Let's see. Here, we could grab natural recovery, but we just really don't have a lot of units that we're trying to slow heal like that. So if you go here, then we'll be able to bounce over there, take that fight, and then come back. Because we'll be able to start the fight with a Night Guard and then return. I think that's probably correct. And this will give us 2, 3, 53. 53 is good enough. That's fine. Yeah, I think this is what we're gonna try to do. Hopefully the hero comes this way and we can just trigger the fight this way, and then we don't have to commit 10,000 movement points moving over there and coming back, because we really do want to just hit these guys, but I can't pass up 150. Drummer Scott, thanks man. So like if you want any of the offers that are in the rules description, like if you want to change the pig rule, if you want an obligation to select our next tome, because we actually do have that open right now. You gain an obligation whenever you donate $10. I'm not really keeping track of that because no one has attempted to use them so far. So if you do not have an obligation and want to trick me into believing that you do by claiming to have one, I have no system to deny you the value. But if you want to just let democracy run its course and let us get really grotesque bizarro world builds, then that is definitely also on the books, because so far it's been all right. Like this army is not going to be good, but it will at least have some really high level heroes to do hopefully good things with, and that's typically enough. You are at 42. Yeah, we're gonna have a full 6 stack to run into, or a full 18 to run into whatever they got going on over there. Some of them will be a lot more functional than others, but all of them will be at least wandering around. Your monstrosities aside, everybody in chat trying to keep me away from having a summon. Let's see, Dim Tour. Oh, right. We could build a wizard, an item forge, and we do actually have enough units, or enough things to disenchant that I think is worth doing. So that way we can at least make good armor for our main frontline superhero. I could build an academy. It's worth 20 knowledge. Yeah, alright, we'll do an academy here. Puts us off from building another Dark Knight, but we have 3 that are getting pretty farmed up, and they're on bears, so I think that's good enough. I'm not gonna click Soul Collection yet. Oh, alright, democracy. Democracy is where we are. So, you guys are monsters. You did exactly what I told you not to do, which is everyone votes for democracy and does not suggest a single tome. Does anyone have, if no one suggests anything, then let's see. Oh, we only got 4 votes anyway, so we can do Anarchy now, because I think 5 was our threshold. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15. Yeah, 15. Right? Yeah, 15. All right, so let's do 1d15 on random.org. Random.org. Verify. Why are you verifying this? All right, min 1 max is 15. Generate 4. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4. We get the. All right, sweet. We get the Tome of the Dungeon Deaths. Sweet. We're underground anyway, so I suppose that this is going to be an opportunity for us to see a DLC tome that I have not even read the text of. I understand that this is probably pretty broken, considering the consequences of things like this. Vaders of the Deep. We could draft some stuff, but I think we're a little late to that party. I'm going to go ahead and take Raiders here, and then we actually have enough cash that I'm just going to lock Underground Vault. Do we have the production to build these?
For your legacy in the depths is eternal.
I guess I'm just going to take Raiders for now, and then we'll see if we actually have time to build a dungeon and do good stuff down there. But this looks all right. It gives us some nice defensive scaling on our units at least. Boom. All right, come over here and fight me. Independence. Yes, perfect. Lawbringer. Clear a gold level. I don't think so. Lead a full army of legendary rank units. We might actually be pretty close to that. So let's keep you here on instructor, because I think we're probably going to be able to make that happen in fairly short order with the number of units that have been sticking around. So you have to get to these 2 tiles. You can walk there for free with our corrupt guys, but they are the only ones who can float through this. So we actually have to build we have to waste a bunch of cash to make sure that our main army can get in range. And this is a hero and an 8, so this should be 18. So this should be an 8 EXP fight, or an 8 unit fight. So we have 8 there, or 3 there, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be all we need to get max EXP. Take this, boom, and we should get 150. Yeah, sweet. And a Band of the Arrow Shield. I don't hate that either, honestly. Vicious Killer is pretty messed up on a unit that is hopefully going to kill a bunch of stuff. Yeah, we really need to make a better orb here, but the fact of the matter is that this guy is going to be using Lightning Evocation most of the time in auto-resolves anyway. So that's alright. So there's nobody here with legend ranks. I think we had 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have 3 currently. Is it worth it just leave the Magma Spirit? Because this guy has floating, so it costs us 2 experience points to drop them, but in exchange we get a bunch of movement tiles. Yeah, that's probably worth it. You'll come back to the party next round, Magma Spirit. Challenger. This is a scholarly governor, so this is also pretty useful if we can keep it around. But it's another mage, and I don't think we're going to be using Challenger pretty much ever, so I'm just going to go ahead and sell it. We could take Shadow Empire, but I don't think we're going to be conquering 4 or 5 extra cities. I think we're past that point of no return. Just pillage I'll just burn some of my own tiles to the ground instead of rebuilding them, because that is where the dark exists in real life, I think, probably. We can't repair this because of hostiles in domain, but that's fine. Vaven has done what Vaven needed to do, which was make us a bunch of good units to go fight our opponent with. To fight Gracian with. 4. Yeah, you could grab a little experience point. A little bit of experience points. You could grab a couple XP too. Get 10 HP on that Pursuer. Yeah. Let's grab 10 extra HP just in case we need it. Cannot hurt. And I guess we'll grab the draft without knowing where it's going to go. This banner has to be guarded. It's not guarded? there's an unguarded banner right here. Jesus Christ. Wait a second. Where does this other thing go? The other thing goes right here next to Night Watch. So we actually could grab free banner, bounce back, grab unfree banner, and then carve this way. We'll have like level 12 heroes or 14 heroes or something like that if we do that. It'll be a lot of wandering around, so it might be appropriate to build roads if we're going to attempt to do that. At which point, probably need a little more cash. But I'm also not opposed to that either. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that either. Let's build one more Dark Knight here. I think having a fourth is probably a good idea. Then Vutin Frozen Force here. Alright, so they are a Frost Giant King, so we probably could have bought a Frost Wyvern mount and have it pay good value out, but I think we're probably going to be alright. So you are at 13 out of 24. Is anybody like close to a level up that they could get there through fighting instead of through grabbing a banner? Not really. 6 and 8. Although there could be things to fight here, because that is also a chitin, and there's souls. And then we do a little bit of clearing in the Umbral layer. Yeah, alright. Alright, alright. We're just gonna audible into wandering around the map. Like, doing Age of Wonders 4 things. we're gonna be distracted by the shiny objects that we can kill. And I guess if we do that, it might not even be necessary for us to go to that Smoldering Keep. Like, probably just need one of those for cash, if any. And then I think we'll be good enough. Yeah, I think then we'll be good enough. Let's grab a little bit of extra scaling here. This is Gloom though, right? No, this is Grasslands. How are you Grasslands? You did just get terraformed by the universe. All right. So we need another legend rank for the purposes of our instructor. If we can hit the next renown level, I'd like to. And we already have enough legend rank guys that if we can get a couple of low tier legend ranks, it might be worth a couple of banner spots just to make sure that that ambition gets fulfilled before we fight the other player. Okay, so you might get legend rank here, right? Because elite could roll over to champion through a fight and then could roll over into legend from a banner. Yeah, all right, good. Good. I guess we'll just get a couple more EXP on the Magna Spirit. Can't be too mad about that. I don't think we want to buy any Banshees or Watchers or anything like that, even if we had the cash. Just generically not necessary at the moment. Like, I know they changed Banshees being on one of the other, like, they moved it to the Tome of Souls, I guess, which I suppose is fine, but I'll be honest, Corrupt Souls are pretty good. Like, I know that people don't like the fact that they get torn apart by a lot of different meta tools, but like they're not for fighting the other players, they're for clearing the map, and they do a very good job of that. And so the fact that that Necromancy is not going to be able to do that is a little annoying, but probably only a little annoying. It's still probably going to be pretty good overall. It's a solid selection of different resources that you get through it. Let's go there. This is the +1 range, so we actually kind of want to leave that for our wizardy boys anyway, and get a little bit of scouting here on these stacks that we're gonna have to fight. Bro, this Umbral Mistress we actually probably should have fought a while ago. If we get gold off of that, it's gonna be disgusting. If we get gold off of that. And we could take potentially Court of Whispers if we wanted to interact with another, but there isn't another one. We have Draxpor already. We have Draxpor so hard that actually we could just do gold here, get some gold, because we do have overage in mana. Yeah, we have overage in mana at the moment, so I'm gonna do a little conversion using our friend, but it looks like we don't need this because we don't really have anybody to interact with, and that's just the way of the vassal build. It is primarily just a consequence of being on a larger map when vassals are better. Okay, looks like the free cities are still just pillaging stuff out here, being rude, doing free pillaging because we have not bothered to drive them off, but that's all right. Get another little dire bear here, rocking and rolling. Oh, we could use Master Masons though, because we do need some cash. So yeah, let's grab Master Masons. Looks like, yep, stuff is still getting torn apart down there, but that's not anything surprising. We'll do Raiders of the Deep. And I guess I'll take Necrotize. Could take Silent Barracks, but actually this is just such a good spell for auto resolves that I want it to be made available to the AI. I don't know if the AI is going to use it, but I do want to make it available to the AI if the AI can. I guess we'll go in. We'll just go into the Abyss. So you and you can both engage here if we're standing right there. Yeah, let's stand right there.
Huh?
We can drop the Magma Spirit and still be able to engage this turn, but only on one of them. Okay, so yeah, let's go here. We'll engage this. There's no heroes any of these locations, so I guess we'll grab a little draft. Is there anybody else who can get into that fight? Looks like we could get the Pursuer into the fight if we built it. Yeah, alright, we'll build a little more road. We're gonna get probably more units into the Gloom than we need, but considering how fast we want to try to clear that out, I'm okay with that. And we want to get you down to that. Oh, and to this too. Yeah. Yeah, alright. There are choices to be made here in the Umbral Abyss, but I think this is all good. No, why would we let you walk away? We want the experience points of killing you. Actually, we want not just the experience points of killing you. We want the experience of killing you. Let's see what the AI does here. We have two dudes with corruption as like out of their free cities. So I think this should be a pretty rip fight. But we'll see how the auto handles it. Three Dark Knights on bears should roll over this pretty cleanly. Okay, sweet. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, it's a lot of damage. Yep. Cool. Boom. Yeah, looks like a good fight. I'm not sure exactly how I feel about the upcoming patch, simply because like it is very difficult to get good builds on certain factions right now, and I suspect that making the heroes worse is going to do the exact same thing that the other like rank we work did, where it just made like the worst factions just a lot worse without really hurting the better ones. Because like right now the gameplay for Dark is pretty rough, but we are getting a pretty meaningful increase in terms of value with 10 HP on Dark Warriors. That might make a difference. 450 gold. Well, that will make a difference. I don't even want to say might. I'm capable of doing even a little bit of logic here, and I know that is going to next level our growth for the next couple of turns. It might even allow us to make enough units to drive these idiots off, so that way they're not killing our stuff anymore, especially because there's a hero here to kill. Another hero, Jesus. That's good. I think the high rank units, the high rank things, like, mostly aren't bad. I just think that they mostly are a little too concentrated in terms of outcomes, because they really do help the people who are capable of creeping a lot more than the people who are not. But I think overall, if you just reduce the amount of damage output, you'll allow people to have more interesting tactical combats most of the time anyway. Because the combats won't be over instantaneously. So we could build another wizard tower, and if you guys had not been giant bullies, then we'd probably need to in order to summon a tier 3 unit. But I must have made you angry somehow, chat, and so we do not have that as an option. I think quarry onto surface. No, if we do that, no, that actually isn't bad. If we go to the surface over here, then one more time onto the surface by stealing this forester tile for Dim Tour, then we could start pumping units out straight onto the surface, and then we could ignore everything else that's going on down here. Let's make a couple of random units to see if they can prevent this from being a problem. Let's make a Night Guard. Let's make another Night Guard. I might talk myself into making a shrine here because it is so cheap, but I don't know if I'm gonna go all the way to say we need a mana obelisk without anything to spend it on. I think that's probably being a chicken. Gains dungeon. So we could just do dungeoneering right now. I don't hate that either. Yeah, let's do dungeoneering. Yeah, I saw Force of Nature got hit. I don't think that's wrong if they just make the like nature tree good, because the nature tree is not good. If the nature tree were good, then I actually would be totally fine with the other stuff, like some of the powerful nature tomes actually getting nerfed, because some of the powerful nature tomes are actually powerful, but the entire build together does not work particularly well because there are just so many pieces that don't function, and that's a bummer. All right, we need torso for our smashy boy. I think we're gonna do the torso first for our smashy boy because I do not want our front line dying to a stupid whatchamacallit, frost giant guy. I think that's what they're actually called. I think they're literally called Frost Giant Guy. So I want to make sure I have a good piece of armor for that folk to wear. Do we only need Binding Essence if we get greedy here? Like, this is a perfectly reasonable thing to build. Sure. Yeah, we'll do it like this. All right. Does anybody who has an obligation of any kind want to use it to name this armor? If not, I'm happy just running it as shielding plate. I think that's fine. I think it's descriptive. But if you want it to be like, God, you know what? Actually, we'll do it. I'm gonna do this as a representation. We're gonna do God sends shielding plate of value. Oh, there's not even enough characters to say a value. Fine. It's just God sends shielding plate in parentheses of. So we will have that to stick on our frontliner next turn. And then I think that'll be good. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Hang out. You don't need EXP and can't gain any. So yeah, you guys just chill. Just vibe. Just vibe and try not to die while the most important parts of the army are out here doing other things other than dealing with your nonsense. Do we want to fight those guys? We'll get... yeah, we'll get a level up if we fight them. And then we should get another level up there. This is going to be really expensive in terms of gold, but I'm okay with that. We'll go here. And then you can go here. No! They're gonna massacre our little friends that we left behind. Where is the stack coming from? I don't know where the stack is coming from, but they're gonna peel off our 6 that we left behind rather than bring in. All right, well, let's see if the AI will do anything with all of the spells that we made available to it, or if it's just gonna cast anti-magic tincture over and over again. But a level 5 hero with a bunch of units, I guess at the very least, the one really good thing is that these are a bunch of support units. If our combat casting does things in this combat, we actually might still be able to win. Yeah, because they really don't have any damage output here other than their hero. Their hero might be strong enough that it doesn't matter. We will find out how they respond to getting nuked, I guess right here. But it looks like, maybe, I don't know. It looks like they're going to chew through some of these night guards, kind of no matter what, because the AI is just kind of like wandering off and letting them wander off. Oh no. Don't kill my veterans. I need them for renown purposes on my guy. Okay, so they killed the mid-rank night guard. 1, 2, failed both decaying rolls, but we did get into the backyard with our legend rank Dark Warrior, so that's something. They're on counter stance. Oh my god, the Vow Keeper is just gonna obliterate us because they're just gonna have very easy picks on cleansing all of the effects that we're doing here. Okay. I wish our AI were on spite mode, because then we could actually probably pick off at least a couple of these units here, but it looks like they are going to get wiped. Yeah, they're gonna get wiped. It looks like maybe we could have even won if the AI had like not gotten choked at that choke point. But this is the other side of it, is that we're just watching a bunch of attacks at range miss. That is also the lived experience of ranged units in Age of Wonders 4. They cannot hit to save their life or the lives of the people they care about. At least we get weakened here. 1, 2, 3. Looks like they're just spreading the damage too much rather than concentrating and taking off units. Yep, they're gonna take out the legend rank Dark Warrior. And it looks like they will wipe those guys. We'll get the hero, probably. Yeah, we got the hero. But I think, maybe these 3 are gonna make it, maybe. Depends, I guess, on what's happening with this Night Guard. If we can keep the Night Guard alive, then we will have the frontline advantage. Nope. Looks like we will lose the frontline advantage. We'll offer it to the opponent. Oh, but we do still have a Warlock. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Very, very expensive. Kind of no matter how this fight turns out. Very, very expensive. Did not want a bunch of random marauders trying to kill our last stack, but it does look like we are going to get through it. Right? Right. Yeah. Whose free city was that? Gracian, was that your free city? Don't lie to me. Did you send something across games to attack my 6 stack that I left out of the Umbral Abyss?
They just got there?
They just got there. And they killed 4 of my dudes, including a legend rank guy that I had stacked up for my other guy.
Yeah, no, that couldn't possibly have been me.
Why don't I believe you?
Because you have trust issues.
Thank you. That was my nickname in high school.
I have trust issues?
No, just trust issues. Don't be crazy. It's a full sentence.
Huh?
Alright, let's see here. I guess we'll stand here. And you're gonna get the level up off of the banner anyway, so you don't need to be in that fight, but you do. And can you get into the fight if you just walk? You can, but you have to have roads built. But this is 6, 18, and 30, so this nominally we need 9 for anyway. So we're at 9 regardless. Let's do it like this. Given that we just lost a bunch of units, I am going to make casting available, but we should probably cast the spell that we have queued up before doing that. Probably wouldn't have been a bad idea. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. And then let's make sure that our hero, our supreme frontline guy, is the only guy who's... Wait, where the hell are we? Where's my army? Do I have to navigate this way? Yes, I have to... Alright, whatever. It doesn't matter. We got there anyway. Bum. Done. Godshield's shielding plate of... Godsend's shielding plate of something. Good. Yeah, we'll do it like this. I guess we're not gonna provide mana. Yeah, we're not gonna provide mana. You don't need it. If any of you die, you're fired. Good. I'm glad you listened to my threat. Like, 350 knowledge or mana. This is fine. Yeah. All right. Let's go down here. Let's build a road. You're oh god damn it! You're like 1 fight away from a level up too. You also 1 fight away from a level up. Where's one more fight? I just want one more fight ahead of time, but whatever. We've dragged our feet on trying to pop that banner long enough that now we're starting to like lose value. We need 1 experience point in order for this Dark Knight to gain a level up on the rollover from that banner, so I'm not even gonna bother. We won't bring that one in. We'll use the banner slot for this guy for legend rank, even though some of our legend rank stuff just got obliterated. I'd still like to be able to activate the like final renown stack here on this guy if we can do it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And you need a bunch of it. Yo, what's up, Aetherius? So I also kind of haven't kept up with Age of Wonders 4 a lot. Like, I really have not played at all in the last, like, 5 months or whatever. But we're doing a charity stream. We're doing some fun goofball stuff on the charity stream. We're doing a pig battle with Gracian. If you don't know what a pig battle is, I will post the hint that we have for everybody here one more time. That is your hint. Courtesy of Mary making a reasonable donation early. We have access to Churl as the hint in regards to the pig battle. But if you don't know what a pig battle means, don't worry about it. Neither does Gracian, and Gracian is participating in it anyways. So if you want to change the pig rules around, you are allowed to. I don't think anyone has. Godsend, has anybody changed the pig rule at all? Oh, that's why.
Yeah, you're coming through.
Okay, wait a second.
I'm not, because I switched to push to talk. No one has changed the rule. No one knows what the pig is.
Okay, good, perfect. I mean, that's the way to discover, right? No one knows what the pig does. No one knows what the pig is. You're a level 5 warrior. We are close to being able to add another hero, but I don't know if I want to do 4 heroes or not. 4 heroes is really a lot, honestly, in terms of outcomes. I'm gonna hold on to this guy for now. Nah, I'll execute you. Executing people is cool. We're evil, so I think because we are evil, it is thematically important that we execute them here. I don't think we need any of those. Yeah, we'll just grab the research post back, and then they'll come back and pillage it again, and we'll just keep floating like that. Every couple of turns, just pillage and just pillaging and just not pillaging in. That's my jam. I like to pillage and not pillage. I like to be pillaged and encourage others to pillage in turn. So that way you can just be, you know, as pillaging a society as we want. Open and destructive. I guess we could take another quarry here, because we don't really need 3 quarries at the moment, and this will let us switch that over to a research post for slightly more scaling. Yeah, that's fine. All right. I guess we did lose enough units that we have to send some of these guys back to the surface. Even though I don't want to, it is definitely required to make sure we have enough units to actually field a full 18. We could build a clay forge. God, this is like, oops, all SPIs in the dungeon. I mean, that's fine if we had taken the one, like, with the builder thing, then we could have gotten a bunch of them there, but I think that's okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. Oh, we need to make a better weapon for our ruler. I'm definitely selling this nightmare mount. Alright, primary, and I want to do an orb, so that way we can still ride around on our friend. I guess we'll do spirit damage, because we already have, unless we can hit wet on here, which, no, it does not look like we can. Then I just want to have some sort of diversity in terms of
I
extra
just
damage
got
outcomes.
summon Umbral unit wand, and I got the penguin.
Yes!
I got the penguin alert. Hysteria
Perfect.
Storm is online.
Can we do... We could do this. We could do 20% hit crit chance and magic, but I don't know if I care that much about crit so much as maybe being able to apply distracted. Stunned is fine if we had other ways to shred status resistance, but I don't think we do. So yeah, I'm gonna make a beefy orb. I don't know what we're fighting against on the other side, so I did not feel confident specializing in one type of damage or whatever versus the other. But generically, that is good. If you can specialize, it is better to specialize. And I guess I'll make more units, because we just lost a bunch, so we will need them. And I think I'm gonna click... No, we really supremely do not need to get any more soul income right now. 200 souls is ludicrous. You're ludicrous. Really, we're one away from being able to get to this, but this is only 5 XP if we get it, and it's only taking us over to veteran, so I'm not even sure if I care that much about getting a rank on the magma spirit here, because this 3, yeah, we'll have enough to just raw dog this. We don't need the magma spirit for it. You go here, that's 4. That's 53, 53, and that's 23. So yeah, you do not, the 23 doesn't even get to participate in this. Ooh. Because we lost all of those legend ranks, the polearm is honestly, like, not as important to get to legend rank, but it is, like, way more EXP to get there. Ah, but that gives us a sprint on the Dark Knights if we get to champion rank. All right, don't ever say I didn't do anything for my cavalry, because that's the only thing that I'm doing stuff for, and I don't want to hear any complaints about that. That's what it boils down to. All right, so I guess we'll set up to go grab the Scrying Sanctum with as many little buddies as we can. Like as many of our little mage buddies as we can. That looks okay. Yeah, we'll go down there. We're not going to visit right now. We'll visit next turn, so that way we can get as many of them onto our units as we can afford. But I think this is fine. And we still get the Magma Spirit down there. Can we get that other legend rank to the here in 2? No, it's 1 turn. 1 turn if we add roads. Yeah, it's 1 turn if we add roads. That's fine. And I guess that means we will want you to also gain range. And I could get, like, Dingly Bop widget experience points by putting our Dark Knights with our main ruler, but I think our main ruler is legit gonna, like, want to just hit that banner and then... I guess I'm not even gonna bother with the Battleground Keep. I think I'm just gonna hit the banner and then go north, because I think this army does legit look good enough that I'm willing to execute an attack here and see what the AI has to field back against us. Because I feel pretty good about our chances, other than the fact that infestations are like showing up to devour our map. I'm feeling pretty good here. So growth, we could pick up. I guess we could start working on endurance training. Yeah, that's probably okay. I don't hate picking up displacement either, because this dude is outrageously fragile. But I wanna get endurance training. It is generically very useful whenever you're fighting a knockdown drag out with another player. Speaking of, I still enjoy endurance training generically. It is a thing I enjoy. You could even do the 3rd here as endurance training. We really just don't have any unholy units to lead at the moment, so I'm gonna take initiative nature. And I guess we could take fire evocation, because we are technically fighting against yeah, alright, I'll take fire evocation, because we already took lightning evocation on the other one, and I don't think it needs to be explained any more than that. We didn't take frozen effects on anything, so I am not worried about that being a problem. And now we can see if fire evocation with every single tag in the universe does justify itself in comparison to lightning evocation with a little bit of widget stuff on top. It's just a little sprinkle of widgets. Just a teeny little sprinkle. People love widgets. All right, buy out that Dark Knight, and you go here. And I guess because I'm trying to let the capital come to the surface through here, I'm not going to take any of those tiles out here. So I'll take this dredger quarry for 1 billion. Yeah, I'll take that dredger quarry for 1 billion. That seems like a good deal. And I guess we want some scouting so that we can see where their army is. So let's go see where their army is. Might even want to throw some walls on a couple of these random outposts, but yeah, we'll figure that one out whenever we get there. You could gain 1 rank off of this fight with this wild speaker, but it's probably worth it to just reserve the spots for more useful units. If we have a couple of like random low tier or low EXP Dark Knights, they'll still probably contribute enough to be worth bringing here. That looks alright. This looks okay. I want to spend the Imperium, but we don't currently have anything that demands it, so I'm not gonna waste it. If we have to use a bunch of Imperium to just like add a bunch of friendly tiles to like move quickly through, then that could be alright too. Okay, we got an academy. Great. Wow, this entire thing really is under the infestation blob over there. I'm gonna leave this guy here just in case we need to do something with by rushing out more units to drive things off. And here. So can you get there if you build roads? Yes, you can. Cool. So you're on. That's 3. You're in Greyjoy. That's 5. So we won't get the extra range on the high rank pursuer, but that's okay. We'll get it on the most important things here for 5 turns. That might not even end up being enough for us to take an extra fight. We will find out. But I think there's very likely going to be at least one unit that we can get into a rough and tumble with. Man, you're so slow. How are you so slow, Warlocks? Explain yourself. Well, we have 32 movement. That's how we are so slow. Sounds like an excuse to me. That's quitters talk. Alright. Yeah, we'll get you here. A little more EXP. And I guess we'll just send this scout here to heal. Yeah, seems alright. Should we bring these guys back together? Yeah, I guess we should, just in case something happens and somebody shows up with a bunch of units to fight us. I'd rather be able to have 3 stacks supporting instead of the handful of units that we had last time get massacred. Don't do that again, AI. Don't send a bunch of units to punish me for having units just wandering around the board. It's very rude. I guess we can face check, because yeah, there's probably somebody out here. Basically impossible for there to be a wild speaker just guarding that stack by itself. And this means this is 18, so we need 8 units there anyway, so we can have a little bit of overflow. Okay, production on Night Watch is looking okay. I guess we'll take Arcane Institute, because I don't think we're going to need a blacksmith. Don't know how many of the Dark Warriors are going to make, but hopefully it's not a lot. And you are currently flipping into a research post over there. So we will have a bunch of research posts. I guess then hypothetically we should just build the Alchemist Lab instead, given what is currently going on here economically, and just abort this. Let that Alchemist Lab finish, and then it'll get a bunch of adjacencies, and we could even maybe... Nah, this is unclaimable. That should still be enough. There we go. Alright, yeah, that looks good. So we want to make sure, no matter what, that the heroes are the ones who can walk onto that. Ooh. Alright, so if we get Arcanium ore, then we do get an item, and we already like have Arcanium ore to clear out, so we just need to put some units here to go down there and attack it, and then we can get there. That seems pretty decent. I like getting there. Holy crap. We can get 250 knowledge, or 750 knowledge. We can finish this this turn. So all right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open up another poll, and then we will do. I think we're gonna do the flip here into tier 3 tomes. So we're gonna be looking at tier 3 tomes this time. So make whatever recommendations in terms of tier 3 tomes you want. If you want to recommend a tier 1 tome, so that way I do not get a tier 3 tome, then feel free to. But if you are voting for something, then make it clear what you're trying to do, so that way we have a good plan here. So Godsend, we did hit all of the they were all basically hit because of Mary. So the goal was we hit that. That's me pronouncing the word and then also posting the word, and then we will see what we get after that. But I'm gonna take another quick little bio break here, so we'll be back in about 5 minutes. If Anarchy wins, then we will just roll to see what we get. I don't know how we're gonna handle that in regards to split tomes and tier 1 through 3s. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but vote your heart out, and I'll be back in about 5, and then we will see what we get whenever we click this bad boy and finish out our tier 2 tome here. Alright, Anarchy rules. We're done. So we will, I guess I'll take a Lightbringer. Like, maybe we'll summon one. We may end up also just taking Death Magic as the next big expenditure on our influence side, but yeah, I don't really care about. Well, we don't have a damage spell on the world map, and getting everybody slowed would be really good. All right, let's take Dungeon Hazard, and here we have it: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 7. All right, so pick 1 was Terramancy. All right, let's see what random.org gives us. 1 through 7, generate. 1. All right. Well, we are taking the new and maybe possibly improved Tome of Terramancy. Good thing we picked up a world map damage spell. Now that we're picking up a world map damage spell potentially. I mean, I don't think this is probably going to be particularly useful in auto-resolves. I expect the AI to just kind of like wander around a lot. This, I guess, could be useful to like direct the AI to cast other spells. I'm going to take Leyline Focus. I suspect we're probably going to see in combat that it probably is not going to do anything, because I bet the AI is going to still walk around a lot, because the AI likes walking around a lot. But, you know, the only way to find out for sure is to give the auto-resolve an opportunity to let us down. That's how it's going to have to work. Can you get there if you build roads? No, you cannot get there if you build roads. Can you get out if you walk and heal? Yes. And we can even get to friendly terrain. All right, sweet. Oh, right, this outpost was supposed to build something for movement and healing purposes, but we didn't actually need it. So that was another outpost that's mostly just like vibes. At which point, this could be friendly terrain for moving through and healing, so we didn't really need to move here anyway. That's okay, because these two are both going to hit legend rank off of this, so we'll have 2, 3, and then 4, 5, and we will have the full stack for Oakland Knox to hit their max, or to hit the instructor ability. That's going to be pretty good. Oh, right, and we finished our cool orb too. So let's get a cool orb here, the Orb of the Steppe. And I think that's alright. Should we... Oh, this guy has regeneration on it, doesn't he? Yeah. So we'll take flanking just in case, because we will potentially have opportunities to do that. If we can get some distracting down, then we can get some flanks out. We might be able to do that with the time we have left. Let's see. Go to the surface. And then dim tour. In order to build that last thing, we'll probably want Town Hall 3. We also have to have Town Hall, or Wizard Tower 2 in order to actually use things. Tiger Eye says, if you do a beta patch evaluation, are you curious what the opinions on the damaging racial trait flaw would be? Yeah, Tiger Eye, at this point, I think we are almost certainly going to do that. Let's see, where are we in terms of raising? We're at $438. Jesus Christ. Gracian!
What? What did I do?
I mean, nothing wrong. Like, you already reached your raising limit, though.
Yeah.
Are you
pretty
done? Are you?
No, we keep going for a while, just in case.
Cool.
But yeah. Although one person donated because they were annoyed at how close we were, so maybe if I raise the limit by like a weird amount, like $13.5, we'll get more money.
I'll put it like this: if we get to 500 collectively between us, I will count that as like meeting the requirement for me doing a patch notes. I'll read the patch notes and respond to them. I have not really read the patch notes for for this patch yet. So it'll be like live interpretation of the things that I've observed so far in the game and the things that I'm hoping get fixed. But if we can get $68 or whatever in the next 5 hours, then I'll do it.
Okay.
I'm going to build this. I'm going to build a Town Hall 3. It's really expensive, but in the event that this fight ends up going a little bit longer, I want the flexibility of being able to steal that Forester and turn it into a unit spawn location for Dim Tour, so that way we can just pump a couple more Dark Knights onto the board for fighting people purposes. I don't know if that's actually going to be important or not, but it is going to be something that I'm going to want, and I'm going to want a dungeon hazard queued up at a minimum for the purposes of fighting against this bad boy out here. We also definitely want to get to, oh man, we definitely also want to get to Wizard Tower 2, so that way we build channeling chambers, because we really do want the 10 extra casting, because we want to be able to double dungeon if we can, but the only way we can get there is if we get 20 extra casting, 15 extra casting. So we just need this channeling chamber, and yeah, all right, fine, we'll do a Wizard Tower. We'll do a Wizard Tower, because we do want to be able to double strategic layer damage spell if we can. If we can't, we can't, but if we can, it would be very good to do so. All right, yeah, that looks good. Be right back. There we go. All right, let's see where our main stack can actually get to. Can it get to there this turn? It can get to there this turn, so you can go. I guess we actually don't even need all of these Dark Knights because they aren't all critical for leveling up. We want you guys to be able to level up for sure. Yeah, we want you to be leveling up for sure. And then as discussed, we need 8 units for this, but 6 of them we want walking on, and then 2 of them we want just kind of like vibing. So you come into this fight, and I guess you come into this fight. Yeah, that looks alright. And then anybody else need like 2 experience points to gain a level? Anybody? Bueller? Anybody? Looks like no, but that's okay. We can get a little more experience points on this Dark Knight, and then maybe just level it out all the way with the experience leader off of our ruler. That seems like probably a good idea. Yeah, let's do this. Attack. Always attack. Done. Right? No, done. There we go. You unlocked all of the Pantheon rewards. Awesome. So you come back. Can we get into range this turn? Doesn't look like it. Looks like we'll have to unlock the renown thing next turn, but that's okay. We can do that. Yeah, we'll just make sure that our army cannot be defeated piecemeal again. That's what we're gonna do. Pro tip: don't let your army get torn apart piecemeal. It's so giga-brained. No one could ever possibly anticipate this. Okay, you here. I guess you could get a couple more EXP on this pursuer. It's not even a pursuer, Walker. That's an outrider. Are you gonna have an outrider in the final stretch of the game in your last combat? I sincerely hope not. That would be not great, but we will do what we must in the name of science. We need HP on our ruler supremely badly. We can do this. We can get endurance training, and then we can get So we could even get meteor strikes here, but I think I'm going to take an Adept of Materium and then just use the point that we got from it to take resistance and greater resistance, because this guy desperately needs survivability. Or we can take evasion, actually. Yeah, let's take evasion. Our ruler is so beaten up, but he is level 12. Gracie, what level is your ruler now?
11.
Oh, you catching up, buddy. I'm 10.
Where are you?
No,
You're
I'm 12.
10?
I'm 12.
You're 12. Okay.
my other hero is 10. My other hero is 10, and then my third one is
I have
9.
What are my other heroes? I've got a 11, a 7, a 4. Somebody's dead right now. That's another 4. Yeah, I've had kind of some tragic deaths.
Yeah.
Like, because it's on brutal, like I was sieging and the enemy leader like walked up to the edge of the battlements and just using the 3 repeating shots just killed one of my heroes at full health.
No.
Like, oh, okay. Like, I was like, oh god. It was like a tier 3 blowpipe and she's just like
Yep. Good deal. Unit
so yeah,
deleted.
they spend a lot of time dead, and then my chat wants me to revive them. So instead of recruiting new ones, I have to save up a bunch of mana and then recruit them, revive them.
Your chat does sound at least as angry and disruptive as mine.
No, they're not angry. They just it's disruptive out of love, I think.
I see. I see.
They're like, oh, we love that character. Bring them back, and I'm like, oh god, that's 300 mana.
Yeah. So Tiger Eye, yes, we are in 2 separate games. What we're doing is we're both kind of doing this like roguelike run concept. We'll see what we do for the next one. I'm anticipating, I'm planning on getting WinSlaya involved in that. But for those of you who do not know, the reason we are doing this, of course, is that WinSlaya, his lung collapsed a little while ago. So we were intending on doing this as sort of like a let's support WinSlaya by making a charity stream to send him some money through a GoFundMe page, but WinSlaya is fortunate enough that he has good healthcare, so we don't have to do that. So what we're doing instead is we're just kind of doing a stream supporting Americares, which is a really good charity in terms of financial health and in terms of transparency and all sorts of good things. It does seem like he is doing okay, but of course, like, he's doing okay with the asterisk that like the situation that he's in is still scary and complicated and difficult to want to just like shrug off, right? It's spooky to have like really bad medical things happen to you. So it seems as though he's doing all right, and we will be planning on doing probably a stream sort of like this, probably for zombie in the future. But also, if you just generically like nonsense things from me, like especially long nonsense things from me, we're gonna be doing another stream sort of like this one in very short order over on Thursday, I think is the plan, about humankind, because I think there's some fun stuff to do with humankind when it comes to analyzing it. And so we're doing a post-mortem analysis of humankind. Not that I'm willing to necessarily say that game is dead, but like, it's been around long enough that I think it's not inappropriate to start thinking about how can we learn from humankind, and ways to try to get a good game out of Amplitude in the future, because I really do think that humankind is legit. It's not finished, but I do think it is legit. I think we're gonna do this. We're gonna go over here, grab that as an outpost, so we will be able to grab the battleground keep, and then push north. We might just dodge this smoldering keep. It, like, kind of is on the way, but only kind of. It's enough on the way, and there is a buttload of gold there, and we could use a buttload of gold. So yeah, let's go here to heal our ruler. Let's send the Outrider out. So Tiger Eye, if you're curious, I would say a lot of the content that I've been streaming recently revolves around the issues of humankind, but I would say the biggest issue, I think, is that there's relatively poor tools for player communication, because I don't think the AI really, like, plays the game particularly well, and I think that can be distracting and confusing for new players, because like if you don't understand what you're supposed to do because the AI is like lying to you, then I don't know how you're supposed to teach yourself other than by ignoring everything that the game is doing and just like figuring everything out on your own. And I don't think that that's where Humankind is supposed to be. I think Humankind is supposed to be a game that is fun and accessible for new players, as well as longer, like more invested in the 4X genre style players. And so like I just think Humankind, especially on vanilla, is just kind of a mess. It has a lot of really good things going on in it, but it is also kind of unplayable for me. It is a game where I have to be like in the absolutely correct mindset in order to want to do it. Oh god, we need tier 3 in order to get this, right? Yeah, we need the next renown bonus in order to get here. Rank up units in the hero's army. I don't know if we're gonna get the 4th rank here on our recruiting governor, but we'll get enough that I don't think it'll matter. Yeah, this looks okay. And I guess everybody else is just kind of vibing, and this does look like we're going to have a full 18 to go do some nice fighting. We'll put that as the work camp, I guess, and then we'll grab a work camp here to grab the battleground keep, and then we'll have just a ridiculous amount of movement. I like having a ridiculous amount of movement. I think that's pretty good. Movement is pretty good. 5, 5, 50. So you, Dark Knight, actually are really far away from a passive level up, and if we can get 10 extra HP, that would be really sweet. Yeah, there really is kind of only one viable. There really sort of are two. Like on a smaller map, you just kill everybody, and on a larger map, you go to space. That's how you play vanilla Humankind. That is not true in VIP. VIP, mod by Bruno. I don't know if Bruno is still in mod or not, or in chat or not, but Bruno has been in the Humankind community like a lot more involved than I have the entire time that I've been like covering things on the channel, like floating in and saying, hey, I want to do Humankind content, and then going, yeah, this is fun, I'm gonna go do something else for now. But like Humankind really has possessed my soul. It is so interesting, but it is so undone, or so unfinished. And so it's like the quintessential, I don't know how to interact with this game and tell you if I recommend it or not, because it is amazing in structure and form and design, but it is very messy in terms of execution. So I don't know, like, play it however you want to, but I think that it is great when you are playing with get out of here, I don't care. I think it's great when you're playing with the VIP mod, and so that's what I would recommend doing. And I mean, it is a shame, it is, but the fact of the matter is that I'm not surprised. I think that there were some design philosophy problems in regards to how Humankind got finished, but that's pretty normal for 4Xs these days, unfortunately. There are a lot of problems in terms of designers, I think, emphasizing the wrong thing in terms of what they want players to do. Yeah, exactly. I agree 100%, Tiger. I that's kind of one of the problems that I have with Age of Wonders 4, to be honest, that like we are having fun here doing absurd, ridiculous nonsense, but that is in an effort to make the game more challenging, not less. And if you're a normal person at home who just wants to play a game and have fun and not necessarily like fish for an incredibly difficult play style or whatever, that I think a lot of the games that have come out over the last X number of years have, I think, misinterpreted what the games should be doing. We're gonna get a buttload of gold though, so I can't be too mad about it. And it's 2 turns to Smoldering Keep, or we just go straight north. whatever. We don't need gold now. We just need to kill the next player. We're 42 turns into this game, Walker. Just go finish them off, and then you can start a new run with something else hideous and bizarre. Because that is the plan. If we finish these runs, I'm planning on streaming at least 10-ish hours. We'll see exactly how long, but we're going to be streaming for an unreasonably long time today. But if we can get to a different build, I would like to, so that way we can explore a little bit more of what Age of Wonders 4 random roguelikes have to offer us. But I think we're going to have a fine time, kind of no matter what. Let's get a couple more units getting experience points over here. Yep. And we won't fight this turn, I guess. We'll go next turn, so that way the heroes can both be involved. Do we need both the heroes involved, or we just do this? And then come back down here and do this fight? Maybe that's what we do. Yeah, it means we miss out on a little bit of a EXP on Okulin, but that's alright. We will have the ranks. I don't know if that will be enough, but we absolutely will have the ranks here. 6, 20... So we want 9, so 5, 6, 7, 8. Guess we could try to get another rank up on this Pursuer. Yeah, we could try to get a rank up on that Pursuer. Let's go. So Dark Knight go there. Pursuer go here. Grab a large creature cage, which might be able to replace a unit here. We'll see what we get. A Lightbringer with 55 HP. Lightbringer. Alright, go down here and scout. At least there's stuff for you to interact with in the underground, because we did at least roll underground adaptation and seafarers. Okay, so we did manage to bring Draxpur entirely under our control. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I guess we'll stick the thing here. I don't know. We don't really need stability, but we're not doing anything else with the Whispering Stone anyway, so it is what it is. These are all level 1s. That's our level 5, but these are all level 1s. Let's just sell the level 1s. We don't need them. And leyline focus. All right. Wait a second. There it is. Yeah, let's get leyline down. I guess if we were doing the defender bonus, then we'd want Silent Barracks, but I don't think we're doing that right now, so I'm just going to take Wayfinder enchantment so we can keep digging. And I guess now I'll take a Summon Rock Giant. That will require us to, like, turbo max building Wizard Tower stuff here, but as long as we can, we just need a buttload of mana for that. We just need all of the mana that you don't have because you wasted it all on stuff. Walker. Unit upkeep. I mean, this will give us a little bit of discount on the handful of... Oh my god, maybe we do have to just disband this stupid Lightbringer, honestly. Because this is like all of our mana income. Yeah, get out of here, Lightbringer. Sorry, bud. You really are just like bong water. It's ridiculous. Your ineffectiveness is very silly. And there's that. Yeah, we really do need mana. But this doesn't offer mana either. Dragon's Lair might? Dragon's Lair might offer us mana. And we're not going to be able to kill a city for mana here. How many turns are this? 3 turns to advance logistics. Alright. Yeah, other than the fact that we have absolutely no mana for the final fight, I think we're in pretty good shape. Not having mana for the final fight is not good. We want mana for the final fight, so we may genuinely be forced to do the unthinkable and build slightly more shrines and obelisks and stuff. Hate doing this, but we do have enough mana or enough gold that I think it's probably correct, especially considering that I think we're gonna just try to get the fight done and over with here. Guess we could work on Arcane Institute still. So, like, I really do not want to be building a non-boosted mana obelisk. That's just hilariously bad. Yeah, alright, let's see. If we buy rush this, we can still work on Shrine for pretty cheap. We do have the cash for it, so yeah, you get a Shrine done, and then we won't be able to cast the Rock Giants unless we find a blob of mana to put in a Wizard Tower Apex, but we might find a blob of mana. Like, if we do fight the Dragon Lair, that might be worth more than fighting the Smoldering Keep, depending on what we get from it. A gold wonder is a ridiculous, or a gold infestation is a ridiculous source of scaling. Yeah. I'm actually thinking, why don't we go fight that dragon before we go fight our friend. That does look pretty decent. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. There's mana there. We had like 700 mana 3 turns ago. I know we did. I saw it. I saw it, Walker. I saw you have 300, 700 mana and then just use it all on stuff. Let's see. There's a mana node here. I think that's this tile. I think. And we can add a bunch of tiles here, like you. Okay, so this is the mana tile, and then I guess that would grab that, and then like this could grab that. Yeah, this looks okay. So we'll go here. This commander does want to have access to units to gain levels on, but this is also, I think, an important person to stick probably Lightning Strike on. So we have another source of different types of damage. And then I don't know if I'm going to use the Magic Missile Wand here, because Magic Missile Wand is good, but it's one of those things that is only good if you don't have other things to do, so it drops off pretty quickly in the mid game. Because you really do not want your units taking like actions that are worse than an auto attack. That is colossally bad. Is anyone close to a rank for this fight to shuffle over to you? Yes. So you can gain a level. You cannot gain any levels because you're all vets. Guess we could try to level up some Dark Warriors. Not sure if that'll get us what we need, but it's probably gonna be pretty close. I don't actually know what happens if we have units in like this guy commanding this stack and this one as an instructor. I don't know if it would actually see itself for the rank up ability, but I think it's probably worth just seeing what we got. This is a black dragon. I'm just gonna bring what we can. I don't really care about wasting experience points with legendary units. I don't want to lose a bunch of tempo healing. So we'll bring these guys because it's not worth wasting experience points on you. And then I guess we can bring in 2 Dark Knights. Yeah, that's alright. Boom. Let's do that. Go for this. Clear the dragon, and then I guess we will try to clear the dragon nest unless it spawns like another obnoxious defense stack to drive off all of our units. I think we can take the Dragon Slayer next turn and then move north. I think that'll be worth it. Yeah, because this will go here to give us a little more mana income, and then we can pick up, I think we can pick up the Silver Tongue Fruit with a work camp. That looks alright. Walker, did you really do this without the leyline focus? I'm saving the leyline focus, so that way I'm not spending the mana on upkeep that I don't have. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save it until the next fight. And then I'm going to kick, I guess, this Knight card out to go heal. So we get a little more EXP on you. If we can get the Magma Spirit to Elite, I'll be thrilled before that fight. Because we do have some nice battle mage abilities now, in terms of scaling that out. Can you go to the surface? You could go to the surface. Yeah, all right, just go to the surface. Everyone's gonna just have a cool outpost on the surface to make units from that we won't use because we're gonna try to end the game in 10 turns. Yeah, that'll be the plan. Guess hypothetically it makes more sense to put units here in case there's a support stack to come into attack, so that way we'll at least have 16 units for that fight. Oh, that's alright. Independence? Okay. Oh! +1 range and slow movement in combat. Well, I don't even hate that necessarily. We are now off of the +1 range ability that we picked up in the Umbral Abyss, but we just got the range back, so bank error in our favor, I guess. Yeah, this is a strong enough stack that I do feel like we need this stuff, so we're gonna do a Dungeon Hazard here. That's gonna at least weaken those core stacks, but we have a Wild Speaker with a dragon to target with its ability, so this is actually potentially a pretty scary fight. So I want to watch this one and see how the auto resolve handles the stress of fighting a potentially killing momentum tier 5 unit here. I think that should be fun. So we do want you to have probably just all these guys for endurance reasons. Nobody else is close to a level up, right? I guess the Outrider, hypothetically, might level up. The Night Guard might also. Yeah, we'll go like this. So we could bring a legendary warlock, even though it would not be leveling up here, but we have enough units that I don't want to bring the Outriders, so I'd rather bring the potential, like, nuke scaling on defense of bringing warlocks to this. Yeah, let's bring you guys down here. You go here. Grab a work camp. And I think that looks it. That looks like what we want for this fight, right? Yeah, that looks like what we want for this fight. So let's use a legend rank to start this. They're running? You know what? I'm gonna let the extra stack go, so that way we're not forced to fight a full 10 with these guys. Well, this will just be a very easy fight here, and then we should be able to turn around and immediately fight that by even pulling in some extra units here, clear that this turn, and then we can start marching through this gloom. I hate marching through this gloom. Can we get... Wait a second. Can we get Umbral Pact, Eldritch Pact in 15? Can we sacrifice anything here? We could sacrifice some pops in Dim Tour. I'm okay doing that. I want to get the bonus that lets us move through gloom where we don't take damage, because then we can just Oh, no, not declare war, because then we can just walk through this zone without taking a bunch of attrition along the way, so that way that fight won't be as difficult. Yeah, that looks alright. Go here. I guess we'll watch this. I kind of hope that the AI doesn't spend any mana, but I want to see the dragon in action with a wild speaker and see if this dragon Tails does some rough stuff to us. Do we have Soul Overflow? We did not even bother taking Soul Overflow because we have anti-magic. Because we didn't take souls. That's why we don't have Soul Overflow, Walker. Duh. Because you took Beacon into Tome of Dungeons. Yeah, I hope we get that engagement before the slowed cleanses. Looks like we probably will. Stun resisted, good. Alright. What's gonna happen here? Looks like most of the support for the dragon is probably about to get taken out. Looks like the dragon is about to get clobbered. Jesus. That might have done more, honestly, just doing the triple attack there, because there wasn't anything for the lightning evocation to splash onto. Okay. It looks like so far so good. Alright, can we get the dragon off the board before it gets an opportunity to do anything? That would be huge. Maybe? Maybe? Please? It's so low, it has 1 HP? Don't do this! No, yes, there we go. Great. Perfect. Ritualist got reworked. I mean, Ritualist, I think, I don't know, I think the balance in terms of, like, heroes was pretty difficult to assess, because the fact of the matter is that, like, the Ritualist was the single most important hero to have access to, because you just needed a global haste, and like having a mini mass rejuvenation and cleanse was just enormously powerful. So like the Ritualist kind of was problematic in the sense that you really did sort of feel like you always needed it, but you also didn't, it wasn't like a unit that bullied everyone by being a super powerful unit. It was a unit that bullied people by making all of your actual other units better. So I don't know, like, I think, all right, all of these are legs, but I guess we have slightly better legs now, because the other one is just pure slip away. I think that's what we got. And yes, we got mana, thank God. But like the big issue with Ritualists wasn't, I don't think, the fact that they were just like massacring the map. It was just that like you kind of had to have one. And I don't know if that's changed, if they haven't changed the ultimate. Did they change the ultimate? Because I'd be surprised if they did. And if they didn't, then it just like kind of doesn't matter, because the ult was like, I don't want to say 90% of the power, but it was a huge chunk of the power, right? Being able to get like your entire board hasted is just disgusting. If your entire board is hasted, you should probably feel ashamed of yourself. Look at the things you've done. Look at the horrifying things that you've done. Hold yourself responsible for once in your life. Guess you don't need to be a part of this fight either, right? Can you get back if we just rode you? You can. Sure. So this is 6, 12, 28. So we need... This is actually a 6 unit fight, isn't it? Yeah, this is a 6 unit fight. if we want to get max EXP capture on all these guys. And this has got to be a one-sided battle. We got all of the heroes here, so turn off you, and you do not need mana for this. If you need mana for this, you guys are dumb. All right, there, good, perfect. Oh, I wasted 2 level. Oh no, I didn't waste 2 level ups. I used 2 level ups to attempt to figure out if this guy was going to gain renown, despite not being the commander. But it looks like no is the answer, which I guess I should not be surprised about. The ultimate. So wait, what did they do to the ult? Did they remove, like, the haste was the most important thing. If they didn't remove the haste, then it doesn't really matter that much. And I ultimately kind of think that the haste was mostly good, because the rumor that I have heard is that they want melee to be good in Age of Wonders 4, because they want, like, ranged pieces to be good in Planetfall, and so they kind of just, like, want that. They want things that are, like, powerful melee units to function well here, and haste effects are the way to do that. Like, in case anyone's not sure, if you make all your dudes move insanely fast, they will do pretty well for you when fighting against ranged pieces. So, oh, they removed a bunch of the swift effects. Yeah, that's pretty bummer. Yeah, that's tricky. It just doesn't heal as well. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Like, that's fine. If it doesn't heal as well while also doing, like, ridiculous nonsense, then I don't care. Like, that ability is very, very, very powerful. That's, I think, where it should be. All right, so we have 2 scouts, and we have the 18 there. So yeah, let's start seeing how we can make this progress reasonable. It may involve putting down more outposts along the way. Maybe. We'll find out. I mean, even now, Tiger Eye, that is mostly true, I would say. Like, most of the time your Ritualist is not attacking. Most of the time, hopefully, in Age of Wonders 4, there's typically more important things for your Ritualist to be doing. Like, it does have the auto heal on attacks ability, but, like, I would encourage everyone to not overemphasize that effect. It's not crazy busted. It's fine. Yeah, let's go to a Dark Forge on the surface. And Dim Tour is a billion turns away because we spent population appeasing an evil monster. That's okay. Can we get to... I don't know if we have the distance, though, to actually get to that. I might want to just save the Imperium, because we did fix our mana economy, so I might want to just save it for casting there. I'm going to add Palisade Walls, even though we probably don't need it. You could be rebuilt, but it would cost 50 gold to do so, and it's cheaper to just burn you down, so we're going to do that. I like burning things down. I guess we could hypothetically expand north, but I'm gonna expand east, so that way this is another friendly tile for movement. And I guess for that matter, I'm going to finally add a work camp here for another friendly tile for movement. So we just want as many friendly tiles here for anyone who spawned over here to get to the front as quickly as we can. Your Wizard King is a mystic. Yeah, so you don't have access to Fabled Hunters. Yeah, that is huge. I don't even think that's wrong. Considering how powerful the Mystics ended up, I'm pretty happy that they do not have access to Fabled Hunters. I know that some people would like that, but that is a very, very powerful lever to pull, and I think people should be careful about pulling it. Yeah, that's how I feel generically about Fabled Hunters. Like, if it's going to remain at 75%, which I think does work, but if it's going to remain at 75%, then I'd be pretty happy if they keep things like that in mind when doing designing moving forward. Same with like Swift Marchers. They just need to ban that on barbarians already. That is just like, I made the strongest strategy video last August or something like that. Like almost, maybe it was October or September, I don't know. But like effectively almost a year ago, and it is still apparently the meta for like 1v1 vanillas. Like, in incredibly predictable and entirely understandable fashion, that is the strongest strategy in Age of Wonders 4, because it was the strongest strategy a million years ago, and the meta tends to move relatively slowly in Age of Wonders 4. It's just the way it goes. I don't care about any of this. I just want to go fight the other guy, right? Yeah, I don't care about any of this. I want to go fight him. So I'm just clicking on things now, everybody. That's where we're going. Oh, shoot. No, that's not true. I do care about some of this. I want advanced logistics 100%. And that means I do want some gold, so that way I can build some dingly bops. I want to build dingly bops. Okay, so if we don't have the ability to double dungeon, then we actually do not want to build the channeling chamber, so that way we can actually just save the mana to like actually be able to use a dungeon hazard in the fight. But we also have 72 mana income, so I'm okay pretending like I feel pretty confident that we'll be able to get the mana back here, at which point we're not going to be able to use the Wizard Tower Apex to actually summon rock giants. So we're gonna research rock giants and then not use any of them in true Terramancy form. Warlock might outclass Ritualist now. That would be interesting if that were true. Like I haven't dug deep into the Warlock tree. All right, whatever.
How's it going over there, guys?
It's going. I'm on turn 45, but I'm now finally pushing my my main army north to try to go like the ultimate battle of Ultimate Destiny. I think this one I'm gonna see if we win it. Then I'm just gonna say we win this run, and if we lose it, then I think we're gonna say we lose this run, because I don't wanna like play with the like only one run all day long. That feels like it's antithetical to the spirit of a roguelike. But I think we're doing pretty good. Are you closing in on your first end?
Yeah, I ended up allying with Serena, and I'm at war with Nimue. So I'm actually, she moved into my territory with a stack and a half for some reason, and so she didn't know I had so many forces nearby. So I'm in this battle where the balance of power is in her favor, but I have like twice as many units because they're on brutal. So I'm like, oh my god. So I'm just like, I think I'm gonna win, but I mean, they just do so much damage. Like, I had to preemptively heal my hero because like 2 of their units combined could just kill the hero on the next turn.
Yeah. I don't think any of these guys probably. Maybe we get another level up on this Pursuer, honestly, though. Yeah, let's aim to get a rank at least there. Gonna have some random low tier units here, but that's the nature of the roguelike, I think. I mean, we could do that too. Like there are a lot of options, but I wanna clean this. I wanna clean this save file out. I think we're probably close enough to the end that I don't feel like we need 10,000 more turns to make it happen. I think you have enough movement to get here. You have enough movement to get there. You can even road over to here too. Oh, but if we do, then we won't have it. No, we will still have enough to do double outpost because we have Materium 1. So yeah, let's do that. So throw Necromancy in there. Someone you have Skellies with Mighty Meek, Keeper's Mark, Blessed Armor, and Zeal maybe. I mean, maybe. We might have time to do that. We'll have one more research cycle. We'll probably have the ability to pick up 2 more things here. But this Tiger Eye, the whole point here with the roguelikes is that we're not going to have a game that goes to the max in terms of like tomes, because not every game is going to be like that in Age of Wonders 4. If you're not playing on a gigantic map and you're playing on like a 1v1 or whatever, then kind of like actively do not want to think in terms of what does my final build look like, because your final build is going to be whatever you have available at this turn. It's good. Your final build is going to be mostly nonsense. Yeah, let's build you as another outpost. And then I am pretty glad that at least we're working on a little bit of extra gold production here. I think that's how I'm gonna phrase it. The Necropolis SPI. What do they do for Necros? Because you guys said that they made Necros like just a lot beefier. Let's go here. Let's get you stacked with the useful units. Ones that can actually gain EXP here. Yeah, we'll get you leveled up. We'll get you rocking and reeling, Barbarian. Go here. Give me another rank, please. Rank, please. I guess I'll start scouting ahead. Yeah. Into the gloom out here. Alright, so there's a little bit of random crap that's not scary enough for me to worry about. And there's a farm attached to that outpost. Alright, whatever. Yeah, hopefully they don't see us, because nominally we are invisible, but apparently the AI can sort of see invisible units anyway. I need gold. I need gigantic amounts of gold. Can any of you provide me with gigantic amounts of gold? No. It could take sensing. But yeah, none of this stuff is enormous amounts of gold, so maybe we'll have to switch a couple of things. Or actually, yeah, we have to switch a couple of things to mines. We're gonna need it. And I think we're close enough to the end game here that I'm just gonna actually hit as many of them as possible. Yeah, I'm gonna hit all these bad boys. I'm actually gonna drop a couple of research posts too, because we just need raw resources now so we can finish this attack. Mine. That's a research lab already. I've fixed one. And you go to a conduit. You're already a mine. You could switch you to just a conduit 2 for mana purposes. Yeah, let's do it. And then next turn we can start working on refilling our dungeon hazard, so we at least have some strategic layer support. And then we gotta hold our breath in regards to income versus upkeep. Alright, so they did come down and they could see our guy and they chased it off. Looks like even killed the outrider in question, so that saves us another teeny tiny little bit of gold. Perfect. I'm gonna float on borderline 0 income. Good. Okay, I think the way this is gonna work is you'll still be healing, right? No, you're not healing in our
just
own
got to
terrain.
hit 3 things with a mage lock cannon.
Oh baby.
Achievement unlocked.
That is an achievement. That's a Steam dingly bop. Okay, so that outpost. We could also found a city to release, and then use it to secure some of this territory, or we just want to make the jump. Maybe that's what we want to do. Is this unpassable? Impassable? No, this is not impassable. Why did you go this way instead of just hit the Smoldering Keep? I want you to explain yourself. No excuses. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, let's see if we can reach anybody over here, because they were on this bad boy. So we might be able to isolate that army and destroy it. I think I want to try to do that if we can. Can you get over there with enough cash? Yes, if we had enough cash and you hadn't wasted it all on outposts that you don't need, then you might be able to get there. Yeah, let's go here. There, done. Necromancers got buffed, like the actual Necromancer unit. That'd be awesome. I love Necromancers. Hello. Oh, thank you. All right, let's see here. Yeah, let's defeat these guys in detail. Let's catch part of their army, make them feel bad for splitting it up, and then that'll be that. They'll feel bad for having split their army up. It'll be great. It'll be wonderful for everyone. Do you have enough? Yeah, the actual unit. All right, sweet. That's cool. I like Necromancers. I like support units generally. I think that generically I'm more in favor of making Astral Mirror usable again, because that was like the real payoff for support units. But if that's not possible, then that's not possible. Where did your army? God damn it! Come back here. Fine. Don't come back here. Be a coward. I'm gonna tell people what a chicken you are. AI. People need to know about this.
What?
Yeah, I know they reduced like damage on heroes and everything like a lot. I think that's mostly fine. I don't really care that much about that, but oh, the like you can pick your hero. Yeah, it was more the mimic unit. That was not really the big problem. It was more the issue of the like Astral Mirror spell was a big part of what made the Tome of the Astral Mirror like pretty good 1,000 years ago, and now it's not good, so it's not as good. Yeah, Decaying got reworked big time, but it sounds like Decaying got potentially worse. Like any of the dots that they reworked into like 4 damage per stack are a lot worse than the ones when they used to be 8 damage per stack, and that's probably still true with the reworked Decaying, to be honest, because this is like that's the way that the game works. If the dot has to be stacked up to infinity, then it probably is not going to work very well in a PvP scenario. Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a lot worse, but that's unfortunate because I like dot effects, but if they're not good, then they're not good. I'm going to take Trevor. I'm going to take this. Regen counters it again. Yeah. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. That means they nerfed like effectively the only damage over time effect that was seriously worth considering. But you know, that's the way it goes. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I'm gonna take this. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quarry here that does nothing because we're not going to have enough money to make any units out of any of these dark forges anymore. So I don't know why I built all of those things, but I don't have to explain myself to you. And I guess yeah. Well, that's only 5 gold. We could get a 15 gold one this way. Let's do that. I don't really care about getting Silver Tongue Fruit. Even if we were getting the combo here, which I guess we would be. We'd be getting 15 Imperium, but considering my goal is to end this game like momentarily here, I don't care that much if it costs us the ability to take Imperium off this board. That's not super important. I just want the ability to make outposts so that way I can heal outside of their capital. And I guess I'll go ahead and queue up a dungeon hazard. And if we get that one done in 1, because I did do the responsible thing here, right? I built channeling chambers. Yes. All right, sweet. So we should be able to get 2 dungeon hazards in then whenever we get to the final fight. Sure. Yeah, we'll take regen stacks, whatever. We're moving through gloom, so we will have some units that are damaged. Okay, so here you do not have endurance training, so you actually should not be in command of the legend rank Dark Knights, because then they will die, and I will be disappointed. So let's do Pursuer here. You here, you here. Also, we don't really want legend ranks on this guy anyway, because this guy has the instructor thing and we want them gaining experience points. Yeah, we want them to gain ranks for the renown. Corrupted Boon is now kill 1 unit. I mean, okay, didn't they rework Corrupted Boon to be like good, to be like net healthy for everybody? I thought they changed Corrupted Boon to be the 1 stack thing, which I genuinely do think was the right solution for that ability. Like, we need cleanses, like a cleanse opponents. Those are really important. If it's reworked to kill 1 unit, that's... Oh, it single targets and then flips everything? Okay, yeah, that is effectively kill one unit, you're right. Alright, cool. We'll just wipe out a couple of stacks here, I guess. Seems like they have elected to remain inside of a walled outpost, which, you know, normally a wall would be a good idea, but here it's going to ensure that they are gonna get sieged down. And because of our shadow stuff, we can actually heal faster in their territory than in ours. So we're gonna start a siege here. Cleanses got nerfed overall too. I mean, that's good. That is, I would say that's pure good upside, honestly, because cleanses, they're insanely important. They are something that I enjoy quite a lot, but they are very, very powerful. There's really no way around that. 2 turns until siege breaks. I'm gonna save the mana. I don't think we're gonna have a... Yeah. Are they gonna come in here? I don't know. They might come in here, and if they do, then I'm going to have wanted to use to have used an ability. So I'm gonna add harass defenders in case the AI decides to defend on this spot, because we're also getting 75 gold off of pillaging this farm. So yeah, we're good on this. And then we'll just heal. And I think it looks like run 1 is coming to a rapid close. We will see if it's going to be a success or a failure, but it looks like really all we're going to need to do is break through these walls, and then hopefully hopefully this is their capital here. Fold. Yes, it is their capital here. So yeah, we should be able to just get through this, march up here, siege this down, and clear this out. Support units, yeah, I saw that support units got a lot better. I'm still not sure if they're going to be meta relevant in the late game, but because they reduced the amount of damage that everyone's doing, I think that is very possible. Like, I don't want to discount the work there entirely, right? Because if the units are genuinely a lot less like able to kill everything, if lethality goes down in combat, then it actually would make it easier for people to use those sorts of strats. And I think that's cool too. I'm gonna take a town hall too, because I don't have to explain myself to you. Because we're close to the end, and I just wanna get this thing across the finish line. I'm gonna take stone walls for the exact same reason, in case there's anybody like trying to pillage that, I guess is the reason nominally, but I think realistically, Imavek is just fine building just gold here, honestly. We probably should have just built gold in Faven too. Yeah, we definitely should have. So we would have stuff to build at those sieges. But we'll have ways to do sieges stuff there regardless. Whatever, it's fine. This outpost, we'll have to put an outpost here for fold, but we want to put an outpost there for fold anyway. And I guess we're gonna get that in 2 turns. We'll have the ability to double dungeon, but unless they bring in another stack here, then like I'm not gonna waste a Oh, looks like a happening of some kind. So we could learn this for extra mage ability, like mage range, but that's only going to affect our warlocks. That's not worth 200 something mana. That would just be enormous spew at this point. We want to just kill them. Yeah, let's just kill them. Let's watch this fight. There's enough units here that I think it might be fun to see what the auto does, and we have enough mana that I'm not worried if it wastes some on like unimportant things. Well, I guess I'm glad I did something. Like, Fulmination really would have added a lot more damage, considering that this is Industrious. But we can use Fulmination against their capital. And this will at least punish them a little bit for having decided to hold the defense. Let's see what they do. Looks like they're gonna get mass cursed. Good. And a taunt coming down. Alright, well, that is the downside of sticking a bunch of like wands of dirtliness on your units, is that sometimes your heroes decide to dirtle in auto-resolve, but it's alright. It looks like our positioning, other than this guy being just like hilariously forward exposed, really isn't too bad, and I think Safanta is... Oh, stop clicking off of my guy. I want to look at this. 110 and 6 and 6 is not where you want to be for PvP, but that's okay. We're doing roguelike stuff. I think it'll be fine here. As long as you don't get focused down, you should be more than happy to just chew back. Oh, you're going in on the 160 HP Dark Knight? Alright. Alright, bro. So they got Houndmasters. So they are trying their best to kill our legend rank Dark Warrior or Dark Knights. That would be really annoying, honestly. We might be forced to like buy rush a couple of Dark Warriors if that happens, just to make sure that we have the full 18 out here. But we do, I guess, have an Outrider just wandering around, so if we have to bring one in, we can bring one in. There's an immobilized. Okay, can we break your defense mode on the Copper Golem with something else? Or maybe we just pop the retaliation with a different unit. Yeah, alright, that's good enough. As long as you are not taking the damage, mostly beating up Dark Knight, then I'll be pretty happy. And there it is, the betrayal. Our own pursuer just wailing on our own guy. The reason why I am not afraid of ranged pieces generically. Okay, good. We got that one down, which means that this Dark Knight probably will make it. Not definitely, because this is not a lot of defense, to be honest, but there is a chance. Yeah, it looks like this unit is not going to be able to attack that guy anyway, so this is going to be where the Houndmasters shoot. Don't kill me. No. Oh, you dick. Alright, fine. We'll have an Outrider around. Decaying is gonna finish this fight out pretty easily though. So yeah, we'll lose one Dark Knight. I think that's fine, because especially, like, I don't know if people noticed, but the enemy ruler is standing right outside the capital. So this should be a pretty clean finish here on this map, other than our single point of attrition. You died, so you are fired. Get out of here. Okay, yeah, there he is. So can we get a full stack here? We can get a full stack here. I'm not gonna bring this Dark Knight because I do not want a legend rank dying this close to the end. That would be incredibly annoying. But we can do this. And then we can do this. And you reinforce out to here, so we'll bring you guys, but not that injured one. And, yeah, Outrider we will fight in, and we will... I guess we have enough mana. There's no reason not to offer it to the AI if it feels it needs it. Okay, well, we lost another Dark Knight. That's not good, but we still have both of the legend ranks, and that's the important one. But now we're going to need to finish this out with, any summon? Euler? Do we have any summon? Oh my god, no, we have even better than a summon. We have, Democracy or Anarchy. Last vote for this run, almost certainly. So let me end that poll, and we'll start a new one. Democracy or Anarchy. So this is a poll where realistically we might not even finish one of these bad boys. Like, we're probably gonna take a tome and then immediately end this run. So vote with your spirit in mind more than anything else. Guess we do need to get another unit out there. So we could hypothetically go here, and then once this is done, we build the Dark Forge on the Forester, and then we use that to pump in a Dark Warrior, so we have a full 18 out there, because you guys have been giant bullies. Can't believe you didn't give me a summon. You guys are mean. You guys are so mean. Quick Phase could be good. Could be good. I guess I'll take this. This is fine. It's not exciting, but that's fine. It feels like it's true. I could believe it. I mean, like, if they nerfed the crap out of Ritualist and then they made a new like insanely busted thing, I would not be surprised. That does sometimes happen too. None of you can take another leg slot, so it doesn't matter. Go here to build an outpost. Come back. And then we just have to siege through this 50, and hopefully they can't piece together enough troops that it becomes a problem. But we will see. We will absolutely see. I think it's going to be an interesting final fight, kind of no matter what. Kind of no matter what. Can you stand on the tome? Yeah, you can. All right, sweet. See a 17 there. Tremor Ritual. We're doing. It looks like we're doing Anarchy again. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 tomes to choose from. Yeah, we have 6 to choose from. Let's do that. Random 1 through 6 and generate 4. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. We get Tome of Corruption, which we will then get literally nothing off of. Damn, we did it. We're gonna show off how broken Tome of Corruption is. Cool. Ridiculous. I guess I'm gonna start researching the Gloomstrider, and then we will see how it does nothing in the final fight, because I think we're gonna just be able to auto it out. We're gonna get all these busted abilities that don't do anything in this particular run. It's where we're gonna be. It's where I've been all along. Let's do this. Sure, we'll get some fire stuff. Fire stuff's pretty cool. People like that. Oh, I forgot to click what I was supposed to do with this. Oops. Does anybody have any movement points to go back there and deal with that? No. Well, whatever. It's an outpost. I don't really care about this outpost. The outpost awaits its fate and shall continue to await its fate for all of eternity. It is going to be cursed to
Hey, what happens
never
if
know.
your Greaves have Pass Through and Juggernaut?
I don't know. I mean, I think what that does is you have to run them together and see what happens.
Yeah, I think you probably have to stop your movement on each thing. Otherwise, you'd go through it, probably. But I'm going to find out. I put it on.
My chat denied me access to anything except for, like, Anarchy Tomes, and it's turn 49, and I still don't have a usable summon. No usable summon. I have Rock Giant. If I had 10,000 mana to finish my Wizard Tower Apex, then I could add a Rock Giant. Maybe I just buy rush a Pursuer.
My chat just
get
worries
it to the
about
front.
making me name things Foot Fetish.
Yeah, I'll just do that. Whatever. You're fast enough. You're fast enough, Pursuer. Don't screw up. Don't get caught by that army. Go this way and join the front.
So your weird certain scenario of Juggernaut and Pass Through. There was recently a chat on the official Discord where they found out that if a displace and replace mob hits a gremlin, they teleport with the gremlin.
Oh, interesting.
Sick. I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, we'll go that way. We'll get there. Okay, so yes, we can now begin the Siege of Fold. I don't know how many troops they have, but suspect we're gonna be doing okay here anyway. Kind of regardless. Regardless of the fact that we are not going to have a full stack, I think we're gonna be all right. We just want to make sure that we have enough to start the siege. So let's do you. You can still get adjacent if we go here. Can this siege? No, this tile cannot siege out. So we need to be able to get everybody to 1, 2, 3 inside of enemy terrain, which means we won't be able to take advantage of this outpost at all. If we want to heal.
Huh?
You know what? I'm gonna face check. We'll see what's down here. Looks like 10 units. So there are gonna be some units here to defend this. Do we have enough to grab another siege slot? We do. Awesome. Cool. Okay. Yeah, let's start the siege. Let's add some projects. It looks like Tremor Ritual is gonna be one of them. So now it's down to 4 turns, right? 4 turns. We could add Headlong Assault to try to bring this down even further, but I don't think we need to. I'm just gonna add Fumigation, and then I could do Tower Bombardment. I wouldn't hate that for removing catapult towers. But we do also have the cash for harassed offenders. The cats are not particularly dangerous in terms of damage output, but they are annoying if we don't answer them. And we're fighting against Industrious, so yeah, I'm going to take the Tower Bombardment, because they're just, like, not going to take anything from the physical damage side of things. Alright, so we have to stack up here enough that we're not going to get attacked out. Yeah, I think that's what we got to do. The Pursuer can join, so that's 5. And I guess we could take another Pursuer in. That's 6. That burns a little EXP because those guys are already legend rank. We could hypothetically have sent the Outrider ahead to try to get in on this, but I don't think it's worth it. So you reinforce out to here. This means 68 HP. I don't think they're going to be able to attack in if we do this. So let's go like here. Let's go here.
What?
Here. Oh, sure. They changed the... I mean, they changed the animal, but I'll tell you that, like, honestly, the randomness on animal summoning was kind of part of the strength of it. Sometimes you ended up with a really, 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 really good roll on animal summoning, like one that ended up giving you effectively the entire game. As long as you were close enough to attack somebody, it was pretty difficult for anybody to stop you. So like, I don't even necessarily see that as a pure buff. It's not wrong that they made that change, because like, I imagine it probably did annoy a lot of random people. But the fact of the matter is that like, the ability to pick up level 2 animals that could evolve was actually really strong. And without that, the Empire tree for nature remains the biggest problem for that tome, and that problem is not solved, at least as far as I know. So like, until they fix the nature thing, you can choose the tier 2 evolutionary spiders. Are they cheaper? Because like they made it so they're a lot more expensive, didn't they? Mana cost. Okay, so maybe it'll still work if you take mana channelers, because I generically actually really enjoyed mana channelers on barbarians to just do crazy stuff. But if you have to spend a bunch of extra mana on it, then that is a little spookier. All right, AI, don't just one time. Do not be a dick. Let me heal for 1 turn here. What did I say? What did I say? I said 1 time. Don't be a dick. All right. Well, I split up my stacks, so now we have to take this fight with like 3 of our Dark Knights not even in the combat because I was greedy as heck. So let's see how that does. You could have left one of those in there, Walker. It probably was at good enough HP, probably, but this will be a dramatic end to, I think, a dramatic first roguelike here. So I'm not gonna make us play this out. If we win or lose, I don't really care. This is gonna be the ultimate battle of Ultimate Destiny, and we will see if my 15 units can beat their 13 units or whatever. We do have everybody on defense mode. What the hell? What? Why is the AI broken? Why was everyone on defense mode there? Auto combat, don't break. You're my one and only love. Work, please. Don't do nothing. Okay, perfect. Using anti-magic tincture on units that are not stunned. Good. Bro, just use your magical nuke ability. Please, don't do miss. You're better than that. I know you're better than that. All right, let's see where they go. Maybe the game was trying to like take advantage of the fact that some of the units got poisoned by fulmination, but if that's what they were doing, I don't think that's correct. You gotta get in there. You gotta take the fight to the enemy, buddy. Okay, so they're going to miss. I'm gonna put this in mid speed, so that way we have a little bit of time to react to what they're doing. Looks like it is gonna be bastions, just like mostly industrious stuff going on over here. Nothing surprising, but their unit quality, it looks like it is actually genuinely a little higher than ours, especially because they did manage to keep most of these towers online. Destroy one of the towers, please, AI. Like, you have the ability to here, I think. If you believe in yourself, AI, I believe that you can do it. I believe you can destroy some of these catapults, and then we won't take as much damage from that crap. All right, what are you gonna do with your casting? Are you gonna anti-magic tincture units that aren't affected by anything yet again? You're gonna dump in lightning evocation. That's good. Looks like it actually did cast the baleful thing over there. That's pretty good too. It's unfortunate that we didn't get the destroy a catapult tower out of the magma spirit, because that really could have made a big difference here. But it's also unfortunate that you were greedy, Walker, and that you decided to break off all 3 of your Dark Knights to heal instead of just 2 of them, because you could have done that. I know you could have done that. You just chose not to, because, I don't know, because that's just the way you are now. You chose not to do the thing, because that's the way you are. You have at least still... I think this looks like a good early engagement. Because if we can kill their ruler before they use all their casting points, then I think that's a reasonable deal for us. Let's find out. Adjacent to a champion of perseverance. This guy has 188 HP, Jesus Christ. We do also have like a secret monstrosity in that all of our heroes are pretty busted, so even if this Dark Knight goes down, we're not entirely out of good units. How long is this guy around for? The Spider Matriarch is for 4, or for 3 more turns. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Don't kill the Warlock. I want this Warlock to live the dream. This might be our first Warlock from the game start. I probably should have named them, so that way we would know if one of them actually like made it all the way through. I know that you are not the same Outrider from the very beginning of the game, but we will see what our autos do here. Okay, so we've got more damage coming out. Good. Thank God. You know, you didn't have to use a mass curse on one unit, AI. I know you know better than that. You have the ability to understand that. I know you do. Okay, so we can do the phase here, I think. Are you gonna use the phase? Maybe it doesn't need to. Yeah, it's just gonna walk away and then shoot it. Alright, that's not an atrocity either. Looks like the fact that we're... Oh, yeah, sweet. Death Knight, get in there. I mean, we could have a mod, but I also could have just, like, named the starting units. And then they would have... Because you can do that, right? I assume that you can do that in Age of Wonders 4. Like, that feels like the sort of thing that Triumph would want to include. They like including stuff like that. Oh no. Are they gonna take down our legend rank Warlock? It sure looks like it. This is tough. This is spooky. We're gonna have very few tools available in this combat other than our heroes in very short order here. Looks like most of the front line really is just like not in this combat, and they have like 400 extra units because it's Industrious on their capital. You could have waited one turn to heal, Walker. I know you could have. Like, and you know you could have. Everyone here knows you could have. It's a choice that you made. Look at the consequences of the decisions that you've made, Walker. Just look at them. Just look at yourself. Okay, so I think that I think this Iron Golem is not gonna die from dots, right? We're gonna have to wait until somebody uses an AoE. No, it did die from dots. All right, good. Okay, so we got a nice big shot in here. But I feel like maybe it was even a bad idea to give our hero a good weapon to attack with, because it looks like it's affecting the AI's decision making in terms of using its other abilities, and I kind of need it to use its other abilities here. Okay, so the AI is just going to town on that summoned unit. Perfect. Just absolutely demolishing that summoned unit. You show him who's boss, AI. All right. So the giant king is coming in. I think we are gonna lose this because there just wasn't enough front line here because I split it off, and we did not get good targeting on this Vitun frozen force here. So we will be, I guess, once this combat is over, I'm going to take another short little bio break, and then we'll run a second one of these. Considering how long this first one went, I'm going to set it to normal map size, and then hopefully we will get everything done in like 3.5 hours or 4 hours or whatever. So that way we can actually like get multiple runs done in one event. Oh, maybe, like, if that freaking hero were just alive, then I would actually feel like a lot more likely that we would get this done. But the Tremor Ritual is not gonna do it, I don't think. And we just didn't have enough front line. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes with these guys. Oh, oh, whoa, obliterated by rocks. And yeah, there it is. Oh, not quite. Not quite. Our last little mage over here is actually still doing things. Going in? No, not going in. The AI is just the AI refuses to retreat. The AI shall die a glorious battle, die a death in glorious battle, rather than run away. Which is, I salute you, AI. You've made a valiant effort here, and that should trigger retreat on Night Guard from losses. Yeah, that should do it. Oh, maybe the AI was like trying to slow it down to give us access to Tremor Ritual. I mean, that's cute. I don't think it did enough, but that is cute. And the Night Guard should run next turn, I think. Yeah, I think the Night Guard's gonna run like next turn. Gracian. Oh, I held the wrong button down. Gracian.
Yes.
I died.
You died.
I mean, the AI killed me. Like, I broke off 3 Dark Knights to try to let them heal for 1 turn, and then went in to start a siege on their capital without the Dark Knights, and then the AI attacked out and killed me.
Oh my god! And killed all of your units.
Maybe it wiped me. I think I'm gonna just like play this as a pure roguelike. Like, unless we die early, I'm gonna just like accept the roguelike outcomes. Yeah, there it is. And they just chase down the 3 remaining. I had 2 legend rank Dark Knights that I did not bring into this fight because I was dumb. 2 of them.
Was it close enough that it would have mattered? Kind of sounds like you got run over.
I mean, I got run over, but it was like, if you watch the fight, like there were a couple of cases where the AI was like insanely close on their ruler dying. And if we just had like a little more front line to like actually kill them, I think we actually could have done it. It would be interesting to see, but I'm not gonna reload it. We will just accept that the consequence of roguelikes is sometimes you die.
Yeah, sometimes you die.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I'm gonna start my second one. Are you still going?
I'm still going. I think I think there's a possibility I win this game.
Oh, sick. All right. Well, I'm actually gonna post another like vote thing. Do you have any like settings that you want to see, Gracian? The only thing that I'm definitely not going to do is I'm playing on a medium map, so that way this game is like fast.
Yeah, I'm also on medium. Yep.
That's
thought about doing small, but yeah, I would say put every single thing on random like I did, and put the difficulty to maximum on world threat and on enemy AI.
Threat. That high world threat would just slow the whole game down, like pretty meaningfully.
Get good.
No, it slows the game down and makes the AI worse. Like, you just do observations and see how often they die against high world threat. They die all the time, and then they don't do research.
Well, Nimue isn't having trouble with that.
All right.
Showing up with a lot of forces.
You've convinced me for this one, though. We're gonna do pure randoms. I don't know. I'm not gonna read any of those. I'm not gonna see what they do. I'm just gonna confirm this, and
yeah, I just learned
see the outcomes.
I just learned my 9th of 10 random traits, which is Ruined Realm.
Sick.
So there's still one which I haven't learned somehow. Wonder what that
Anthony,
is.
we could run one of those like at some point in the future, but it's once you do that, then it makes it so that like the AI really cannot beat you, even if you do like major advantage brutal AI. Like they die to the map way too often. I'm curious if that's true on the Griffon, because it sounds like the modifiers that we can use to buff the AI are really different. So that way they'll actually survive better against the map. But because advantage doesn't come into play when creeping, just when fighting against another player, like if you just run a bunch of games on observer effectively. We don't have actual observer, so we can't actually do an observer game on the channel. I would like to do that, but we cannot do it. But we can't do actual observer, so you do actual like close enough with the Barents thing that I showed in all the tier lists, and then you just watch the AI do like 30-40 turns of just watching the AI on high world map threat and toll and regenerating, and you'll see that the AI dies like constantly, and then that results in them just like not having HP because they're dead all the time. All right, well, I'm gonna say that this build looks ridiculous because we do at least have a dragon and we have adaptable on feudal aristocracy. I think feudal aristocracy is something that I want to talk about more, so I'm kind of glad that we rolled into it because it is something that people I think correctly identify as being powerful, but I think tends to overemphasize the power of the things, because the fact of the matter is that like keeping all of your units alive for creeping is good. It's typically not as important as being able to scale up the HP on your heroes, like on the important things that really rock and roll. But yeah, this build looks pretty strong, honestly. Yeah, you sort of can do that, Tiger Eye. That's how I have to like collect data whenever I'm looking at like different kinds of interactions on the AI, is that you just use the console command to reveal the whole map, and then you make it so you're like immortal in auto resolves, because that's an option that you can do too, and then generally the AI will not declare war on you. But it's really ineffective once you start getting into the mid and late game, because the AI will start like trying to interact with you as an actual player and send you diplomacy and try to get you involved in combat. Like there's no real way to do a true observer a la Paradox Interactive, and that's really what I think we need and deserve. Okay, well, I'm gonna take another little bio break here, and I'll be right back. Depending on how deep this run goes, we may end up being forced to take yet another bio break so I can get some food, but this one should be way smaller because I don't think we rolled into an Umbral Abyss. Because yeah, we didn't roll into an Umbral Abyss. We don't have anything here, so this should be a pretty quick showdown with the AI and see, you know, who has the ability to field a reasonable number of troops in an unreasonable amount of time. All right, I'll be right back. Eileen has a collection of plants on our back porch that she uses for her own evil experimentation purposes. So I forgot to check what our starting tome was, but all right. It looks like we got Zeal. That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't think we need to necessarily re-roll to find anything, but considering that Quentin is right here and does not have a wall, we're gonna have to be careful as to how we interact with that free city. Getting a tier 1 free city is honestly mostly bad for you, especially here, because we're gonna have 15 turns to wait until we get Shadow 1. Yeah, I think 15 turns to get Shadow 1. That's crazy. But Liege Lord, this is good. This is fine. Like, I think people largely overemphasize the effect of this early game because of they like the passive healing, but if you just watch combats, you'll know that passive healing is not really as important as some people like to make it out to be. You get a lot of healing through active healing in Age of Wonders 4. It's just the nature of the game. But we can still do some stuff here on turn 1. We'll probably be bounce over there and come back. We have Chosen Uniters. Oh, Chosen Uniters. All right. I don't really want to leave Quentin here as a vassal, considering how close it is to us. But I also don't really want to become evil. But I guess like this ability borderline does nothing for most builds. Damage spells get 10%. Battle mages get extra casting is fine potentially. All right. Well, we'll start this fight because we need 7 units anyway. Yeah, we need 7 units anyway, and we don't need mana for this. If you guys lose anything into that fight, you are so dumb. Yeah, it's still rounding up. Good. Alright, well then this actually looks pretty reasonable. Because we can take that fight and then probably hook around this way and then come back to Quentin. Because this is not guarded, this is not guarded, and without a guarded fight, you're just not wasting time standing around waiting for units to come online. So we need 7 for this fight also. So it's a good thing that we didn't lose anything in that fight. Can we take it if we split the dragon off? Yes, we could. But then we wouldn't have the bonus. Or we could send you back to grab production. But this is like kind of why I'm not like over the moon about. I think this is good actually, honestly, that these things are not like busted, that they didn't rework feudal into being completely broken. But like some of the things that you get in Age of Wonders 4 are a little better than some of the other things you get. And in this case, yeah, the zealot does nothing. We can get 2 militia instead of 1 zealot. Seems like a little bit of a better deal here. And we can split Archer off to work on workshop. Then you won't be here for this fight. Maybe we want that, honestly though. Because this is a bunch, well, that's a bunch of melee units. And then that would get us a level up. So we'd be level 2. And this doesn't look like it'll be difficult, but I think it's probably better to just let ourselves make sure that we're getting max EXP capture so that we were actually like using what we're supposed to be doing, which is evolving units. But it does look like adaptable, unfortunately, is not rounding after, it's rounding before. Or it's just not applying at all. I don't know. There's no tag here for adaptable on these guys, but I think adaptable, if it's not applying after rounding and then triggering another re-round, it's probably a D trait. Like, if it doesn't do anything, it doesn't do anything. And if it's not affecting your ability to actually gain experience points out of most fights, then it's a point that basically does nothing. Yeah, I mean, sure, I guess we'll give a Whispering Stone to our capital, and then once we capture Quentin, we'll give one there too. We might have to just float on Quentin, where we like siege it down and then march out. Yeah, we'll go here. Militia in range for you. This was 16, so yeah, we needed 7 for that. And I guess we will probably not want extra experience points on the archer. It's just not an important unit. And we can't get in range for you, but we could get in range for the defender, and then we would still have...
My faction leader has the displacement ability and went forward, and then got pummeled down to 1 health in one turn from full health.
Oh god!
Yeah. So she's 1 health. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, we have enough mana that
you remember that game when my mage hero teleported into the enemy 3 times?
Yeah. Okay, I did take phase on her, so actually we're good. We're good for now.
I feel like displacement was totally fine in like when it got reworked on Tiger, and then got a lot worse when they nerfed it again for some reason.
What did they do to nerf it? I don't remember this.
So displacement used to be on like any attack, and then they changed it to on ranged attacks only, I think, that trigger it. So it still gets like the evasion, but like you don't get the like as much scaling in terms of defense if somebody's just like hitting you. And so it still is random, but it lost the like random and good element, and now it's just back down to being random again.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I rolled a dragon this time though, so you should fear me, Gracian. Also, I'm on a smaller map, so this one hopefully will take 3 hours max. That's what I'm hoping for. Oh, they're gonna kill that defender. It's okay. We got militia for a reason, so we can just like get as many of these little dingly bop guys as we want. They're not gonna replace our ability to evolve entirely, but considering the size of the map, I'm not super concerned about that. Okay, so you finished that guy off, good. And good, we're gonna shred some models off of the zealots, that way at least we're not taking like 10,000 damage when the zealots wail on our ruler. What class was our ruler? A Death Knight. We got a Death Knight, an Order Death Knight. Oh no, I got an Astral Death Knight dragon over here.
Oh. Forbidden.
Yeah, the Forbidden Alchemy. Oh my god. Yep, there we go. Some nice healing. Perfect. And because we have herbivores, I'm not super worried about any sort of like touch damage on anybody. It's just if we lose actual units, which we did, but that was the unit we engaged with, so I'm not really surprised. And I guess we can grab a workshop boost and then flip to... Man, what are we gonna flip that to? Guess we're gonna get in 2 turns, we're gonna get something useful, so I'm gonna go ahead and swap you into... Guess we could even just take up Blacksmith again.
Guys, we talked about this. We're not doing grazes anymore. We're just not doing that.
Not doing it? You're gonna submit an official file? No more grazes? Let's go scout. Alright, sweet. There's an umbral nest. There's some stuff to fight. Alright, good. Good. Love fighting things. Alright, so you, I guess, can hang out here. I think we need more movement points. I don't think it makes sense to not do that. We could also break the dragon off and just go at it. No, we're 1 outside to being able to do that. Alright, well, we'll do that, I guess, next turn, maybe. I would like to be able to incorporate some of this territory before we move in on Quentin, but we need all 5 turns of income to make sure we absorb that. Might make sense to even do a little later, but I'm gonna start down this route. We're gonna pick up the Bone Wyvern again, double dragons, and I'm gonna pick up another defender. I guess I am gonna make a blacksmith anyway. We'll switch you to a quarry, and then we'll pick up that quarry before we finish the blacksmith. Yeah, that looks alright. Is one tile of movement for these guys worth? Yeah, it's worth it. Go here, and then I guess we could even chuck in another zealot stack because we do have the mana available. Yeah, that seems okay. There's production to fight too, right? Yeah, there's production to fight. Sweet. Yeah, we got plenty of things to fight over here. All right, so there's a gorilla, an ape. Perfect. So this is 18 here. So this is another 8 unit fight. So we have 4, 6, 7, 8 if we want to bring them all. But I might want to not bring the militia. Nah, we got herbivores. It's actually a 56 HP. This is fine. Yeah, we'll go here. Yeah, that looks alright. Oh man, we can't get in range for another fight this turn. Yeah, whatever. Auto that. Do you need mana? Yeah, you get mana because we don't really need it, but there is. You know what? I haven't actually seen an ape in combat either. I want to see if its animations are silly and jankly or not. But we have enough mana for the AI to cast spells if it feels like it needs to. So I'm not super worried about autoing it or not. And we're going to see all of the herbivores just immediately apply themselves and heal for 2 HP, but I'd rather that it does that than not heal at all. And hey, we got some nice little buffs at least. Oh, it's like straight using it all the time. I don't know about that. I mean, I guess that makes it less likely for the auto resolve to like run off into the distance to use the herbivore ability. And I guess it's not like atrocious because it does allows you to pick up buffs before engagement, but that does mean that herbivores is a little worse for wear with the current AI than it used to be. Because it used to actually wait until it had damage on it, but then it would like break away and run across the map. So it was a mixed bag for sure. Okay, so the ape is going to be able to just like run in here and demolish some of these little buddies. It's a good thing we have 2 pole arms for potentially dealing with our large boy. Oh, they're running over there to demolish that unit. All right, well, Archer, you were extremely expendable, so be expended. The fact that we have Ferocious is like nice, but it's do not overemphasize your ability to get damage out of retaliation attacks. Instead of overemphasizing your ability to get retaliation attacks, shoot your own units with archers. That's the way that you win in auto resolves. Okay, Decaying Zombie is going to at least give us a little bit of damage to attract, but yeah, that archer's gone. And that's all temporary HP, so you can do as much damage there if you want as you want, Giant Ape. Don't shoot yourself. Okay. Oh my god. Don't shoot yourself, instead get demolished by a retaliation attack. Good. Much better. Alright, are they gonna kill this? Looks like, yeah, they're gonna kill that. Sure. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, the unit quality on Aristocracy is a lot higher than the unit quality on Old School Feudal, but it's still not remotely close to the unit quality on Barbarian. and it is pretty far in terms of outcomes. I think in terms of like if you know how to use Mystic Attunement, you're definitely going to get better results out of it than you will out of Aristocracy. But Aristocracy is good. It's fine. It does what it needs to do, which is like be a pretty easy to understand faction that that new players can use and have fun with, and that's where it should be balanced. And I think it's mostly balanced for that too. Could drop in the zealot here, but I might want to get another stack of militia here, so that way at least we have as many units as possible. So a buttload of archers, so we also aren't like this. If we had the ability to siege this down, then this would actually be easier, because we could bring the harassed defenders and get like obliterate those guys on the world map. But I think this will be all right. Yeah, I'm gonna make some more units, that way if we want to clear out the Umbral Nest, we can. And I think the way we're gonna do that is gonna be zealots, honestly, because these guys look like they're gonna be primarily weak to spirit. Yeah, they're gonna be entirely weak to spirit, so we will want a second zealot out here, and that means we're dropping you and popping you. Good. Yeah, that looks alright. Boom. You are extremely rude, Quentin. I cannot believe that you are trying to deny me my creep. Well, I guess we're gonna have to declare war on Quentin and let them clear this node off and cannibalize it for themselves, because now this is 9 units without a wall. That is not responsible to attempt to fight with an early game army. That is how you get your army stack wiped. So I guess we will do this. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll drop in another zealot up here, and then we'll declare war on Quentin and get some gold, which we do need, so I am happy to do it. Traded off a militia for level 3. Okay, not bad. And now we get at least a little bit of front-loaded HP for our guys. We could make an outpost right here. The outpost really wouldn't have anywhere supremely useful to go other than maybe this for a mine. But considering that we are going to need to take some amount of time to allow this to be dealt with, I think we have to go here and build an outpost. Okay, stronghold. We're picking up a second quarry here because this is swapping. And then we don't have to cast anything because we don't actually have any casting points, so we can just wait until next turn. And I think that'll be good. It's like we're probably not going to be able to attack the Umbral Nest until we get a couple more units down there, but I think we can get a couple more units down there in fairly short order here. Because we can clear this out, and then that'll give us a blacksmith pop here, because that should fire. Is that worth potentially trading the scout for? I guess we have to. Yeah, I think we have to. Yeah, I think that's got to be what we do. So we're gonna rely on herbivores to attempt to keep these units alive, but I think we have to do it that way. I am gonna give this thing AI, or I'm gonna give it mana for this fight, so that we can watch it, and I can go grab my my Popeye's chicken tenders and eat this while attempting to lazily comment on this combat. But I think that this combat does look imminently winnable because we do have so much front-loaded like temporary HP options, so many. Oh, cool. The scout just ran away. Like, we would have healed you if you just stood still. Like, you would have been fine, you darn chicken. I think that's okay. I think that's still gonna be all right. Nimbus is gonna get clobbered, but He's a dragon. I think that's probably all right. Yeah, I think that's probably all right. All right, I'll be right back. I'm grabbing my chicken tendies. All right, good. Nimbus did not die in the 45 seconds it took me to get some calories. Good. Don't make me regret saying that, Nimbus. If you die right here, I'll be so disappointed in you. Let's see what you're up to. Okay, good, you're getting healed. Wait a second. Why'd you take 600 damage from that decaying zombie? What were you doing? Support unit, stop standing in the way. Stop preventing our units from being able to engage the enemy. Be a friend. I think it's okay. Looks like a reasonable fight. I love everything at Popeyes. It's definitely my favorite, like, chicken blah place. Out of all the chicken blah places, Popeyes A tier. Maybe even S minus. Like, really, really good. If this thing hadn't popped, we could literally attack next turn, but I think it would be psychotically greedy to attempt to attack into 10 units. So I think we have to take the Umbral Nest instead. Can we get there? We can get there with the Defender at least. So that's good. Gives us some more military strength here. I think I'm okay picking up even more draft here, just so we can actually like keep pressure on the board. Like militia kind of are also supposed to do that, but they really only kind of do that. Now let's make another zealot. You better take that tile, Quentin. If you don't take that tile, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm so mad you will not hear the end of it. Is this enough healing for what we're trying to do? I think so. I think we're probably okay doing this. Did you really not start working on something last turn, Walker? Did you really, like, buy out that Defender and then just entirely vibe? Because that's what the game seems to think. That is what it seems to think. New research. I guess we'll take Fanatical Workforce. I don't know if we're going to have enough mana to actually use it or not. That is another one of those things that tends to be, I think, misevaluated. That it's fine, it's good for some things. Like, Primal desperately wants Fanatical Workforce because they have to get to tier 3, otherwise their military just, like, does not function. But if you're not playing Primal and you're not playing a faction that is having difficulty creeping, then you actually don't get nearly as much out of Fanatical Workforce as you do out of just, like, making units and fighting stuff. We could get another food thing here, though. How much do we need for Stronghold to grow? Where are you? 3. We need 100. We need like 80 something food. So actually, if we get this, that would be the food for sure. And then we could take the Umbral Nest next turn. Oh, but the scout is not going to be able to start the fight next turn. Or this turn, is it? No, it will. Okay. Yeah, let's see if we can start this fight. There's a Shrieker's Tomb. Okay, Gracian, do you remember? Shrieker's Tomb is not one of them that you can clear for free, right?
I have the list. Hang on. Let me see here. I don't see Shrieker's Tomb on here.
That's what I remembered. Like, there's one that looks like the
Eternal Bed Chambers.
Yeah,
Eternal Bed Chambers and Lost Queen's Crypt are like the same model.
Yeah. Yep. I guess we're gonna have to do this. Not thrilled with that, but I think it is where we are. And I think we're just gonna have to count on herbivores again. And we have the mana, so I'm gonna feed it back in again. Okay. Trading off a Zealot for that is definitely worth it. For real? Oh, no. Yes, for real. We did get there. Alright, cool. So we want a Forester, really. And ideally a Forester with a Dingly Bop attached to it, but it doesn't look like we're going to get one of those. We could grab this and then switch this into a Forester. I'm actually okay with that, too. It gets us a little extra cash for the purposes of buy rushing whatever. Yeah, oh, that's alright. And we're not going to be able to heal on that Umbral, or like get back to our friendly terrain. We could build a work camp for 3, but I don't think that's worth 100 gold, considering that we're probably not going to be in that area anytime soon. So now we'll just wait for passive healing to come in, and we will, I guess, start working on Legion of Zeal. Yeah, I'm gonna start working on Legion of Zeal. And hopefully they just clear this out, Quentin. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Alright, so we can go here, and we'll set up for an attack on Quentin next turn, and we'll have Legion of Zeal online for it too. That's pretty good. I'll just work on a quarry. A library. I think we're gonna need the scaling. Okay, Quentin. If you spawn either of these things, please, please, please spawn a stack that is not being protected by your center stack. You hear what I'm saying to you? Don't be a dick. Alright, sweet. Quentin was not a dick, which means that we get to go over here and mulch them down. Yeah. That'll be good. So 1, 2. Because we just drop in the Legion now before the fight. No reason to wait. How much would it cost to buy rush one of these guys, though? 130 gold. Is that worth 130 gold to add an extra unit here? So this is a buttload of points, EXP, because this is a hero. And heroes count as tier 5s. So this is 12? No. Yes, 12. And then 16, 20, 28. Actually, nominally, 28 kind of asks you to bring 6 for 5 EXP each, but I don't think we have 6 that are strong enough to take this fight, honestly, so I think we need to do the next step up. And the next break point there is 8. Because of rounding, so yeah, this is correct. Right. Isn't this? No, if it's 28 and we bring 9, then everyone will get 3 EXP each. Whereas if we bring 8, everyone is still going to get 3 EXP each. So yeah, we actually should bring another unit if we can afford it, and I think we probably should attempt to. So that way we try to start stemming the attrition. Yeah, I think that's what we got to do. All right, let's see this fight. Let's see how the AI responds to our dragons, and if we can find anything to eat at the beginning of a siege combat. Fortunately, it's not a true siege combat, so like there are still bushes here. I don't think they redid the siege map to include more things for herbivores to eat. Yo, what's up, Bruno? Oh yeah, no, you're fine. We died on like the final battle last time. I decided to. Oh, I think you were here for that. But we decided to break off our elite Dark Knights to let them heal, and then decided to go ahead and lay siege to Industrious's capital, where they of course had the extra bastion set up. So, kind of like the VIP stream, I kind of feel like we earned that defeat. That was a good fight regardless, though. It was pretty interesting to watch. But now we're seeing the new herbivores, and herbivores are extremely aggressive at using the healing ability, even when they can't actually get healing off. It's gonna be kind of spooky to see how our army holds here. We're playing with the aristocracy. That's what we rolled into. I think it's good that the feudals are playable. I think mostly people seem to overemphasize how strong they are, because the other thing is that like their affinities are not good. But like the main critique I have about them is that like they have all these passive abilities, and that's good for onboarding new units or new players, but like don't think that makes them powerful. Generally speaking, passive abilities are there for new players to get something useful and for the AI to get something useful. Good players in Age of Wonders 4 mostly look for active things, because you just want to get as many stupid fights as you can. And yeah, it looks like the unit quality on feudal is better, but it's still unit quality on feudal. So we lost 2 defenders. It's gonna make clearing the Umbral Nest pretty annoying, so we'll have to make more zealots to fill in. We could make militia, but just due to the spirit damage effect, I probably, well, I guess if we have, since we have Legion of Zeal, it might not be inappropriate to just pick up militia if we have the cash. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we have at the end of this fight, because we also might get a body to sell, and because we're not currently on Necromancy, I'm pretty happy just selling it, rather than trying to figure out how to resurrect it for 1,000 mana. Okay. Yeah, we'll get that off of dots, but we got it. So it looks like we lost, yeah, both defenders there. That is, and these are adaptable too, but apparently adaptable does not do anything again. I don't know why they nerf some of these things. Why do they nerf some of these things? Help me understand what is motivating you, Triumph, in regards to your decisions on game balance. And then we can try to help you inform the decisions that you make about game balance. If we understand what you're thinking, it will make your life easier. Unfortunately, this is a tier 1, so we really get borderline no real scaling off of conquering them, but you do get a couple of pops, and you get a little bit of time, and tempo is really important. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have to do this with zealots. Not thrilled with that, but at least we have a level 4 dragon, which is gonna make this a lot easier. I'm not gonna put the wand of animal summoning here because I don't want to like screw up the AI and make it do dumb stuff. Because we are going to do the reset flip here for cool people like just having fun. We're gonna pick up Astral Aspect and then we'll swap out of it later. But at the beginning of the game, getting access to a massive nuke attack is actually great for your auto resolves, and we have a Death Knight, so we'll do some massive nuke attacks. Looks like another Death Knight here. It's a Scholarly Governor. It's a very powerful option, but it's also a Crusader ambition. And we just need cash, so I'm going to sell that body. We'll make another Defender, and I guess if the Militia are going to take 2 turns to get down there and the Zealots will only take 1, it would hypothetically be more useful to get the Zealot, but like 2x Militia is a lot of extra spirit damage that we can potentially add to a bunch of dudes who are weak to spirit. And we're gonna have issues with EXP capture otherwise, so I am gonna take Militia. I guess we could even... Do we have enough movement points to go here and then come back? Yeah, we do. Oh, but we don't have enough... God damn it. We don't have enough gold to do that and Militia. Like, if we cancel Militia and then swap back to Summon Zealot, we could do this instead. And then we'd set up to try to attack the Shrieker once we're done with the Umbral Nest. No, I think we're just going to have to wait. We're just going to have to wait. Just gonna have to heal and do nothing. Yeah, I think that's where this economy seems to be. All right, so we have 3 more turns to get to top 5. If we had the cash to start working on Town Hall 2, I'd definitely be down for it, so we can start working on some Aspirant Knights. But given that we're not there, I'm okay taking Arcane Institute. We are gonna need to find inputs for like actually using Fanatical Workforce here. But once we do, I think this will be all right. Yeah, we'll get 2 more units for that Umbral Nest next turn. Actually, you can even get 3 more units if we work on a Summon Zealot.
Hey guys,
I think we need
if I click on my armies tab, do you want to know how many units I have?
Do you have 69?
Yeah, but subtract 69 from that.
You have 0?
I have 0 units. 0 units.
I'm so proud of
0
you.
heroes.
I'm so proud of you. Gracie,
Yeah,
wait.
I'll be surrendering. I lost at Nimue.
Well, I think that's probably
she
wise.
My ass twice in a row.
Oh my god. But this format is so fun, right? Like, it's incredibly bizarre, and you get to like see very strange things. But I think it's useful from a learning standpoint, and I think it's fun too.
Oh yeah, this was very strange and interesting. I think I'm gonna surrender this one because I have 0 units.
I think that's probably smart.
You know what? Let's check the balance of power. Let's just see. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll just use a Zealot to start this.
Okay,
fight.
victory condition. So I'm at 4 of 4 in military.
Yeah, we'll just see how
hard to do worse than 0 units.
I mean, hard to, but not impossible to. Not with that attitude.
I don't think you can have negative units.
Not with that attitude.
How can I adjust my attitude to have less than 0 units?
I'm not. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. We'll have to run this again and see if there's any way we can create like overflows or something like that. There's got to be a way to do it, right?
Yeah, my vassal that I have one vassal, and they're being destroyed by 2 primordial pyromoths, which are the tier 5s. And they had 2 phoenixes. There's now 1. I don't know where the other one is, and 2 summer fairies. So they had just like the most fire you could imagine. And they were like, "Could we get your help?" And I was like, "Yeah, about that."
Yeah. Oh, great. My auto resolve just like ran my ruler straight into the entire wall of enemy units.
All right, I think I'm gonna start a new game. I'm gonna play for like 1 hour. I think I'll be done at 8.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
My stream's about wrapping up, and my charities have stopped coming in, the donations. So I think I'll just play for a little bit longer, just in case anybody like got off work and wants to tune in for a bit. All right, I'm surrendering this puppy.
Oh my god, don't die. Oh, all right, well, I guess there it is. Well, I died on like turn 9 or something like that in an auto resolve. I'm gonna call this run done. I think it's interesting to just like see what else is going on, and because like I know some people have been saying that aristocracy is ridiculously overpowered, but that's not true in vanilla. Like it might be true in evolved, but I think aristocracy is like fine. I think it's actually good that it is easy to use, but like if you know how to play the game, you know that active incomes and stuff matter 10,000 times more than like passive little dingly bop stuff.
Yeah, in our multiplayer sessions, it is pretty strong though, I have to say. And I'm not saying you're wrong. Like obviously there's nuance.
With optimized things, I wouldn't be surprised if you can make your units like run a little better, but like you guys aren't using barbarians or attunement, right? Like you're not using the top tier things. You're using mid tier stuff, right? Was anybody using barbarians or attunement?
Barbarians, I don't see often.
Yeah, like most of the time, WinSlaya's group is very good at like exploring the off meta picks, and so like you end up seeing things that are not top tier. I think aristocracy is good. I think it's probably A- zone, like where it can definitely perform. But like the fact of the matter is that like the bonuses that you get are not they're not the kind of bonuses that you get out of stuff like barbarians, where your map clearing is just disgusting because you have active abilities out the wazoo. Instead you have just like a couple of advantages in terms of passive bonuses. That's just not usually enough. Not usually enough. Alright, we're gonna randomize again, and we will see what the game does to us this time, and what random factions we get here. Oathsworn Strife is interesting. Duelist is probably never going to trigger, so we're gonna have an ambition without a renown system, like, at all. That'll be tricky to support. I'm not sure how we're going to get any value out of our ruler here, but we will see. We will see how it does. Gracian, have you been rolling into different ambitions?
No, I actually have told every single person to just deal with it.
Like, what ambition have you been running with? Or have you just been taking whatever you get?
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean I thought you were talking about the sub goals of your heroes. No, for my ruler. No, I just was like whatever you rolled into.
Yeah, whatever you roll. I just rolled into duelist with my beefy paladins.
Okay, this time I'm leaving everything on random except I'm turning off the presence, so it's just me and one other person, and I'm turning on Legends of Merida, so we get the wacky stuff. But I'm only playing for an hour, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's legit. I think Strife is the worst of the Oathsworn, but I do think that you have good enough, high enough quality units here that I think we can probably make something happen. So I'll be right back. Oh god damn it! Did we start with another alchemy? God damn it! Another alchemy experienced seafarer start. I got alchemy experienced seafarers twice here.
What? Really? That's
wild. Twice in 3 runs.
I got Oathsworn Righteousness with Vigilante Knights and Bannerlords.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, so we're like a mercenary group for good, I guess.
Oh, and this also is Underground and Seafarers again. I got that last time too. Weird.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm like a roving band of good mercenaries.
Okay, well, we want to start a fight kind of regardless here if we can get one. So yeah, this looks okay.
I got mounts again. The problem with random traits is there's way too many mount traits. So you're gonna get a mount trait
You're gonna
like
get a mount trait a
50% of the time or more.
Yeah.
So I'm on elephants, like, okay, whatever.
So like I think the way that it used to work with random traits, in fact, the way I'm sure it used to work with random traits is that it wasn't truly random. What they had is they had form traits associated with the normal thing, and they would use that a meaningful amount of the time. That I think it was correct that they moved away from that, so that way people could really experience random builds. But it means that you do have issues like that you're describing, where there's just a ridiculous amount of some forms of traits in the pool, and so unsurprisingly that's like most of what you're gonna get.
Okay, I started with a scout.
Ninja, no, the charity billions are
units.
They're not acquired entirely, but they're something that are moving in the right direction.
I've never started with such a weak army before. That's crazy.
What'd you start with?
My giant king, and then a sworn guard and an honor blade, like the 2 tier 1, and then I have a scout. So it's like, what the fuck am I gonna do? The world set out brutal.
This is good. Yeah, God said we're like closing in on the $500 thing. So it's 7 o'clock right now. If we reach $500 total, Vatapa. I'm like, yes, I did actually successfully try to eat something here, Bruno. I just inhaled some Popeye's chicken on stream. But yeah, Vatapa, if I get access to that, I will put it in my mouth.
So this
that is
one,
just kind of like the way things work here.
3. Before I passed turn, I found 3 realm traits.
Way.
That's so interesting. The other one, it took me like 15 turns to find 1.
Wait, how are you making it so that it doesn't because I click the random button, but like, is it supposed to be showing me everything?
You can scroll and click random.
Yeah, I clicked random.
Or no, sorry, unknown.
Unknown.
So it's a random thing, and you don't know what it is until. Well, I don't know.
I'm gonna have to do that next time.
Find out. Yeah. So I don't even know what they are, except for when you can tell. Like right now, I'm literally looking at a lava lake. Like, okay, there's. Actually, wait, no, this isn't lava lakes. Wait, what is this? But like last game, like one of them was warping wilds, and I could tell because I could see my provinces turning into mountains or Arctic or whatever. And then finally, the game's like, "You've discovered warping wilds." Like, oh, okay.
I'm gonna take a Sworn Guard here.
Yeah, try that next time. It's really interesting because some things are obvious right away, and some things aren't.
So Ninja,
you know, so you're like, playing
Gracie,
the game, looking
Ninja
around.
is here and is trying to figure out how to donate. So we have to encourage Ninja to donate.
Ninja, go to both of our streams, look in the video description, and decide what you want to make us do and for how much money.
I don't think anyone has changed the pig setting at this point, but don't feel compelled to, so that way we can just like reveal the outcome unless you want it to be hidden.
Ninja, I had just lost a game. I had 0 units left.
Yeah.
So I surrendered. And so I'm in a new one, so now's a perfect time for you to make me do stuff.
Yeah, make him add a bunch of cats to the game.
Oh, God, I don't...
Ooh, shrimp coconut curry. I'm here for it. All right, I think we can go east probably to clear some stuff, but let's go pop at least one of these bad boys. Can we get you back? No, you cannot go back. All right, so we'll just go here. That's fine.
Is this lightless? God damn it. Can't
Lightless?
see anything.
We played one game
not.
with Lightless and it was legit awesome. It was really weird, but it was really fun.
We decided not to play with Lightless because then you stumble into zombies' armies and lose the game.
Yeah.
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 Exactly.
Good. Well, I'm glad we're on the same page. Okay, so there's a bunch of production over here and a bunch of spots to clear. So actually that doesn't even look like a bad direction to expand in either. Let me see if anyone's guarding this. No one's guarding this. All right, cool. So we get a bunch of gold and production. And I guess I'm going to go here to clear this with our magma spirit and then I guess we are going to clear east side or west side first because we do have production to pick up. Can you get in range? You could get in range for the fight, but we don't have anyone to activate, so we would have to buy rush the Sworn Guard for 118. Are you going to be able to pop that fight? No. But you would be able to reinforce. Let's see who's guarding this. So a bunch of stupid spiders are guarding that. Okay. Alright. Well, we do have a Vow of Healing here. So this this Sworn Guard is actually a 56 HP and has a corpse eating effect. And we have Overwhelm Tactics and Inner Frost, so maybe you can...
I'm on this tiny-ass island at the start.
Alright, yeah, we'll try this.
With no way off of it. There's no underground or umbral. Are you... I can't leave. There's nothing to fight.
That's the spirit. Good. Wait, did you get an unplayable map gen? Because I've gotten that in the underground, but I haven't done that reasonably. Okay. Ninju says, raise your arms and give me your spirit bomb power to make a donation. So we must do that, Gracian. I'm gonna hold down one finger with push to talk, and then you hold up your left arm, so that way each of us has an arm open for Ninju's power. Ninju, this is for you. If you break the $500 collective threshold, then we can actually read and respond to the patch notes whenever this run is done.
But I don't have the 1 week worth of episodes in time to finish the spirit bomb.
What? Next time on
Hopefully every creature in the galaxy will give me a tiny mote of their energy so I can hit Frieza and not even kill him.
I think that would be lore accurate, honestly. You know what, let's watch let's see what this does.
All right, I'm putting a screenshot in our
Let's see if
chat.
Strife is going to get anything out of this. Strife needs his ability to be reworked, honestly. Like, having an ability that requires you to have
look at that screenshot for a second. There's nowhere to go. That's water near my giant.
Wait a second. Let me see this.
Okay, going up to the northwest. And then there's no underground passage. There's no umbral. You can see down below there's water and lava.
You can at least go onto the ocean, but yes, there's nothing to do on that spawn. That is not a playable spawn, really.
The only battle is those guys in the lava. I can't hit them. I can't believe this.
Map gen remains a problem for, I would say, basically every single 4X that I think I've ever played. Some of them have better map gen than others, but I'm not surprised.
I've never had problems with this game in general. Like, I mean, obviously there's better or worse, but I've never seen one so unplayable as this.
You just do more random spreadsheeting where you just like do a bunch of random rulers and see what happens to the map. That's what inspired me to want to do this, is that I knew that there would be some random outcomes that probably would not work very well.
So how long do I need to do the spirit bomb?
Okay, wait. Yeah. Godsend, have we broken the threshold? Did Ninju make a donation?
How do you think Goku did that without his arms getting tired? My arm's tired already.
I haven't seen a donation from Ninju yet.
Oh, okay. So Ninju is just trying to get us to hold up. Jingle noise. Gracine, do you have a jingle noise?
That's private.
That's private. Gracien will not discuss whether or not he has jingle noises.
My jingle noise is none of your business. Oh, my giant can walk into the lava, actually. So actually I can fight this group here.
I have a metal clip and a pair of scissors that I can tap against each other, so I'm gonna do that.
Sorry, why are we doing this?
Because Ninju demanded payment of some form for the donation, which may or may not have come through depending on where he sent it. Where did he send it? It didn't appear on...
You've broken 500.
Oh, sick. All right, awesome. Where did it go through the YouTube thing, or did it go through the other thing?
Oh my god.
We did
Dude,
it, everybody.
I thank you for giving me your spirit bomb power to defeat Frieza.
Thank you for giving me an out to read the patch notes for value.
He said I changed the pig rule.
You changed the pig rule.
Ninja, that was very generous. Thank you so much. Is there anything you want me to do for you in my stream?
Okay, so he changed it to... I still have control of it, right? Or did he donate it to you? Did he donate it to... Did he give...
it... Yeah, he did the Americares one.
Yeah, so he did it through Garacian?
I mean, unless he... Yeah, I mean, that's what he did.
Okay, so does Garacian have control of the pig then? This is the most important part right here. Yeah. Does Garacian have the pig, and then B,
I'm asking who's it for?
What is the pig rule set to? That's what we need answers to.
I don't know. I mean, if he's in either of our streams, he can hear us talking, and hopefully he'll let us know.
Yeah, those are fine. I guess we could work on a training hall. At least it does get draft. I don't really want to work on a training hall.
I mean, it sounds like if he did it through me and he changed the pig rule, then you have to assign the pig to me and also change the pig rule. That just, I mean, unless you hear otherwise.
If that is what he's doing, then that is acceptable. But we want to guarantee that is that's the decided will of Ninju and not the interpreted will of people who stand to benefit from the control over the supremacist.
But I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
We don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It depends on what the pig rule
wants
is.
To split it just enough that the pig changes.
So the pig
okay,
goes
you're gonna
to
have to figure the
Garacian.
math out on that one.
Okay, so Ninju, the pig is currently set to yes. You can change it to pig is no, at which point there will be a different interpretation of what happens as a result of the pig. If you want a spoiler, because not a full spoiler, just a little bit of spoiler. So that's our little spoiler.
What did you say something?
It's Kishurl is the spoiler.
Okay.
I don't know what you were expecting.
I don't know. Anything helpful, probably.
I posted it in our secret Discord. I mean, Ninja, you can find my Discord. You change the pig to no. Okay, so you change the pig to no, and you give the pig to Garacian. Is that final steps here? I think this is fine. I think we need some more fights here, honestly, out west, but we don't have any units to support that at the moment, so we're going to have to figure out a way to make that happen. Maybe we have to take this, just so we can actually, deploy units to go west, because that at least will be friendly terrain, so we'll move faster. As large a change of status as possible is your will. Okay, yeah, we can do that then. So, yeah. Godsend, it sounds like what the interpreted will for Ninju is correct, that he wants to change control of the pig to Garacian, and then pig rule set to no. a scout, and therefore not going to be an important part of this military for much longer. So we could pop up here and then pop back down and dig. That looks okay. And then we'll go here, and there's another unit for us to try to fight next turn if we can get enough folks down. At least there's mana down here, but Jesus Christ, we have an alchemy start again with nothing to do with it.
So as it stands, Gracian is at 270, Walker's at 268. I split it just enough that the pig changes. And it is now 0.
Excellent. There's a brigand camp.
All right,
okay.
we did it.
We did it. Sort of. Almost. We did it until the end of, I guess, whenever you leave Gracian, we'll probably pause the fundraiser there. So I have like a handful of time. I have a couple of minutes for somebody to try to adjust Ninju's damage if they want to, or we can endure Ninju's damage. See what happens. So we get an afflictor. I think we're gonna have to come down here and fight these guys. Storehouse is fine. I do want blacksmith for clearing, but I think we need the pop growth underground in order to actually get anywhere. So given that, I guess I am going to take a library, and then we'll swap into a quarry here off of this forester, and then we should be able to roll into a blacksmith ASAP. Yeah, I think that's probably alright. That looks like a pretty reasonable brigand camp. That looks like should be an alright marauder guard. And I guess we'll make another brigand. We just need to kill units. We just need to kill units all the time. Give me all the devotion. The infinite devotion. That's what I want. I could open this passage, but I don't know if we're gonna get anything out of doing that. Oh, good. There's a passage and a spot. All right, sweet. So yeah, you go here, and you go here. I guess we will return to the surface and grab vision, and hopefully we find the AI this time rather than dying to the map. Maybe there's a case down there. Yeah, that seems all right. I think that's enough. I don't think we can afford to attempt to buy rush this honor blade. Yeah, we would need to get gold off of that fight first in order to make it. So yeah, we'll have to just deal with this, and then probably we take brigand camp into the marauder guard. That tends to be the best bet. Yeah, that tends to be your best bet. All right, so how close can everybody get here? You could hang out back here, but that's not close enough that we can run back and heal. So I think we want to just get as many guys on the front line as possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and then we'll take the brigand here. What was this? Is this another Death Knight? They're all Death Knights. How many Death Knights have you rolled also? Because I've rolled like a billion Death Knights.
What do you mean, as heroes?
Yeah, it's like I rolled rulers like multiple times. Yeah, thanks, Ninju. We're gonna be running another one.
I had one of my donation levels was picking which hero I pick next, and somebody did.
We'll figure it out, like something with
a ranger
with zombie.
So
we will be running something, and hopefully you will be up for engaging with that one too, because that should be a lot of fun. Let's see. 20. I mean, we do have a little bit of healing here because we do have the Vow Keeper, so we actually might be able to take that fight this turn. We do have Corpse Eating nominally for potentially a little more in combat. Yeah, all right, we'll do this. We'll split it off. We'll manual this one with the auto on just to see if this is another hilarious catastrophe. But I think we're probably all right because we do have healing and tools for potentially making this a little less costly. Yeah, there we go. Good. And we even have Grace. Good deal. Eileen gave me a piece of a cake. Oh, it's like an old school, like a baked cheesecake or something. This has moved from charity stream to Walker eating things stream. I'm gonna have to figure that out for the post-mortem. Like maybe I'll intentionally plan a longer BioBreak somewhere in the middle for the purposes of doing that. Oh my god. You get slaughtered Sworn Guard out there, but we should have a blacksmith for replacement pretty soon. Yeah, rip in peace, Sworn Guard. Bro, you could have just defended. That would have been fine. I wouldn't have complained. Alright, so you don't just, oh, that's a zombie. That's fine. The zombie can die. The zombie is actually there to die, so that's totally okay. Alright, so yeah, we chucked the Sworn Guard. We got 65 gold, but now we can go to the surface. And I think we can even make this into another city here too. It's going to be one turn behind, but that's not an atrocity. And it'll be a city that can occupy both the underground and the overground. That's pretty good. And yeah, we'll take a blacksmith so that way we can grab this, and then this is the other.
These heroes I can recruit, their last names are Brickhead.
Good. I mean, that's no rocket cocks, but that's still pretty good.
Oh, that is good. This is Klaus Brickhead.
Klaus?
My name is Klaus Brickhead.
Grayson, where's my AI in this game? Where is it?
Right up your butt.
Thank you. How did you know?
I put him there.
Oh, gross.
It was beautiful, actually. Thank you.
I mean, it's a little better now that it's not you must be outnumbered, but I still don't think it's particularly useful. And this is inexpensive at least and can get us. This is also inexpensive. Fine, we'll take Strife, the Mark of Strife, in an effort to get through to our first real tier 1 tome, a tome that may or may not involve a summon. Maybe, hopefully, we will, I guess, find out. And you get that quarry. And I guess we buy rush that honor blade. I think that's fine. Go to the surface over here. And I guess we'll work on another Sworn Guard. I like that at least we have like 2 melee units that actually function as Oathsworn. That's like, I think, the biggest part of what makes them like competitive-ish in my book. The Strife in particular, I think it probably is something that would function generically a little better in multiplayer because you're actually going to be able to pillage people down, but we might be able to do that here too. At least we have seafarers, so this tiny little island dinky continent isn't going to destroy us. And we'll go to the surface next turn. Yeah, we'll go to the surface next turn. And then that can start turning into a city. Yeah, that looks okay. So, oh, wait. Are we Unchosen Destroyers? No. Oh! I bet I rolled mega cities and was not paying attention. or did not check it, because I wanted this to be random. Okay, well, I guess we're on mega cities, which is going to make our scaling complicated, but not impossible, because that means the AI is also going to be on mega cities. In that case, what are we going to do with this city? Because we can't, on mega cities, you actually have to just sit here and click attract population a bunch of times. So I guess we will do that. Sure. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so mega cities it is. We'll grab... So grab a forester now. And then I guess I'm gonna hold on the Imperium here. For doing mega cities, we do need an enormous amount of gold, so we will have to kill the gold first so that we can buy rush some stuff. But it does at least mean that we will have all of our production filtering to our capital, and that'll be pretty good too. Okay, well, if that's what we're doing, then you can't start the fight. Why can't you start the fight? Be better. Wait a second. Can we get one tile out for fighting you? All right, this will be fine. Let's go this way first. We'll get cash, and then we'll come back and do food. That means we really want an SPI that can let us do unit recruitment, so we can start recruiting on the surface like immediately. Because that is pretty gosh darn important, to be honest. If you're stuck on one city, that city needs to scale as quickly as humanly possible. I think we're gonna do that probably next turn. Good thing. Oh, wait, where are you? We discovered the enemy. Where are you, enemy? Show me your skills of an artist. God damn it, where are you? Not discovered. Alright. Well, we will figure out where they are in short order and then run our tiny little dingly bop army into their tiny dingly bop army and see whose god has chosen us for victory or death. But at least we have melee units, so I think we'll be alright. What are they playing as? Storm Giant Kings, Gale Toads, Mystic Attunement. The AI here I don't think is going to be getting nearly as much out of Mystic Attunement and Hermit Kingdom as they probably could, but that build does look potentially really scary over there. Yeah, let's do this fight first. Guess we should work on this so we can start. I don't know if we want another Vowkeeper though. If it's gonna be a literal knife fight, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it instead of building a Sworn Guard this turn, and then hopefully we just get cash out of this so we can immediately start working on something. Yeah, let's try that. All right, auto resolve. I believe in you. Figure it out. I think that's okay. If we get walloped in combat on that one dude, that's not great, but looks like it should be okay to cleanse here. Okay. Rome tactics, sure. Actually, no, guy, like, just we're gonna walk around and not do anything with our melee units. Might need one ranged unit to actually make sure that all of our guys don't just like wander into each other all of the time. Yeah, maybe we'll make a couple of seal bearers. If we have a bunch of tier 1s, then we do have the front line at least held down for a short period of time. God. Maybe we use an afflictor here. Because we could potentially support one of those too. Gonna slaughter the honor blade. Yep. And sneak around back. Alright, cool. So we're just like trading one unit at a time over and over and over again with the board, which is going to prevent us from actually accumulating an 18 for an early fight. So we're gonna have to be careful about how we engage with them. I'm gonna go ahead and set another honor blade on the board, so that way we're not falling like behind on that. And we did at least get the bone wyvern, which should make any future fights a little bit easier here. Oh, hey, cool. We even got a robo resistance. So let's see. We're not doing crit stacking. I wouldn't hate extra defense here. We're not on zeal, so we can't actually really use condemning strikes. So really, I think it is blight strikes or materium for defense. Okay, taking materium for defense, and then trying to work on experience leader, because we still have 4 units here, right? Yeah, we still have 4 units here, so if we do you together, because we won't be able to take the fight this turn, but we can take the fight next turn. Because we should be able to get 1 back up onto the board. This is anybody on a breakpoint for level up? You are. That would be 10 extra HP on that honor blade. That's definitely worth it.
God, my randomly generated empire has 6 order affinity and nothing else. That's crazy.
Dude, that's brutal.
I'm gonna have what a sweet extra whispering stone I have.
I rolled into apparently mega cities on this map.
Oh.
So I'm gonna be just trying to get some number of extra units onto the board, and then try to find the enemy. But I also rolled into Tome of Alchemy again, so I don't have any summon to like make a meaningful, useful number of units.
And now I'm not exaggerating here, but this is the worst map spawn I've ever seen in my life in this game.
Good.
I'm not exaggerating. Every unit I make has to make like a 10-turn journey into the water and across the ocean because there's all these landmarks.
I mean, you just needed to be skilled at map generation.
There's nowhere to settle.
Just be better at map generation, Gracie, and you'll get there. Believe in yourself.
Skill diff.
Okay. Alright, well, I guess we have to declare war on these guys, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're up to adherence now, at least, so we have marginally better chances to do some fights, but considering the abilities of Strife, we will find out if we can make a brave effort here to beat the AI. I think generically, yeah, let's get stuff. Generically, let's get stuff. That's usually pretty good. Need an extra unit all of the time here though, because we just keep losing everything. Food for Oathwall, but because we are still playing on Mega Cities, we still kind of only need growth. Because we could grab this farm, but I think I'm gonna grab cash, because we're just gonna need a buy rush like 10,000 units. It is necessary. It is the way. Oh my god, could grab infestation clearing, but I don't think we're gonna see any pretty useful infestations to clear. That's 62, so if we buy rush that, we'll actually be like a little bit short, so we're not gonna be able to do that either. I guess we could reroll, but I don't know what we're looking for on Tome of Alchemy for Strife, to be honest. So I think we're just gonna let it do its thing. And now we've discovered Bulwark, so we can potentially pillage it for cash, but there's also cash just here. So let's just sail around with a scout and see what we can get. Maybe we have to audible into building a couple of scouts, so that way we can actually just like pick up the cash that's on the board, buy rush some things, and then go over there and attack whatever they have. Yeah, this is the way, Bruno. This is the way of Strife. We have at least rolled some pretty different builds. Pretty excited about that. We've been able to see some bizarro world things here. I guess, you know what? Let's just buy this so that we can heal on it. Yeah, we'll just buy that so we can heal on it, and then next turn we should be able to just go over there and clear it, because we'll have that other... Oh god. Did the spearman already make it up there and then die? Yes, the spearman made it up there and then died. Okay, well, we're going to see if we can get enough units to clear off this guy next turn, I guess. Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Because if we wait, the caustic worm will actually gain an HP or 10 HP because it'll gain a level up, which is really annoying. But like we can't be sure that the auto resolve is going to cast anything here. And if it casts literal nothing, then we probably are in a bit of trouble. If it casts counter stance, then like that's fine, I guess, but probably not going to change the outcome here in terms of real combat. But I think we have to take this. I think we have to take this even with like comparatively little real tools to deal with that nasty boy. At least we have a bone wyvern, so I think that probably will put us over the threshold of like losing yet another unit here. We must acquire actual units. Otherwise, you're falling behind the factions that are good and do not lose units. Let's see. Okay, so if we get a good engagement, we might be able to prevent the caustic worm from killing us with its eruption. It'll just erupt on one guard, maybe 2 guards here. And if it does, it will kill... Nope. Nothing. Good. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we are gonna get this fight, despite losing a lot of like potential EXP capture. We still got the fight done, and therefore got the scaling that we need. Hopefully, I might have to just. Trying to decide how we want to handle our growth here, because if we're going to only have like a handful of units that are trying desperately to stay alive while failing on that, units produced in the city start with +1 starting rank is pretty disgusting. We need a place to deploy from, though. Otherwise, we're just going to be like spending all of our turns, everyone just running around doing nothing. So I guess we'll take a School of Mastery for now. I just put it on this quarry, whatever. I'm gonna buy that out, and then we can make a Seal Bearer. Do we have the ability to take that, or should we just take an Afflictor? I mean, at least this is an auto hit, which is pretty good. But you know what? We were given alchemy last time and did not do anything with it. So why don't we attempt to do something with it this time and see if we can get any number of units to stay alive on this board, and then hopefully make a little bit of a dent on the enemy's units over there. We gotta find the other guy though. That's my #1 priority at the moment. If we can't find the AI, that'll be really annoying. We could pillage this conduit along the way. I think that's worth it. Yeah. Gets us a little bit of cash. Okay, so here's a double mind control. We will come back for that whenever we have a ranged piece to disrupt. Without that, it's not really worth it, I don't think. How much HP do you guys have? Enough. Okay, yeah, they have enough. We'll go here. Oh, but we can recruit a hero here for sure. We could recruit a ritualist. I wouldn't hate that for the purposes of actually having like a healer. We do have one Vow Keeper, but if we don't have to build multiple, I wouldn't be too upset. Yeah. Alright, whatever. We'll recruit a ritualist. We'll give it a last ride before they get nerfed into whatever, into being potentially worse than warlocks. And we'll give you shoes and a flying mount that I should have given you before you moved you. That's okay. I don't think anybody will notice. I think we're fine. I think we got away with it. We could even legit fight that this turn, but nah, let's do that. It's a bunch of production. The goal is to get the School of Mastery done before the Afflictor, then we're going to need a bunch of production. Yeah, let's position to try to get both of these fights next turn if we can. And you do have the Experience Leader. Yeah, you do have Experience Leader, so we want to hold these guys if we can. I don't know if that's going to be enough movement to get down there, though. Whatever. I'm going to track. We're on Mega Cities. You can attract as many pops as you want to on Mega Cities. Yeah. Let's go here. And then this should be fast enough to close down here and then come back in 2 turns. Yeah, that looks alright. You know, Walker, if you're going to do that, you could have gotten 2 extra experience points on that Honor Blade. Not saying that you have to, but you definitely could have. Alright, so now the Afflictor is not done, but we do have the ability to potentially grab both of these fights. Yes, looks like we will have enough movement to grab both of those fights. So let's go here. That looks like a good fight here. So let's go there. Oh, and there's an Umbral Nest. Alright. Well, an Umbral Nest gives us an opportunity to attempt to use or get value out of being Strife. Maybe. This is the biggest issue. Just, you cannot have more units, and because of the way EXP capture works, like, I think that's an ability that mostly only works for manual combats, honestly. Yo, sweet, we didn't lose anything. That's kind of important considering how much attrition we've suffered so far. We could even have you start the fight, so that way the Ritualist could be here to immediately attempt to heal. What did you start with as your skill here, Ritualist? Nothing. You have 0 skill points. Yeah, right, because you're level 1. So you have no skill points to look at, Walker. You hired a level 1 hero instead of level 3. Well, it's a good thing that these are just a bunch of zealots. Just a bunch of zealots with consume flora. I think this is okay to try. Probably wouldn't mind regaining action points for free. I don't know if the AI is going to get as much value out of that as it would for coordinated command. This one is obviously like a lot better in an actual PvP manual, but I think generically having action free points is pretty important. All right, AI, you better cast some spells in this. Like, I don't know what you think 500 mana is gonna do if you don't use it, but it's not gonna do a lot. I can promise that much. If you don't use your mana, it does not contribute to your economic growth at all. All right, so running around, grabbing some number of bonuses. All right, so it looks like the Magma Spirit was the only one that didn't get healed there. That's all right. This is a pretty solid ability. Why are you using counter stance here? I want you to explain to me your thought process, AI. You used an ability that gives you defensive masters and then moved around in the background. All right, here. This looks like they're finally engaging. Okay, poisoned, and looks like we will at least pick off one of the zealots. Oh man, are you gonna lose the Magma Spirit? Maybe it passed through, but maybe we're all right. I think the Magma Spirit, as long as it doesn't get engaged this turn, it's probably all right. Yeah, good. There we go. Let's see what it's up to. Looks like a heal for 25 on Sworn Guard. Looks like, yep, frontline is gonna be ours, assuming that you wipe out that zealot here with a decaying zombie instead of running over there to not. Oh, come on, decaying zombie. That was intentional. That zombie just like left that Magma Spirit out to dry. That was rude. You wanted that Magma Spirit to die, didn't you? 10 HP? Are you gonna make it? I believe in you, Magma Spirit. Just let the other units move first rather than, God, stop using defensive stance on support units. I complained about, like, them using that spellcasting and on like Tome of the Tentacle like a billion years ago, and I think that remains true to this day. I think mostly the auto resolve AI really does work in Age of Wonders 4, but the casting AI does not at all. It does not seem to understand what is going on in terms of the spells that it is casting. But we got through the fight. Thank God. That would have been pretty annoying if our only form of real scaling outside of our heroes died. But I think we can do an outpost here. Yeah, I think we do an outpost here. All right, so we have a ritualist. We're gonna go through down to overflowing here just because of what we. Are we gonna go to overflowing? I guess we have to. Like, we can't. I mean, we could just go for double wyverns, honestly. If we fight early enough, then that's pretty brutal. But I want another heal. I want another actual honest-to-God heal. So we will take another actual honest-to-God heal. And you are running. Well, yeah, all right. Yeah, you can use the fancy armor. I don't know how often this ritualist is going to be attacking, but it's the fancy armor is there, so we shall use it. Okay, so we can at least nuke people using our devotion. I'm also not going to pick up anti-magic tincture, considering what it did to our auto resolves. I'll pick that up later. We'll pick that up when we can be sure it's not going to demolish us for having built it or researched it. And I guess we'll take a foundation. So that way we can work up to Wizard Tower 2 and 3. Maybe. And I guess I'm going to wait on by rushing out this Afflictor too. We did get the School of Mastery, so that is nice. It might even allow us to make, if we get enough, we could build an armory here. So we need another forester for that, but then we could make like double, what was it, elite honor blades, and that's actually pretty sweet. If we just make a couple of elite honor blades, especially if we can make elite honor blades like up here, because someone in chat takes pity on us and allows us to vote on something that will give us an SPI that can build units on the surface. Vote for that thing, chat, or let us die for playing Strife. That's the other option. I think those are the main options on the table, though. Do we want to pillage another conduit, or do we want to just get back on the board? I'm gonna get back on the board and see if we can find the other player, because I want to find them before the fact that we are playing as Strife catches up to us. So we could run back here to heal, and then run back out to fight. We have some tools here. Tome of Evolution it is. I mean, a Tome of Evolution at least would give us a pretty different group of units to work with. It would not give us an SPI that allows us to do unit deployment. So it's, I would say, probably net flat in comparison to where we are. But it would be interesting at the very least, because we haven't used Tome of Evolution on the stream in like a ridiculously long time. Who's up here? We have 2 Sworn Guards and an Honor Blade. All right. Who's our bad guy that we're trying to fight against though? Umbral Nest, Will Thief, Flow Serpents. I mean, none of this stuff says thou shalt have Honor Blades or Sworn Guards, but I'm gonna go with primarily Sworn Guards because we did not roll into a mount for our Honor Blades. If we'd rolled into a mount for Honor Blades, that might actually have adjusted my decision-making process there. But you can't always get lucky. And looks like if we're gonna spend Imperium on anything, it might be Call of Chaos, because honestly I wouldn't hate making a roll on an Umbral Nest unit. That could be good, honestly. And this is a Rainbow Clover for having a better relationship with people as Strife. No, I don't think we're going to do that. There's gold. Yeah, you just hang out here. And I think we'll see. No, you can't found cities on this one, Bruno, because we rolled a Mega City, I guess, is what we rolled. Like, this one is not just a random ruler. This one is like the last one where we did an entirely random map too. And the entirely random map that we rolled into has, you can only have one city as a rule. So we just have, it's gonna be one city versus one city. We just gotta find the stupid AI wherever they are, and then we can figure out how to just like get down there and fight as soon as humanly possible. All right, good. There's a free level up for this hero whenever we get down there. It's like a pseudo banner for that guy. That's really important, honestly. If we can get another unit on the board, I'll be thrilled. But yeah, no, this is a 1v1. Just we got some number of units to just wander around and do stuff versus some other number of units that the AI is just wandering around and doing stuff with. I don't even hate the concept of mega cities. I think it's honestly fine if the map is small enough. And fortunately, we are not playing on a very large map. We're playing on a normal one. But yes, it is a little oof-worthy whenever you get stuck on one city and have I would say that Strife is honestly the only Oathsworn that I don't think is very good. I think the other two work perfectly well. I think Harmony and Righteousness are both, like, fine, without being broken. But Strife, I do not think works. Strife, I think, mostly is meme. Outside of when it was Devious Watcher 0 turn pillaging, which honestly was toxic and did not need to be in the main game. Other than that, I think Strife is mostly whatever. Okay, so we could get more research if we go with the Arcane Institute. Alchemist Lab would also give us more research and more potential research scaling, because there would be a lot of adjacencies. Yeah, we'll do that, and then hopefully we'll get enough tech that we can actually get some number of real units onto the board, and then that should hopefully we have so much mana, like hopefully some of this will come into play at some point. And I guess considering we will pick up gold, yeah, we'll just go ahead and pick up gold. There's nothing to be done with this cash with the current resources that we have. We just need ways to get something going, either summons or units that come out onto the board up top because of a good SPI. Honestly, Zeal wouldn't even be bad here, but we're gonna open up the chat for another vote. So here, start a poll. We're gonna do democracy or anarchy, and we're gonna do the same rules. Like if you have a suggestion for democracy, then please make it, so that way we're not just randomly rolling after saying we won't randomly roll. I think there are some interesting possibilities here for people to vote from, but I don't want to influence your choice, chat. If you want to make this a very challenging and difficult stream, there are definitely ways to do it. So Bruno has voted for democracy for Tome of Evolution. That is certainly an option. We will come back to you at the end of this turn, and we will see where we are. Tome of Evolution would give us an evolving unit.
All right, I lost.
To function with.
I lost already.
You lost already? Good.
Yeah. It's turn 23. I had 2 fights, and I lost to the other player. I lost my whole army and my faction leader.
I really do think that this is like this is the height of Magic. I can't imagine like any other way to play Age of Wonders 4 at the moment. This is revelatory.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let's pound out the west side of this and then we'll come back. That's already cleared, so that doesn't do anything. So this is in range, and this is in range. So standing here is good deal. Standing there is good deal. And Afflictor can stand here and hopefully not get picked off. Is this okay? So this is double gargoyle, but not triple gargoyle. That's good. I also just realized that I rolled somehow into Curse of Undeath, I guess, on this map.
Oh,
I don't know how that has been affecting some of these fights, but maybe it has been. I don't know. We will see. Yeah, go ahead and maybe use mana. You can use mana. It's okay. As long as you're not wasting it on, like, defensive things, which it looks like that's what you're doing. That's why the little ranged guy died again. Alright, Age of Wonders 4.
Alright, well, I think I'm going to end my stream there. You know, we reached, I got...
You reached a milestone. You died a bunch of times.
We reached a really good goal. Let's see, what's our total as of now?
We're past the 500, so as soon as I either die or like succeed here, we'll rotate over into doing patch notes.
Okay, yeah, that'll be fun for your stream. I'm going to let's see. So yeah, looks like we raised $538. It looks like for Americares. So that's awesome. That's
awesome, guys.
That's a pretty decent chunk. Yeah, I hope WinSlaya gets a chance to watch some of these. I
hope WinSlaya gets an opportunity to participate in some of these, because I want to do at least one for Zombie.
Yes.
And then maybe I want to figure out a way to do Wingspan as something sort of like this. But we're also going to be in a weird spot because Ninju changed the pig rule, right?
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Oh crap, I just closed something.
I
don't think it matters. I'm still here.
So right? I have the pig, but the pig is set to no. Do I need to know something?
I mean, not really. I'll DM you if you need to know something. Unless it changes, then that will tell us something. Useless.
But okay.
Useless.
If you don't start giving me more information, I'm gonna start Googling.
I sent you the word. I sent you a word. You should be able to figure that off of that. All right, so right now it looks like Bruno is the only one who has volunteered a solution. So we're gonna go with Tome of Evolution, indeed.
Really?
Yeah, really. That's all you need. I promise. If you can't figure it out from that, then I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell you, kid. Right, so let's burn all of our cash trying to look for a 6-turn summon on Wyvern Fledglings.
You're ridiculous.
Thank you. Oh my god, our knowledge economy is going to be so unbelievably small with one city.
Okay, well, I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to say goodbye to you guys and then wrap up with my own stream.
Get out of here.
And I will hopefully see some of you guys next week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Run.
Good idea.
I think this will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this went really well. I'm glad we were able to do something good and have some fun during. I've never streamed this long in my life. It's been like an 8-hour stream, which is I never thought I'd be able to do something like that, but here I am. And we raised a bunch of money for charity. So round of applause for everybody. Godsend, thank you for staying in the call and the streams and helping with the spreadsheet and just being available to communicate stuff back and forth. That was also helpful. Maker Fishmeal, extra big thank you to you, my mod/partner, for taking care of my stream and keeping up with the requests of the donators. So that was really helpful.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun, man.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get off of the call and say goodbye to my stream. See you guys.
Bye. Okay, so I'm gonna take Call of Chaos for next turn because I think we have to get like some number of units out of this in order to like keep a military presence on the board that can do anything. Good lord, mega cities. I guess I could turn some of these things off if I want to have like a truly random map and still be able to experience Age of Wonders 4, but Mega Cities is troll bait. Hilarious. All right, let's go here. I guess we get both of you in range for the fight next turn this way. And this is something we will need more units for because this is 6, 12, 18, 30 units there. So we can bring 9 if we have them. And we do. There's 9 right there. All right, good. Yeah, that's fine. You can hang out. And at least we still technically have this magma spirit. This one little guy just hanging out, trying to do his best. I think that's good. Yeah, there we go. So you go here. You go here. Do you want to take the Umbral Nest first? Maybe, actually, because the Umbral Nest, if we clear it, will give us a unit back, which we might want to have for the Gremlin fight. Yeah, let's do that. It's a little awkward, but I think it's fine. Yeah, one little guy, just being a dude. Just like, you know, doing little guy dude stuff. Yeah, let's see. This should be a pretty easy clear unless the AI gets like hung up on running around in the background doing nonsense, which it does sometimes do, but most of the time, whenever there's like really weird or bad results in auto-resolve, it's because the things are just not very well balanced. That is my #1 complaint about Age of Wonders 4, and it is something that we will discuss whenever we get to discussing the patch notes, because there are, like every single time, what I have perused of the patch notes ahead of time, it looks like it's going to be another good patch in the right direction, and it looks like it's going to still not really fix the core problems of the game, which is that, like, the culture matters an outrageous amount. Like, I know that there are some people on Reddit who do not think that that is true, but it matters so much if your early game units do anything or not. And a bunch of these units are just balanced around manuals versus the fight, like PvEs versus manual PvEs. And when you do that, you're just balancing for player skill and not for actual mechanical balance. And that just means that there's some things that really are just unplayable. Unless you are like a 70th percentile player who's willing to do a bunch of manual combats, and like wants to do almost exclusively manual combats, because like that's how most of those things were balanced. They just don't work. They do not mechanically work well. Because you can also bring them in PvP fights against other players, and they still don't work well either there. Curse of Undying. Stop bringing the other units back, Curse of Undying. You should bring my units back instead of bringing back all these stupid little dingly bop units to kill my guys. At least if Curse of Undying is obliterating our army, maybe it's also obliterating the AI's army. So that could be good if we find them and we happen to still have a couple of heroes that have gained some amount of experience points and maybe a magma spirit who hopefully evolves. Well, we might still be able to beat them if they really don't have anything useful. And we have a spider leg and a will thief. Yeah, it's a will thief. That's fine. I'm not busted, but it's fine. We'll grab a spider leg so that way we have another option here for using this. Yeah, it's definitely effectively increased world threat, which most of the time is something that I do not enjoy, but it is something that will impact both us and the AI in hopefully ways that we can benefit more from than they benefit. All right, yeah, we can go here. Oh, actually, no, we have to go here so that way you can heal. And then you can heal. And then we'll just start the fight with a Will Thief. Is this enough healing for this? I don't know. I don't know if this is enough healing for this. But I really do not want to have to just like stand around and wait for passive healing to tick in. It really is just miserable. So yeah, let's just take the fight. Use some mana to do some useful things. Auto resolve. Like don't cast spells that don't do anything. You got through with 1 HP on the Will Thief. Okay. Alright, guy. Sure. And we have a 3rd mount. I mean, that's not bad either. 3rd mount means that if we find a 3rd hero to work on, that we actually have ways to do that. How close are you? 19 out of 24 for both of you. So if those guys do get to the next rank, they'll gain another level up, or another defense and resistance. That is really, really important. Leveling up the Sworn Guard is not as important. It's not as bad as Arctic Blizzards. Okay, that's good to know. Like, anytime they're like, I might need to, before the next stream, I might need to go through and like figure out which things legitimately are going to make the AI not have a good time, and then just like tick those off. Or we might just like come up with a couple of realms ahead of time that we can rotate through depending on what people might think is more fun. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Like, this is really more of a test stream than anything else. How will this work? How is our little magma guy gonna grow a mustache? I mean, he's getting pretty close. Like, we're already at champion rank. We need 5 more EXP and then we evolve into a magma spirit. So Actually, it's going to be impossible for us to not evolve that. Unless something horrible happens down here, it's going to be impossible for us to not evolve that, at which point we should be able to not only clear that, we'll also get a banner, effectively a banner level on Tammy for clearing a quest. So we'll have a level 5 ritualist, which is moving in the right direction. We really need to figure out where the AI is, though. That's the most important thing at this point. So that way they won't just come out from under the fog. That would be a big problem. All right, well, I guess we're here. And we do have enough cash to buy rush another afflictor out, so I guess we will. But I think I'm just gonna leave it at 1. If the afflictors cannot stay alive, then the afflictors are just doing their thing. I mean, they could be down here. That is true. The underworld is not enormous, and so. Oh wait, no. We can check to see if they would be in the underground here. Though there's swamp adaptation and Science of Evil and Hermit Kingdom. So no, if they're down here, Bruno, it's not their capital, which is like the main thing that I'm concerned about. Oh, actually, it's literally the only thing I'm concerned about, because this is the single Dingly Bop guy, right? We only get one city, so I think they're here. I think they're in this corner of the map, because they cannot be underground. So they almost certainly actually are right there, because that's where I think that's the only place where swamp adaptation could put them. Yeah, because this is Arctic over here. They gotta be right here. So let's plan on that, and then we'll immediately determine that no, Walker, your confidence in this assessment was incomplete because of incomplete data. But it's almost certainly true. Do we want just another quarry? No, we want a forester for the purposes of building an armory, and we do want to buy rush that tile because it's still mega cities doing mega city things, and friendly terrain is much faster to move through. And now we actually can rotate over here to grab these guys. So yeah, really rough start as Strife here, but I think we might still be able to make a good run of it here. Yeah, you'll level up next turn. Anybody we want to kick out that we don't care about getting experience points on? No. Not right now. We'll do that next turn. The Demon Maw. Alright. So we've got enough cash that we could buy out this Alchemist Lab. I think that's worth it. We need to get some kind of knowledge income moving, so that way we're not like literally on tier 1 tomes whenever we're doing stuff. But I think with Tome of Evolution we might be able to make a real, like at least a flying squad that can get across the water pretty cleanly. Because the other part of it is we do have experienced seafarers, and we have a ritualist that's at least getting pretty close to having ritual overflowing restoration, which means we do actually have a way to, once we get onto the ocean, like turbo level those guys and get a bunch of gold from clearing the map. And if we're on mega cities, then gold is actually like really good. If you only have one production queue, you kind of just have to get the most out of that single production queue that you can. So we can start the fight here against double mind controls if we stand there. I don't know if I want to take the double mind control before we level up the magma spirit, though, if I'm gonna be honest, because we need a ranged piece to like counter what they're doing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it the like risk down way, the boring way. We're gonna take the Gargs first, and then we'll come back for this. If we'd been able to pick up like a Wand of Blizzards, then I'd be a lot more bullish at attacking them. But this is 6, 10, 14, so this is a 6 fight. So there's 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we... Yeah, we want to polearm against that. And now, do we want to bring the Honor Blade to get a little bit of experience points, or do you want the Honor Blade for this? Let's go here. I guess we could just bring in another Sworn... Nope, not to that fight. Not a Sworn Guard there. Yeah, let's get another frontline unit there. That's not enough against Gargoyle. Okay. Oh boy. I want the mana, I do, but I think we're at the point where we have to take the EXP just to make sure that we have some part of our army that's actually scaling. And hey, we got a level up and an evolution on our Magma Spirit. Perfect. We got Ring of Regeneration too, so that's pretty good for actually everything here. So we get the ring. You're meaningfully more durable now. Good. Yeah, let's take the overflowing. Beefy Paladin could still bring in Condemning, but I kind of don't feel like we need that. None of these are really... Oh, I guess we're going to be doing pack leader things, right? Yeah, we're going to do pack leader things because we have access to wyverns. Yeah, we have access to wyverns. So let's do that. Let's leverage what we have on this board. Let's go here. So now we are in range to attack them. Don't know if we're going to want to do that this turn or next, though. I kind of feel like I want to do that next. I think we probably only have the movement points to do it next anyway, right? Unless anybody can get down there this turn. No, nobody can get down there this turn, so we have to do it next turn anyway. Alright, yeah, that's fine. So 5. We'll get a little more on this Afflictor. Maybe we can get that to the point where it won't die. That'd be pretty good. Bulwark has sent an attack party. Okay, so we do have the ability to pick up Impressment. I don't know if I care about that, to be honest, with where we are. Impressment is like something that I would be thrilled. Well, actually, you know, if we're gonna use a buttload of wyverns, which we probably are going to have to, then I guess Impressment is fine here. And we do have some Honor Blades to rock and roll with. Sure. So yeah, let's do this. We'll set ourselves up to clear this surface, grab that, come back down here, clear that, and then probably bounce back up. We could even trade for a Litherite core. Let's hold the mana. I think we're gonna need it, either for trading with them or for the purposes of summoning a bunch of units. I guess if we're going to be doing that, then we can go ahead and just add a couple of units this way and have them rotate around. Yeah, that's okay. Here, you mill units are ready. Next turn, wyverns are going to take 2 turns to start up, but then we should be able to add one like basically every single turn after that. So yeah, this looks all right. Very, very slow start, but once we get out onto this ocean, then Bruno's mercy in selecting a flying summon for us, plus the fact that we have Impressment, means that if we can just keep any of these wyverns alive, then I'll feel pretty good about our ability to scale into the mid-game. And this game is not going to be long enough to go probably any further past that. Once we find the stupid guy to fight, I think we'll be able to finish it in pretty short order after that. All right, Wyvern Fledgling. I guess we could take the Tincture to just see silly nonsense stuff again, but I'd rather pick up either a good healing spell like this or an option for scaling our knowledge and economy in our capital. We don't have really any good uses though for the material refinement right now. Armory. We need three quarries to build you, but we also want to be able to build a steel bastion so we can maybe get some warbounds out. Maybe we take a wizard tower here, honestly. If we get a buttload of cash or a buttload of production and we can finish this before casting some of our wyverns, then that'll make their lives even better. So I'm not even gonna produce anything in there this turn. I think we'll see where we can get. Okay, so you are in a good spot. You're fine. Yeah, you go here. Anyone? Yeah, you have a heal, so you need to get healed. Y'all need some healing. I think this is fine though. We're just gonna bring everybody into a double mind control fight. If this only had one mind controller, I'd be a lot more concerned about trying to figure out maximum EXP capture, but against 2 mind controllers, if something goes wrong in that combat, it will go hilariously wrong in that combat. I promise. I have had it happen to me on multiple occasions. So when you see 2 mind control units, unless you have a blonde of wizards, unless you have a wand of blizzards, then don't worry about maximizing EXP capture. It did mean that we cost ourselves a way to do a banner run over here with Tammy, but I don't care. It's way better that we were able to do that fight without getting our army annihilated, and that's kind of where we are. All right, so you guys go heal. This is 8, 16, so this is a 7-unit fight. So 6 and 7 if we use the Will Thief to start it. It'd be annoying if the Will Thief died, but I kind of really... Yeah, a bland of wizards are... One time I called Pico, our orange cat, I called him a blug-fiffy boy, and now we just entirely non-accidentally call him a blug-fiffy boy, because it describes his personality pretty well. That is Pico. He is a blug-fiffy boy. A bland of wizards. Alright, use your mana in this fight, Strife. I command you. Or, I guess I don't command you if you didn't need it. We can get a White Wolf mount. Great. We don't have any money to make a bunch of units, so this doesn't do it. We don't really need another mount that doesn't get used, so we're just going to take the increased morale on Ritualist. So the crit range does not particularly matter. But a level up is a level up is a level up, so I can't be too sad about that. And some of these units are getting closer and closer to legend rank, which if we're fighting on turn 30 with a bunch of legend rank units, then it's okay if they're low tier. That really does not matter. Okay, so you could go here and just give a little more experience points to the Will Thief. I think that's worth it. I think the Will Thief is gonna go the distance. I think it has to go the distance. Did we take Materium 1 yet? No, we did not take Materium 1 yet. So we can't reasonably drop in some of these things, but we can get some healing. And then next turn we can go out to sea and start doing stuff. This does not work on water combat. So man, this is not even going to be good for clearing water combat, to be honest. Guess we'll take Second Wind just generically, and then I think we have to figure out a way to get cash to build the to build the item forge once Wizard Tower is done, so that way we can actually like get a couple of good weapon, like a good weapon for our ruler to use. I think that's where we want to be. Could take that, but I think I'd rather either pick up another Bone Wyvern or potentially work down to Swift Wild Growth. I'm gonna take zombies. I like zombies. I think they're cool. We also have a spider wand there, so we have ways to do cool stuff with spiders and summons. And then maybe we rotate south or like underground next turn while we wait for you to find the bad guy. I command you, find the bad guy. All right, not that bad guy. We don't need two.
Quiet recently. You're given that Grayson is no longer doing it. You're good from here on out, correct?
Yeah, I think we're ready to rock Godsend. I doubt anyone's going to do any more contributions in the near future because I don't think they need to. Like, the requirements for me to do the next read the patch notes in response to it button, those are met. So I'm gonna do that whenever this run is over. So if you wanna just bounce Godsend, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, man.
It was a pleasure. Hope it helped. Just
yeah, I think we're gonna do another one of these at some point in the some point future.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I'll be done.
This is Spellbreaker, double Soothers. Yeah, see, man. Spellbreaker and double Soother. Maybe we don't have time to bounce down here and fight this monster den. I'd want to, because it does seem like it would be good to get quest stuff, but if these guys wander onto the battlefield, then we kind of have to offer them death, right? If you wander onto here and try to take my outpost, especially. Okay, so right now you are an explorer. I don't know how often we're going to be able to clear that on a map that's this small, but we're mostly not going to be able to clear Elitist or Glory Seeker with a Ritualist either, so we will go where we gotta go and do what we gotta do. Oh no. Walker, you could have attempted to pillage here and gotten 5 Imperium, and you're 5 Imperium short of being able to take Materium 1, which would give us a pretty big logistical advantage, honestly. What the hell? Where is their capital? I mean, it looks like their capital must be on a tiny island here, to be honest. If this is what... If this is part of the above world, and this is another part of the above world, there really cannot be a finite... Or there's a supremely finite amount of space that the AI can be working with over there, so... I don't know, maybe their army is also going to look like hilarious wet noodle nonsense. Kind of feels like it will be. Yeah, let's start walking that way. And I guess then we should just go to the surface. Or, yeah, just go to the surface. Get out of Avernum. That's just like the most important rule. Get out of Avernum. 73, 71, 16, 15, 10. So we could try to get oh yeah, let's just kick the magma spirit out for now, and then we'll get a fledgling wyvern fledgling down, and we gotta start working on another one. We should be able to stop this next turn, because I think we'll be able to get in range, right? No, 2. Maybe not. Okay, so if we have to go here... Oh no, but we don't have a way to get like friendly terrain there without spending without buying another tile here, which maybe is correct. Because we can get roads and friendly movement here or here. We do already have roads the entire way in, though. All right, well, let's see where the enemy goes, because maybe the enemy will just charge straight at us, or maybe they'll just stand right there and do nothing. All right, cool. They're just standing right there doing nothing. Charge forth. Our melee attacks deal less damage. All right, sweet. Very fast movement in combat. I'm here for it. That sounds like a deal. Okay, so if we can pick up one more tile here. I think we can get that army into range. I think. Let's see. Where does the road go? What does the fox say? All right, the fox says that yes, we are a go to capturing or annihilating part of their army in detail. That feels pretty good. Yeah, let's go do that. I guess we'll just send in a fledgling to start the fight for us because we have the flexibility here. Do it. Show me victory or death. Let's see what we're gonna get. We at least are fighting against a major advantage, so like there's a very real chance that they are going to trample us. Kind of depends on how much casting they're going to be doing here and how their Spellbreaker actually applies itself, because a Spellbreaker is a tier 3 battle mage. We have our own tier 3 battle mage, fortunately, in the form of our Magma Spirit, but we will see whose casting successfully accomplishes something in this combat. Whose casting actually does something, and whose casting activates defensive stances that don't do anything. Okay, burning resisted. Yeah, that's fine. Looks like we're gonna get blasted back with that purge. Okay. Looks like at least one of the wyverns is probably gonna make it through, which is good as long as we can keep some number of them growing and gaining EXP. Then I feel like this fight should end up solving itself after a certain point. Because with only one city, like the AI is not going to have the resources to scale into the late game. We won't really either, but we will hopefully be able to get more out of the tiny amounts of resources that we'll have floating around. Okay, blasting you, sure. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Oh, you dick! And you even had a necromancy spell to prevent us from doing ritual cannibals. Was that one of the legend ranks too? No, it was one of the almost legend ranks, but not actual. So that's, I guess, slightly less annoying. Okay. Yep, take out the add-on, that's fine. We don't really need it. Don't kill this one, though. We need at least one of them to survive for a meaningful amount of time, so that way it has a chance at evolving. So we do at least have the 50%. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. Alright, cool. So at least we got to annihilate 5 of their units for 2 of ours. One of them was kind of annoying to lose, but only one of them was kind of annoying to lose. I think overall that was a very good combat for us, and we can keep working on Wyvern Fledglings. And then we'll just see what we can get down there and across the ocean, see how many units will cross into the invasion space, and I guess that means we can just go this way, right? Yeah, we can just go this way. Okay, alright. If you're a cop, you have to tell me. Alright, they're doing gigantic litherite core stuff. Alright. Well, that's a choice. They're down here pillaging my things. I don't like that very much, but we can buy rush this wizard tower next turn, and then we'll have a rank 1 fledgling on the board, and guess we can make a couple of those, and then I think we'll probably be in good enough shape. Hey, I could have sworn I sent somebody to stop you from doing that, but you know, I could have sworn 10,000 things.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, so they have elected to come all the way down to us, and indeed, the AI is not doing well on this Bizarro world map, so at least that means that we are not alone in our suffering. But it does look like they are probably not going to be prepped for this fight if they're trying to cross all the way down here, honestly. Yeah, if they're trying to fight us with a level 2 hero and not a full army, I mean, we only have 12 units because of the amount of attrition that we've been suffering, but we have both of our heroes are way higher level. It's like way higher level. I think that's okay. Let's see if we can get around here. Yeah, that looks alright. So you hang out. Looks like indeed that's gotta be the... This has gotta be a space. I can't figure out where else could he be other than on the spot. Wait a second. That's the wrong color. That's brown. That was the litherite, guys. If this is not your capital, I have no idea where you are. I don't see how you could be underground unless one of the things that we rolled was everyone is underground, and then you also rolled swamp adaptation, which I suppose is possible. But if that is what happened, then I feel bad for you, and I am sorry, AI. It didn't have to be like this. Okay, so we could go here and here, because we actually do have seafarers, which means that this embarked business could be a massacre pretty quickly if they're not careful. So we go here and here. Can we get this last legend rank into this fight? I don't think so. Wait, there it is. Alright, sweet. So there, we've got what looks like it should be a pretty interesting fight on the ocean, because at least we don't have our Bone Wyvern, but we do have our entire army, and they do not have anything, so I'm not even going to bother turning AI or mana on for this fight. You should be okay. You died? You died also? Ugh. Strife. Let's watch the guy die. What time are we at? It's 8:30. Okay, cool. So we're past the 8 hour and the $500 mark. So we will watch our experienced seafarer die horrifically to the giant, and then I'll take a break, and then we'll do read the patch notes. I think that'll be fun. Have a way for us to talk about the development of Age of Wonders 4 and what is going on the next patch. Let's see where they go. I assume that this is just going to end up with Giant just goes over there and stomps on somebody. If they're nerfing regular heroes, nerfing the Giants seems a little important. In terms of combat efficacy, they are better than dragons. I think dragons are definitely better commanders, which is where I think that they're interesting. I don't know why dragons tend to be better commanders than giants. I'm not sure what the lore is there, but they do have like some of the best command abilities in the game because of how important it is to get access to control loss immunity. But if you just kill all your opponent's units, then it doesn't matter if you're a better commander or not. If you just have the ability to do 10,000 damage, then you have the ability to do 10,000 damage. Oh no, that wasn't even the oh my god, that was just embarked penalty on defense stats. Got us supremely dead there. Yeah, that's all that was. between major advantage and the fact that experienced seafarers does not gain a defensive bonus. He just got completely obliterated. Yeah, I think that's fine. Still, the long and short of the patch notes review is going to be what we've already discussed, which is I'm glad that Triumph is continuing to develop the game. I do not think that all of the development that they do make sense, because some of the decisions that they make do not seem to reflect game balance, but rather personal decisions about what should be good and what should be bad. And I think everything should be good. That's my general opinion. I think if you're going to make a game that encourages people to do role-playing, that you should make everything be useful and fun as a baseline, and then you can worry about what some people on Reddit are doing in terms of manual PvE abuse. But most of the time you don't have to do that. You could just balance the game for random people to have fun in random ways. And I think you'll appeal a lot more to the average casual consumer that Triumph wants to appeal to. I mean, other than the fact that our ruler got obliterated in this fight, we actually legit might be able to win this game from here. But we need to talk about the patch notes, and I need to read them out loud. So I'm gonna say that this was a draw with this AI from here. I'm gonna pause it, and we will pick up with the patch notes when I get back, and we will talk things through for you, for the benefit of those few at home who want to know what Walker thinks about the upcoming Archon patch. I think that's what they called it, something like that. All right, I'll be back in a few. let's see. I think we can, actually, no, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to close this, and then we're gonna see if we can get music to work here. Let's see. Let's get the Age of Wonders 4 OST. Let's get that rocking and rolling. What? Yeah, there we go. Like, why is the top result not even official? Okay. Let's see if OBS is picking this up, and if not, all right, Chrome. Why aren't you seeing this? Properties. You. Okay. There we go. All right, so that should be everything. I think. Can you guys see this? Can you? I guess we can actually open the Discord because they linked something in here, but I think we should be able to do this. Let's see, where's the news? Server news? Where did they post it? Where did they post it? Oh, maybe they posted it on the Reddit. I think that's where they posted it, right? Where's the patch notes? God. All right, whatever. Griffon beta patch notes. Here we go. Done. All right. So Griffon beta. The Griffon beta. We will need to play on Griffon to see how everything works. But what it boils down to for me in terms of Age of Wonders 4, I think generically Age of Wonders 4 needs to be what Triumph wants it to be, which is like a casual role-playing game. Check my Discord DMs. Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, I found it. This should be it, Bruno, I think. Yeah, we found it. But I think that generically the way that the game needs to be balanced is the way that I've been highlighting like on my tier list videos for the last year and a half, which is like the way that Triumph wants it to be balanced. Like balance it towards role-playing, towards fun, towards making sure that everything works. And unfortunately, there are a lot of things that do not currently work. Fortunately, they have been making good progress on making some different things work. And so I'm just kind of like curious to see how they've attempted to do that here. Because they have done some like pretty serious rework on some things that did not work at all before and definitely work a lot better now. Like, I think people are still overhyping aristocracy. Like the folks who are in the know over on the Discord do still talk about like the strongest strategy still being barbarians plus swift marchers plus cult of personality, because that really is the best strategy in Age of Wonders 4. It's pretty dumb how good it is. But like, I think broadly speaking, that one is that combination is a little too powerful, but by and large, I think people should be able to do powerful things. And the fact that there are so many things that do not do powerful things is the thing that bothers me the most. But there are some highlights that they've added here in terms of quality of life things. Anytime anybody adds quality of life stuff to a patch, I'm always ecstatic. Because like this is the most important thing. Make a UI that is good. Make an AI that is good. You make a UI and an AI that are good, you'll create the tools to communicate clearly and effectively with your player base. And that's what matters, is communication. So that way, like, if something isn't working, that you listen to your player base's feedback. And if your player base has things that they'd like to see, that you can make their life a little easier. So they've made multi-stack movement important. This isn't critical in multiplayer because, like, you can always move units around. That's always a part of the game. Bruno, you can hear the music, right? The OST here. If not, then I can turn it up a little bit, I guess. But I want there to be a little bit of music while we're doing all this. Notification updates are fine. I think that broadly speaking, this is also really important, just so people don't get like overwhelmed by pop-ups. I think generically, it's probably a good idea for most developers to just include a button, like you press 1 or something like that, to make all the pop-ups go away. Especially if you're going to be making a 4X with simultaneous turns. I think that's really important, so that way people don't like get a pop-up and then their army gets annihilated during simultaneous turns. That could be pretty annoying. The content for the Pantheon, broadly speaking, Pantheon stuff is stuff that I know that some people don't like. Meta progression, I think it's fine. I don't think any of the things that are in the Pantheon are like must-haves, which is what I like. I like it to be something where everyone can kind of, you know, experience the game at their own speed. And I think that just having more ways for people who are playing the game a lot to feel like they're playing a lot does something is good. So I like seeing more Pantheon stuff, even if I'm not necessarily going to use it all. So flaws. This is I know a controversial thing, because there are some flaws that look like they are going to just be there for min-maxing problems. Like the thing that people are talking about is like Careless, for instance. For most builds, you're actually pretty fine taking Careless. Like, not all of them, and if you are taking it on literally everything, I think you're going to discover pretty quickly that there are builds like Industrious where you actually want your defense mode to work pretty well because of the way that taunt works. But overall, this is a pretty easy one to fit in. Uncooperative can also be pretty easy to fit in, depending on how much you're going to be using your main racial units. Like, if you're doing a bunch of summoning and stuff, like, you're not going to have as many units that are actually getting this flaw on them, and then being able to like get extra points to get, you know, extra scaling on your heroes is really important. But because they took off tough and resistant from being like really, really disgustingly broken, I think overall, like, the flaws are something that are going to cause issues in multiplayer, because people are going to figure out like which ones are best. You know, Coward could also be ridiculously good in multiplayer if you play your cards right. If you're playing with like Undead, for instance, then Coward is a lot less important. If you're playing with Undead and you're playing with Tome of Zeal and you can just like offset all of your morale problems, then this is also just like a free point. And that's going to be something that I don't think is going to impact our roguelike runs very well, but I cannot imagine that this is not going to cause some number of problems in multiplayer. I don't know how to feel about that. Like, sometimes I think there are things that are going to just need to be banned in multiplayer generically, and the entire flaw system might be one of them. We will have to find out. So the Elementalist has been reworked instead of the Mage. Like, the Mage is one of the strongest classes in vanilla right now. What it does in terms of your clearing potential is just, like, you could just watch the Dark Run. With the exception of my very bad play at the end, we actually probably were in a pretty good spot to win that overall. Maybe we should have just used the queued up strategic layer damage spell and just brought our guys in, because we could have potentially won that way. But now Elementus are going to be like a lot pretty different, is my understanding, because they're going to have access to a summon, right? So they're going to function sort of less like a nuke the way that the Mage works, and more like a nuke plus, where they have access to ways to add more units to the board. So Ritualists, we're going to see how they get reworked, like, deeper into this. I think they highlight different things that they're changing. Ritualists are generically, like, the most important unit, or the most important hero class to have. You don't have to take it as your starting ruler, and I think generically you probably don't want to, just because, like, your starting ruler does impact your early clear so much. But having an overwhelming heal is really good if you actually have good units. So Warlock has been added. I haven't played around with the Warlock yet, so I don't want to necessarily assess it unless we can find the. I guess we could. We're here. It's 9 o'clock. Like, we could open up a couple of things and look at what we're looking at, because I think Joyce has added this, so we can switch to the data set here and hero and switch to Warlock. Sure. Yeah, so the Warlock looks like it's going to have access to a couple of really interesting, like, late game things. I don't know how often we're going to see Dominated. This is at least a free action, and so, like, that's very powerful potentially. But, like, broadly speaking, we're going to need to see where the overall meta settles for heroes. If heroes are across the board nerfed by quite a lot, then the way you need to conceptualize it is that makes, like, all of the weaker let's just, like, new from template. No, not new from template, just new period. If you make all of the tools in the game, like, more balanced, let's just do this there. If you do it like this, this is where all the power is coming from. For something like Barbarians, because they have, like, a good unit roster, then they're losing like a lower overall percentage of their strength over like versus something like Dark whenever the heroes get nerfed. So like anytime they make decisions to do stuff like that where there's still big deltas in cultures, same with like the rank rework and whatnot, you're going to end up where the deltas between cultures have been highlighted rather than smoothed out. So I hope that what this means is that they're going to go back and rework primals and Dark and probably Strife. Maybe even Reavers needs a little bit of touching up, because all of those are not particularly good when it comes to auto-resolves or manuals against other players. I think Reavers are fine if they just get more war spoils, and then they just take more units from the map. But like those guys all have some serious problems because of how they were designed. You can just kind of tell that they were balanced around manuals versus the map, and that's not going to describe everybody. But this one is, I think, the most important in terms of changes for what we might be doing moving forward, is that they've actually changed combat difficulty. So now with introducing this as a replacement for handicaps, if we have challenging plus, this looks like it's going to actually be easier than major advantage, because major advantage is 30% rather than 20 and 20. But because it's going to be getting off like all of these nice little bonuses, it may actually produce better auto resolves for people. Anytime Triumph works on their auto resolve, they get points from me. I don't think their auto resolve is done. Like I complained, I don't know how many times I complained about their casting auto resolve in that stream that we just did. But the fact of the matter is that like in the structure of I use units against your units, they will run into each other and fight. The auto resolve in Age of Wonders 4 actually does work relatively well. It's not perfect, and the bigger issue most of the time when it comes to auto resolve is that the balance is just like all over the place, and there's some serious problems with the AI when it comes to strategic layer management. Like it's serious problems in terms of like where it spends Imperium and where it spends its development. But tactical AI, I think, mostly works, except for the casting. So here, combat AI, this is going to be great. Reducing the chance of the AI choosing to stand on negative markers. That was something we also got to see today in one of our streams. One of our guys like wandering over to stand on a distracting flower. And good, great. The AI is getting more bespoke pieces. Like, if they're trying to make a game where the AI is capable of playing not only against itself but against another human player, so that way you're enabling good manuals that help people understand the mechanics and the fundamentals of the game, that making sure that AI is not exploitable, I think, is really important. And the teleportation abilities did get a lot better when they released monks. It's still not perfect, or even like done, but it is still there. And the fact that they're working on these specific sort of things means that Triumph is taking part of this like development very seriously, right? They're working on bespoke AI for things that need particular fixes, that need to work well in order for those strategies to work well. And these are things that are all very powerful if the AI is using them correctly. That's very nice. And yeah, optimized to reduce auto combat duration. I mean, that's fine. I don't care about auto combat duration at all. Auto combat takes as long as it takes. If people are anxious to make their auto combats take longer, then or to take shorter periods of time, then just make all your units do more damage. Especially in this new universe where everyone's going to be dealing less total overall combat. So here they've done a little bit in terms of UI. That's good. 1 or 2 debuffs, and is on a mind control unit. Mind control will always be removed first. So I don't know about this. Like, I get that you can hold down Alt to remove things, and that is very powerful. But the fact of the matter is that like the mind control units in Age of Wonders 4 tend to be not very good. There are some exceptions to this, and the cases where you can get really good even auto resolves as a result of a mind control, and they're very scary because on the strategic layer you will end up in a handful of fights where you just get obliterated by a nymph and a lightbringer and some random dudes because your AI goes ballistic. But most of the time the AI actually does handle mind controlled units pretty well, by like not massacring your own guys. So I don't know about this, and this of course also makes Eldritch Sovereigns worse. Eldritch Sovereigns are not particularly good right now, so I'm not super excited to see this, but I imagine this is probably something that Tom or someone has been trying to push through. Throwing attacks now do 25% accuracy at long range instead of 15. This is something that does not need to only apply to throwing attacks. Ranged units in general are not good in Age of Wonders 4. Like, they're just not. The battle mages are much better. They're not, like, probably going to ever be able to beat a bunch of Pyre Templars, but that's kind of like not the point of Age of Wonders 4. That's the point of Planetfall, to use a bunch of really powerful ranged units. But the ranged units should work better. And like one of the things that I see a lot on the subreddit are people, complaining about bad auto-resolve AI moving their ranged pieces forward to do a bunch of shooting. That's just because they can't hit if they stand back. You can just watch enough auto-resolves and you'll see that they just miss all the time, and then they hit friendly units when they stand too far away. And it's because their accuracy drops off way too quickly. If all ranged attacks were at like 10% per thing, and then having the cover bonus, you would still have missed attacks with ranged units all the time, but they wouldn't graze and slaughter your own units as frequently as they do these days. And that's just a weird artifact in the game where like they just over nerfed ranged units during the Watcher patch and haven't really looked back. And I think that that's a fixable problem and should be fixed if the game is to appeal to more people. So buffs, debuffs, this is pretty nuts. Buff lifesteal, this now heals per attack than per unit hit, is actually like great in terms of reducing how disgusting you can get in terms of healing. I don't know if this is like, this is probably in response to Pyre Templars with Whiteborn, is my guess. And that is a big problem, which we will talk about whenever we get down to the Pyre Templar section. But lifesteal generically, I think is just a cool ability, and so I'm happy if it's functioning well, and if what we need to do in order to make evolved players happy is change this around, then that's what we got to do. Same with Grace triggering via Warding Bond, that's fine, that makes sense. 10% versus condemned units, that is, we'll see what that does in terms of true math. I would suspect that this probably will inflict way more damage late game and meaningfully less early game, right? Because if you're going from +2 damage to +4 damage off of your spirit tag from Zeal, that can like really obliterate things in the early game on auto resolves. 10% on doing like 14 damage per hit is gonna add like 1 spirit and 1 physical, which isn't worse, but that means you're not going to get as much elemental exploitation, and spirit damage got a lot better on what was it, the Ogre patch, when it got improved pretty meaningfully. Static charge, I don't know if they're ever going to make this like important for auto resolves or PvP, but debuff wet going from -4 to -2 is huge. This is really important. This is one of the things that made lightning just so much better than most of the other damage types, is that they had not only ways for them to get strategic layer damage spells, which my understanding is that they nerfed the lightning torrent a little bit, which that makes sense. Lightning torrent is really insane, so if they want to balance that down, that's fine. But 90% of the balancing that needs to be done in Age of Wonders 4 remains make the things that do not work, and then you can fix the problems at the top later. Because there's just a lot of stuff that is balanced down into issues. It's like decaying here. We'll see. I suspect that this makes debuff and damage over time effects effectively a non-participant in the game moving forward. Because when they did this to like poison stacks and burning stacks and electrified stacks, you know what happened? Nobody used them anymore, because they really, between the fact that you have to stack up a bunch of things, they can be cleansed in like a single big block, and then there's also the issue that everyone has like tons of extra HP as a result of the rank rework. Damage over time effects are not very good in Age of Wonders 4. Decaying is sort of the only one that kind of works right now, and moving it from a turn off all healing to something you have to stack up 4 times means that I'm I am very curious to see if anyone can make this work in multiplayer. My guess is probably not. And the fact that, you know, damage is going to decrease for a meaningful number of heroes kind of helps damage over time effects come back up, but like just do basic math on like trying to figure out how much damage people are actually going to take out of these stacks versus just it being an on-off switch, and you'll see immediately that this is worse. So combat map, yeah, sure, that's fine. Cultures, barbarian. So this is probably where the game needs the most work, honestly. Beyond the auto-resolve AI knowing how to use combat casting, there are enormous deltas between cultures that make it so that some cultures you really just cannot play with if you're new. If you're new and value your time, then you really can't play with some of the worst cultures, and they really need some help. And it's good to see that like they're still being touched up, but Barbarian is too good. This needs to be nerfed in some way. The combination that Barbarians have in terms of ritual alacrity, as well as like one of the best, if not the best, unit rosters in the game, means that as they highlight in the official Discord, people are doing like 1v1 fights, and unsurprisingly, the strongest strategy video is the strongest strategy, because it's ridiculous. It is absolutely absurd how powerful you can get with barbarians and swift marchers and cult. But even without the swift marcher and cult thing, if you know what you're doing, barbarians are the best culture still in vanilla. You do have to know what you're doing, and you have to understand how to like leverage ritual alacrity and put outposts onto the board and stuff, but it is not remotely close how fast your economy scales playing with barbarian and just killing things. Dark, if we get a Dark rework, I'll be thrilled. It needs a rework. 10 extra HP on Dark Warrior is like a start, but I think the biggest issue with Dark Warriors remains that they're just generically bullied by the large number of polearms on the map. Now, the large number of polearms has actually gone down because they keep adding more units to the game, and so as long as you keep getting, you know, more DLC and more units to be spawning in, then like the fact that most cultures have access to a tier 2 polearm doesn't make Dark Warriors as hilariously out of whack as they used to be. But this is still probably not enough durability for the Dark Warriors. Like, I would say if you want to play Dark right now, you probably still are playing Prolific Swarmers, especially because Tough is worse now, so you can't really rely on that. But Dark, just like a bunch of the things in Dark still do not work particularly well and need to be fixed up. Industrious. So this, I think, is actually good for Industrious in terms of its playability. I think it's still A tier in the sense that, like, it's not going to be able to compete with Barbarians or Attunement if the Attunement player has the ability to keep using like strategic player damage spells. But I like Industrious, and I think that it's like really easy for new players to learn and feel powerful with without, you know, being overpowered. And that's where I think a lot of things should be in Age of Wonders 4. Make them powerful enough that people can do interesting things with them, and not feel like they're on rails to necessarily do one single application of the thing that makes it work. Mystic, Unit Summoner, Spirit Hawk, sure, okay. I think Attunement still needs summoner numbers in terms of spending Astral Echoes, because world map casting really is that powerful. And it does make Attunement pretty annoying to fight against. Like, Barbarians pretty close behind, or Barbarians are ahead of them because they have lower input costs. Like, all you need for Barbarians is places to click Ritual on and units to click Ritual with, whereas Attunement, you do actually have to like set up a little bit and make sure that you have access to either a bunch of mana, or you play as an Eldritch Sovereign so you can use some of your thralls to help cast the like strategic layer Eldritch Sovereign spell whenever you don't have the mana. Yo, what's up, Tiger Eye? We're here. We're talking through the patch notes, and we just talked about Mystics, Reavers. I think Reavers with the fix in for the double stun bug, as long as you know what you're doing with Reavers, I do think that they are functional now. I don't think they're good enough to deserve any higher than like a C+, B- range. I think that you could fix that by like definitely securely in the B- range if they just had more war spoils at the beginning of the game. But like Reaver still has issues where their mid and late game units are like mostly ranged units, and although there are great ways to leverage those, I would say that most of the time it remains the same game where like the ranged pieces in Age of Wonders 4 mostly do not do as well as the melee units. Oathstorm and Strife, at least they did make Strife like a little more playable, but I think the design for this mostly is that outside of like team scenarios where a Strife player can just like send 1,000 little scouts over to pillage somebody else's capital and thereby like make another person on the enemy team non-functional at the beginning of the game, I don't think Strife works in terms of its design. I don't think it reflects the rules of the game particularly well, especially because of the way EXP capture works. So I don't know, like Strife, I think this also kind of needs a rework here. Factions, okay, so the Giant Kings are now rare, but I want to see if they reworked Giant Kings at all down here, because they are a little bit too powerful, honestly. Society traits starting with an underground passage, perfect, excellent. So we just need more things that interact with map gen to make sure that people are not picking traits that do not then reflect what is happening. Like if we're taking experienced seafarers, I do kind of expect there to be ocean nearby. I think that would be pretty good. So here, this one, heroes, they didn't highlight it here, but maybe they highlight it down below. But I heard that there was something where you can like pre-generate heroes that have a specific ambition and a specific type of not ambition track, but the governance. Yeah, there it is. The specific type of governance. If people can choose to generate scholars or drafters, although now drafters are a lot more balanced, so scholar governors all the time, that would be a big problem for multiplayer. So they really need to make it so that that is a flag that can be ticked off for multiplayer, because otherwise some number of people are going to cheat. Like, I don't think that's going to be a problem in WinSlaya's group, because those players all want to have fun in their games, but it will make some people cheat, and it will result in people having some serious feel-bads when it comes to multiplayer. And the netcode is rough enough in Age of Wonders 4 that I don't think anyone should have a feel-bad in a multiplayer scenario. I think people who play it should be able to have fun, and offering a tool that allows someone in the know to get an enormous advantage over somebody who doesn't is a big problem. So here, whatever, like Death Knight, fine, sure. Yeah, leave one action point. I actually kind of really like that for Raise Undead generically. If they ported that to Necromancer as well, then that would be pretty sweet, because I love leave one action point. Those are good abilities. And Death Knight, I don't think it's like the most broken in the game, so I think it's okay to just like, touch it up here and there. I think that's pretty nice. Warriors, it looks like they're going to get a pretty meaningful nerf across the board. I don't think that's inherently wrong. Like I said, like previously, ritualists really are like the most important in terms of getting one, especially for access to the mass haste. But like warriors are incredibly early. Spell blades are typically better if you're going to be playing with something like a dragon. Probably also a Giant King, although I'll tell you that I have not played a Giant King myself. I have fought against Giant Kings, but I have never actually used a Giant King. So maybe whenever we do our next charity stream, we'll random around enough and someone will use an obligation of some sort to set us into a Giant King so we can see how they feel from the other side. But I don't think it's inherently wrong to make warriors a little bit worse, but like I said, across the board, I think the most important thing is to buff the bad things first, and I don't see a buff here for defenders. So defenders, like, they are good at what they say on the box, which is like stay alive in combat, and then because they have access to the taunt, they can help your other units stay alive in combat. But that's not enough when it comes to PvP or like an important late game manual fight against the AI. You kind of need the defender to do something other than just be alive. And I think if they just went in here and just like chucked in a couple of really effective command abilities, then I think that you could just keep the defender as is. But if it had a couple of really important command abilities, then of course, like, important and like well costed and well placed command abilities, then it would make it so the defender would still be an incredibly high priority thing to kill. Because the thing is that if you don't do that, what ends up happening with a defender in a late game PvP fight? The other player just does not attack the defender because they don't need to, because it's not worth their time. That tank is going to be unkillable, just kill everybody else, and then And then you'll do fine, because the defender can't really do anything on its own. And so if the defender were just like a better commander and made more units more important, then by, you know, incentivizing the other player to kill it, they would be forced to interact with their durability a little better. Sure, yeah, signature, Ancient of Earth, whatever. This, I guess, because we're here, we might as well talk. We might as well highlight one more time that I think the dragons, let's see, whatever, astral aspect, sure. Shadow transformation. So this, turning into decaying zombies except in water battles, this is a level 16 ability, not a level 8 ability. I don't know why it's available at level 8, because the fact of the matter is that, like, whenever we get down here to Elder Shadow, we remain with Eternal One, an ability that does not do anything. This is something that we theorized when we were doing the hero rework, and I did not read the tooltips. Oh boy, if this were a level 16 ability, it might be something that would be bannable in multiplayer that Cody might complain about. And it's not at level 16 and bannable. It's level 8 and bannable, and that's a problem. I don't like things that make me feel like I have to suggest bans or nerfs, because mostly I think the game needs buffs on bad stuff. But that one is a problem. Infestations. So the other thing that I kind of want to do, if we can finally get access to like a true observer mode, is run some sort of like true observer AI gauntlet of some kind, so we can watch the AI play itself and see how it deals with new infestation rules and things like that. Because the thing is that, like, I don't hate regenerating infestations. We have played with regenerating infestations in multiplayer, even though it does have some pretty hilarious problems when it comes to like the stability really is what it boils down to. If you have regenerating infestations in multiplayer, it'll cause a lot of desyncs. That makes me sad, because I would like to play more with those in multiplayer if I were doing multiplayer, but the fact of the matter is that regenerating infestations also kind of just like bulldozes the AI, so reworking infestations here I think makes sense to help the AI not get destroyed by the map a little bit better if you enjoy playing with regenerating. Interface, this is all just UI stuff. They're not telling us anything about porting the special rules from Planetfall, where we can choose what spells are available. Nominally, that's supposed to be something that you can do if you're playing as Potential, and I do think that remains kind of like one of the strongest parts of Potential, is that you can just curate your spellbook. But I don't think that should be what makes Potential good. I think Potential should be good for less arcane reasons, and making it so that players can actually use a user interface to help get around the biggest weakness in the tactical auto-resolve AI. I think will make a lot of people happier. Item Forge, we didn't really get to do a lot of item forging here, and as I said, I have not played at all on the Giant King patch, so I actually don't feel confident like saying the item forge is good or bad now. I'll tell you that the item forge is definitely worse, and I think that is itself a good thing, simply because the item forge really was, I want to say degenerate, but it was not fun how much you had to get out of the item forge if you wanted to do well in multiplayer. You still kind of have to do that, but like the fact of the matter is that like now the best stuff requires you to find good stuff to tear apart, and therefore it's not like a thing that's going to scale you into outer space all on its own. You have to actually play the game still, and I think that's good. I think that's an unalloyed good. I think that's very useful. I don't know about multiplayer, or rather modding. Like the modding stuff, I would say everything that I have seen in the mod tools looks like modding in Age of Wonders 4 is primarily good, but generically for any 4X, I think you need to make as many things in regards to your AI moddable as possible, especially like giving us ways to add new weight classes to the way that the AI plays the game, so that way we can create an AI that helps the players like understand the mechanics of the game better. Because like we died a lot with our roguelike, so you know, that's the nature of playing like ridiculous nonsense builds. But I would say that if you are looking to learn to play the game you really have to ignore what the AI is doing, and that makes me sad, because I think people should be allowed to play the game in order to learn it, rather than be forced to watch content or like do spreadsheets outside of the game in order to learn it. But if you play the game like every other 4X these days, if you play Age of Wonders 4 and you attempt to replicate what the AI is doing, you will actually be hurting yourself pretty hard because of the decisions that the AI makes. So that's not good. And if the AI could be modded more easily to reflect like the actual rules and the fundamentals, then I think that the game would communicate better with players. If that were true in vanilla, it would communicate a lot better. But if there were like a VIP mod for Age of Wonders 4, I think I could recommend it pretty strongly. Okay, so they fixed a frequent OOS after combat retries. That's fine. But this is multiplayer for every single 4X developer out there. If you're going to include multiplayer, for the love of God, please make sure that your multiplayer connection is like good enough that people can just play with their friends and have fun. Otherwise, you are basically making sure that your multiplayer people are only going to be like incredibly invested players, or players who are effectively siloed off from the rest of the community, because there's going to be no way for random people to just float over to it. Like, the multiplayer with bad netcode is as hostile a design as I can imagine. I haven't played with WinSlaya in 6-7 months, so like I'll tell you that the things that I was reading on Reddit sounded like the multiplayer netcode is still getting better, which is good. That's another like unalloyed good when it comes to 4X development. But I would say that overall, don't even bother including multiplayer if your netcode is not going to be friendly to new players, because they're just gonna bounce off of it, and then like they're gonna have some sort of secret conversation like, well, why did we even waste money on multiplayer if no one's playing it? No one's playing it because it sucks. If your multiplayer experience is bad, then like, unsurprisingly, most people are not going to play it. So just make your multiplayer experience good for people. Not that complicated. Onboarding, I think this is, fine. I don't know how many people are actually reading tooltips in regards to stuff like this, but that's okay. As long as some people are getting something out of it, then I don't think it matters if developers are doing things that make them happy. So Pantheon, I don't think anything here is too surprising other than the Titan's Great Bow. I haven't played with this, but I've heard that this is really absurd. We'll see if we ever roll into it for any of our roguelike streams, because Rangers with crowbows also remain like relatively useful in the early game, but both of them have issues where, like, if you don't have the good equipment and you don't have like the good support to allow the ranger to not have a unit just stand next to them, Rangers remain kind of questionable in my experience. And this isn't gonna necessarily like break the game for early game Rangers, considering their generic strength, but this is whatever. It's a Pantheon pick, it doesn't matter. This is the stuff that matters. So Tome of Evocation, extra damage decreased from 20% to 10%. Great, sure. Evocation was a really strong ability, a really strong tome anyway, so that's fine. And then lightning resistance, lightning torrent going from -3 to -1, sure, yeah, that's also fine. That makes it so you cannot like lightning torrent the same stack over and over and over again and obliterate it. I don't think that matters that much for PvP, because you really should not be doing that, but in single player you can still nuke the map, and this makes that a little harder, and I think that's fine. Tome of Scrying, guided projectiles increasing optimal range by 1 for reducing long range penalties is excellent. This is in fact like effectively critical when it comes to making ranged pieces better. We'll have to see if that makes ranged pieces like viable, honestly, because increasing accuracy for your physical ranged attacks is the single most important thing that you can be doing for your physical ranged attacks, so that way you're not just like shooting your own dudes a bunch. But the other things here, they're cute. Tower of True Sight might make Tome of Scrying playable for high. Most of the time you don't really care about city stability, but Knowledge Income is okay. And if we can make city stability work on high, then we could potentially see Tome of Scrying be useful, because Astral Affinity is Astral Affinity. Tome of Amplification, this is fine. I don't think this is going to change where Amplification is. I think it's still mostly a B tier that you use on some builds sometimes, and I'm much happier it being that than being where it was, 2 years ago when it was something you had to take all the time. Tome of Teleportation. This one, we're going to have to see what actually happened with the emergency teleportation AI being rewritten. It sounds like this is going to be really sweet. I think most of the time I'm of the opinion that displacement should work like the way that it did at the beginning of the Tiger patch. It might have been frustrating for a handful of multiplayer people, but the fact of the matter is that the game needs to be balanced to be an accessible single player experience, and having displacement be bad is really bad, because it's if you have a massive noob trap that takes a long time to get to, because it's gonna take a long time to get high level heroes. If you have a massive noob trap that takes a massive investment and then gets them killed, players are gonna get angry and not want to play the game. And so make sure displacement functions for like the average player experience first, and then if Evolve needs to mod it for a handful of players, then Evolve can mod it for a handful of players. They have the ability to do that, and that's fine. Astral Mirror, I don't really care about any of this stuff, because the only thing I care about Astral Mirror is the summon Astral Reflection being able to spawn 2 support units. Now we'll see down at the bottom that support units have gotten meaningfully better, and between the fact that a bunch of these damage bonuses are going from 20% down to 10% means that we actually might see support units be useful in the mid and late game. I don't know. That's what multiplayer is for testing those sorts of fundamentals. I would not be surprised if the game still mostly revolves around killing stuff, because there's usually pretty good ways to kill stuff. The way that the game works is that you just do more and more and more research in like multiplayer or like an actual build instead of random things, and it's much easier to just stack a bunch of damage things together than it is to stack a bunch of defensive things together. That's just the way that the enchantment system tends to work in Age of Wonders 4. But if they've made it so that all of the damage things are down, then that might be enough, right? If you decrease a couple of them, then that probably is not going to change the fundamentals of the game. But if you change all of the damage things to dealing less, then you meaningfully increase the power of defensive stuff, and that could be really good. It's in the same zone as making damage over time effects not great, but that's the way a game goes sometimes. So Chaos Gremlins remain a tier 2 unit. I don't think that's inherently offensive to have a tier 2 unit on a tier 2 tome, but if you're going to do that, you need to make them like dirt cheap. You need to make them, because the thing is that like other people are going to be getting tier 3, and that is just, and it's on the same wizard tower, so like there isn't really a meaningful advantage to attempting to summon a tier 2. But if the tier 2 summons were just insanely inexpensive, then I think you could make a pretty good argument for attempting to use them just for tempo on clearing purposes. Without that, they can change as many of these little dingly bops as they want to. I'm not excited to get a tier 2 summon off of a tier 2 tome, but at least it's not a 55 HP thing that eats like 20 mana per turn. So Gremlins are going to do gremlin things. Here, Tome of Calamity has been nerfed. That's good. Tome of Calamity was better than most of the tier 5 tomes, but most of that's because of the tier 5 tomes not being good. And as we scroll down, we don't really see that being fixed by a big amount here. This is nice though. I like Tome of Enchantment getting better, because I think Tome of Enchantment is like probably one of the best balanced tier 1 tomes in the game. It is not overpowered while also being powerful, and so it can enable other builds to do different things without making the game feel like it revolves around it the way that it does with some of the other low tier tomes like Cryomancy and Alchemy and the like. Tome of Enchantment is just interesting, and I like seeing the interesting things get a little bit better. Tome of the Creator, I honestly think that that Triumph should just lean into where they are on Tectonic Shatter and literally make it a cast once per battle, like super ritual or something that like maybe takes a turn to charge up and then does like an obliterating amount of damage for like one time, but then you can only use it once or something like that. Until they get there, Tome of the Creator is kind of questionable for me. I get that they've made it so that now there are more elemental tags in the game, which is really sweet, but like that's just the tier 5 tomes have They have really wide power deltas is what it boils down to. And I think that all of the tier 5 tomes should be awesome. Not only should they have like good stuff in them, but they should all be like meaningfully better than the tier 4 tomes, because you can only get one of them, right? Like you should feel like these tomes do something and are sweet. And this is a little bit, I guess. It's a little bit, I guess, but I don't think it's enough to make the Tome of the Creator feel sweet just yet. This is something, Tome of Roots, that we didn't get to discuss it in the last patch notes video because I didn't do it. But the Tome of Roots is actually, I think, meaningfully better. I would even say that it may have been a B tier on the last patch. The extra damage going from 20% to 10 might push it back down to like B- or C+. But the fact of the matter is that like Tome of Roots had been held back for a long time by the fact that the blight damage was effectively meme nonsense, and it's been reworked so that now blight damage is not bad for you. Blight damage is actually good for you. There are things that you can actually exploit in terms of doing extra damage to it. I don't know if the summoning logic for Vine Prison is going to be good or not. That's something where you just have to like test the auto resolve and see what happens. But Tome of Roots, I think, is certainly playable these days. Tome of Beasts, I don't know about this. We will see how this works in practice in terms of additional mana cost. I have not loaded the Griffon beta yet, but I'll tell you that like part of what made Beasts so powerful on smaller maps was the fact that you could just get a bunch of tier 2 units if you understood the way that the summoning worked. Like if we turn this back off and go to here, to tomes, to Tome of Beasts and Tome of Wild Animals. This is not to suggest that this is actually like a good way to do this. Like this is an incredibly hostile way to do this, and so the fact that they've moved over to this I don't think is inherently wrong, because this really made people crazy if they didn't know how to interact with it. But the fact of the matter is that like part of what made Beasts powerful was that you could get a bunch of tier 2 units on the insane cheap very early in the game and use those for creeping or for rushing. If these are not incredibly cheap, then I don't know if that's going to make Beasts like B tier. I would suspect it probably will. I would suspect that this probably is going to make it B+. I mean, at least the summon animals are getting enchantments here on the Wild Speaker, but like the Wild Speaker's strength mostly is not in what it can do with summoning a tier 1 animal. It's mostly, can you get killing momentum with Unleash the Beast on a very powerful animal, and the summon wild animal might, it does honestly sound like it's going to be worse here if you knew what you were doing with it. And like just, you could just make this like more available in game. You could make this information available in game, and then clean it up and then make it available in game, and then it wouldn't have to be so crazy. But that's okay. Like Tome of Beasts, as long as they rework the nature tree at some point, I don't care if Tome of Beasts gets a little worse, because it is ridiculously strong in a very small map. But if they don't do that, which I don't think they did, which we'll scroll down to the bottom, then like moving all these little things around in nature doesn't really matter, because the fact of the matter is that like the nature empire tree is the single biggest problem when it comes to wanting to play with nature strategies. And if we go to this, it's basically the same. It's the same thing. Most of these bonuses do literal nothing, and having a bunch of bonuses on your empire tree that do literal nothing means that like every single tome that you choose with a nature affinity makes your build worse. You can still win with a bunch of nature stuff in single player, but like the fact of the matter is that empire trees, this does not function, and needs to be reflected in all the grades that you give for anything that occupies this space. So I'm glad that some of these things are getting buffed. Temple of Fertility increasing draft is great. This could even be 3, honestly, and I wouldn't hate it. Like Temple Fertility is not a broken tome by any means, so making this a little better is fine. But across the board, city structures that you get off of tomes need boosts. We need boosts on these things. Like if Triumph insists on people being forced to take farms in their cities, then just add a bunch of random farm boosts to a bunch of random temple, or a bunch of random tome infrastructure, and it will make this stuff like a lot more playable, I promise. like, it would also make farms more playable if you had to take them and to get a production discount on a bunch of infrastructure that right now you're mostly skipping because it's too expensive, but you give us boosts, then that math could change. So Tome of the Cycles, I don't know. It sounds like you can't do the fancy stuff anymore of mind controlling and sacking, so I don't know if Druid of the Cycle is ever going to be good. I think if it were I still think that what I said 5 months ago on the tier list movie, if this were just a racial unit already, then like it'd be a lot more playable. One thing that is good about Druid of the Cycle these days, though, is that plants are actually playable. That's another thing that isn't reflected here, but on the last patch, they made plant transformation on Gaia just like actually good, and that's awesome. I don't think it's enough to make that tome good, but it's enough to make like the other plants, like the stuff on Tome of Roots and whatever, where was it? Yeah, the stuff on Tome of Roots and the stuff on Home of Fertility. The fact that the plant tag is good now rather than bad is actually really sweet. Bloom projectiles, sure. Yeah, life seeded. Yep, that's cool. Extra damage with the king, that's cool. I don't think this really changes my meta considerations on Tome of Cycles, though. And Tome of Vigor, this is sort of in the same spot as the Tome of Beasts, where we'll see what this does. This actually might be a little different, though, in comparison to Tome of Beasts, because, like, Tome of Beasts, you really did want to just kind of, like, high roll stuff and kill people, whereas by the time you get to Tome of Vigor, you should have the economy necessary to afford the higher tier and more expensive mana cost animals if you can. And there really are some absurd units when it comes to Tome of Vigor and what you can get off of Call Greater Animal. Looks like we're in the Griffon database, so we have to switch back, but Summon Greater Animal can give you access to some pretty disgusting things, like the White Wolf at tier 4 that just like obliterates stuff. So like they're really strong animals to get out of Tome of Vigor, and if you can get them reliably and then rush somebody, then this actually might be a serious buff. You just have to make sure that you have the mana economy for it, and because nature doesn't really have that, you gotta look elsewhere for the mana to use this thing. But I think if you can, then this actually sounds like a buff across the board. Gods of Nature, sure, yeah, whatever, nerf it, I guess, if you want to. I would not put that as a particularly high priority for me. I think making the other things that don't work better is the highest priority first. Tome of the Beacon, all right, so Tome of Faith. Chaplain is moved to Tome of the Beacon, sure. Tier 3 racials, excellent. I want more tier 3 and tier 4 support units that are racial so they can do cool stuff. That's important to me. Just generically giving people more tools that work is important to me, and having higher tier units that will scale longer is the easiest way to get there. Summon Lesser Light Spirits, I have not used these at all, but I have heard that these are apparently ridiculous. I'd believe it. Like, removing negative stats effects, healing for 20 HP, this thing gives a 90% chance to inflict Condemned. This sounds really nice. I'm also kind of curious what the distribution is for them in terms of weaknesses here, because Celestial, Elemental, and Magic Origin means that there's a lot of opportunities to make those things slap. So this sounds like Tome of Faith actually may have moved up pretty considerably. Having a summon really is a big deal. The fact that you probably can still get the army heal is kind of annoying, but if you have a summon, then you kind of don't need army heal anymore. So it is what it is, and having a bunch of healers running around that can also deal some damage can make your creep work pretty well. So Tome of Beacon, let's see, this is Divine Beacon that kind of doesn't do anything. Reinforcements, finally. So Summon Blessed Souls is no longer a meme thing. It will actually let you summon a tier 3 Blessed Soul. Finally, thank God. That also might meaningfully make Beacon better. So this is, this is really what it boils down to for this patch. On the Griffon patch, they're focusing on order stuff, and unsurprisingly, this is going to be the thing that I am most positive about, because it's the thing that I feel pretty confident just reading over it, that Triumph has had the energy and the resources and the willpower to try to fix right now. And it does sound like they're mostly fixing things. The order Empire tree is still kind of a problem in the sense that, like, most of these early picks actually all 3 of these early picks do basically nothing except on a really big map. But once you get past those first 3 early picks, then there are actually some really nice picks deeper in here. So you can still do big order stuff. Just ignore the vassal things. They really don't do anything except on like a large or like high player map, a high player count map. But the other stuff, all this stuff, it really does sound like there's big and meaningful changes when it comes to playing as an order mage in Age of Wonders 4, and that's good. So Tyrant Knights, these sound like they are going to be way better on the new patch, like way better, considering that A, we're not having to chew through like 15 or 20 extra morale out of everybody, but then B, look at this stuff, +1 defense and resistance per level below morale an attacker has. Like, this is something that it should be pretty easy to trigger, like, once with the way that Tyrant Knights work, and then they can still, like, charge in and obliterate things as a tier 4, and if you were playing with a flying mount, which I haven't seen it in here, the flying mounts still have the model count reduction. They should not. They really should not have the model count reduction, but if they do, then model count reduction on Tyrant Knights, if you can get them down to 1, these sound like they are potentially the best tier 4 like brawling unit, racial brawling unit in the game other than Pyro Templars. But Pyro Templars at least have been nerfed a little bit, just a little bit. I feel like this tome just doesn't make sense as a tier 3 tome. It still is mostly better than most of the other tier 4 tomes, so I think it makes a lot more sense for it to be a tier 4. But at least Pyro Templars got nerfed a little bit. I don't know. These units are a lot better than all the other units in the game. So I don't know. This thing, Triumph, you need to reconsider your life decisions. Like, this is a tier 4 tome. You can do these little dingly bop things, and this is good at making it less unbelievably overpowered. So Consecrating Firestorm up until this patch was dealing effectively like the most damage and applying the status resistance shredding of the flash freeze mostly, while also giving you the damage bonus of extra zeal. Consecrating Firestorm is the best strategic layer damage spell in the game. It's still mostly that, and you still have the issues of Cleansing Flame giving you, a tempo-free cleanse for everybody, and now because cleanses are going to be targeting at priority the mind control and berserk effects, I would assume it's not just literal mind control, because that would just be rude to Eldritch Sovereigns for no reason. But it's a tempo-free cleanse is easily one of the most important things in the game, and so this just needs to be a tier 4 tome. It is a tier 4 tome in terms of game balance. Now it's probably more like a tier 4.5 than a 4.75, so it doesn't make the tier 5 tomes feel bad, but this is not a tier 3 tome. Tome of Supremacy, Exemplar, alright, sweet. So now we have a much better, good, like, late game defensive order thing. We'll see how that works in practice with the problem of Pyro Templars running around. But I'm pretty sure that you can still do the swap thing where you just go into Tome of Corruption or something else that removes your legs, and then just do that transformation, or the Naga transformation on a Stormborn, remove your legs, and then you're not a Cav anymore, and then you don't get bullied by Pyro Templars nearly as badly. And if they make enough things that you can do that to, then we might be able to get around the fact that these remain effectively the best units in the game, but we'll have to see if anyone comes up with a real solution for it in multiplayer, because they're just the best units. They're just the best units. Shrine of Smiting, sure, yeah, okay, we get Zeal, that's fine, but Shrine of Smiting has not been the bee's knees for like a year and a half. It's mostly just jazz at this point. Get reduced damage, sure. This is what they were talking about in regards to Tome of Necromancy getting buffed a little bit, so Necrotic Magic applies to Skirmisher and ranged units. That's nice, and applying to all attacks and not just like the base attack tags is sick. I like Necrotic Magic. I think it's a really cool one. It's going to be applying a much worse decaying stack, so it's not going to be as ridiculous being able to spread it around as quickly as you could, but I don't know, it was like a year ago when we were playing with battle mages who actually could use necrotic magic, and it felt good. It felt fun. So I like seeing stuff like that. And the resurgence on champion rank skeletons is fine. I don't know if that's gonna change everything. No, I didn't look at them, Godsend. I don't know, maybe we'll do that as another follow-up at the end of the next stream, because I feel like this stream is going to end up being long enough as is. I kind of want to see the class rework like in practice. I suspect it probably is going to end up making the worst cultures worse, because that it sounds like what they've done is, you know, like brought down the power on heroes, and if you bring down the power on heroes, then you distribute more of the power of the build onto the culture itself. And there are still cultures that do not work in Age of Wonders 4, and so that I think is a balancing decision that I wouldn't say is wrong, but is too early, right? If you want to balance it, yeah, you have to play the beta to see them. That I could definitely see that, but like the fact of the matter is that if what they did in terms of hero rework is that they made the heroes not as powerful, then that just hurts the worse cultures a lot more than it hurts the good ones, and that's not good. You don't bully the bad cultures. Like Dark doesn't need that from you, Triumph. They need your help, not your hindrances. Necromancy, sure. Tentacle, 60% finally. So 60% on marked or slowed. This is fine. GitHub database has it. Oh yeah, so then I did look a little bit at the hero builder in here, like this one. I looked a little bit at it, but I didn't go over the warlock because I haven't actually like read all of the nodes, and 45 minutes of me reading all of these nodes is probably not valuable content for anyone. But it should be up here. I guess I could post a link to this. I can post a link to this, but if you just search Age of Wonders 4 database Tiger Eye, you'll find it. Joyce is like one of the most valuable resources in the community, honestly, the way she maintains those sorts of things for us. Tome of Souls. So Bone Horrors, sure, you can make these a little easier to recruit. I don't know if that's going to change my behavior with Bone Horrors because they are slow, and so they have difficulty creeping. But them being a little easier to summon is like fine. It doesn't really change the way that I wanted to think about Tome of Souls, though. This does. So Soul Overflow, I think this is fine if you're trying to make debug effects work a little bit better. Overall, I think that Soul Overflow was strong enough that this is justified. I don't know if every cleanse needs to be brought from an all to a 2, as long as you also create, you know, other ways to prevent cleanses, then that could be useful. Did you check the box to switch over to Griffon database set, Tiger Eye? Because you have to check this box at the top. Otherwise, you're gonna see the old stuff. And she might not have ported literally everything over, but she ported almost everything so far in the database set that I saw. Here's a big issue. So I don't know if they fixed the Banshee behaviors, but if they haven't fixed the Banshee behaviors and they're still just teleporting in and getting themselves slaughtered, then this is a spell that you cannot really cast. Whereas Corrupt Souls were ridiculously important units when it came to creeping and trying to leverage souls in the early mid game, because you just vomit a bunch of Corrupt Souls onto the board and they fly all over the place and pick fights for you. Like, they're not good against other players because they have so many gigantic weaknesses, but you don't need them to be good against players. You need to be good against the map, and unless they've changed the behaviors for Banshees, then these are neither good against the map nor against other players. So I don't know about that. Like, thematically, I can see how Corrupt Souls work a little bit better in Doom Herald, because of the way that this is a big morale focused thing. And then you could say, all right, Banshee is an undead, and it's a battle mage, so it can use the powers of Tome of Necromancy. But like, you can't have an army without a front line. This is worse than that, because it's a unit that is going to rush way ahead of everybody else and get itself buried in combat, and that's pretty rough. 40 HP to undead units is really nice. This is I think one of the biggest changes, though, when it comes to Tome of Souls. Gonna keep things, I think probably competitive with Tome, despite the nerf on a couple of really important things. This might be a B+ Tome now, rather than like an A or A- Tome, but this is still playable. Tome of Doom Herald, we're gonna have to see how it operates in practice, because like generically morale effects don't really do anything right now in Age of Wonders 4, but because of the way that they're reworking morale, this might be a great tome now. If you can use this to prevent your opponent from getting the crit bonus at 20 morale, it's still useful. But if you can get it to where they can actually start falling into fumbling range, then this goes from being something which is like a cute thing to use in a skirmish to something that might generically be useful in a real multiplayer game. If you can get your opponents to start fumbling rolls, your defensive scaling is going to go like asymptotic. Like as soon as your opponents start having attacks where they think they're going to kill this in one action, but then they fumble enough that they have to commit a second action to it, their combats are going to become a nightmare. So this is on a watch list for me. We'll see how this really does work, because they did also get Corrupt Souls, which I think, again, generically pretty good when it comes to doing things in the universe of creeping against the board. So Doom Herald might actually be, I don't want to say good, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a B- tome now, honestly. Great transformation. This is awesome. I love Bone Dragons. I think they are rad AF. I think they have a, like, if I cared about aura, then these would be my #1 aura farmers in the universe. I've learned the lingo of the youths, but I like just making Bone Dragons feel powerful when they come down as a tier 4 non-racial mythic, and then they'll gradually phase out by being bullied out by tier 5 non-racials, or by like heavily developed tier 3 and tier 4 racial units. But if you have a tier 4 mythic, it should feel awesome, and you should be able to use it. And this going from tier 5s to tier 4s is exactly that. So I like that change. I think that's really one I really cannot complain about. This, thank God. So I don't think they highlighted it here, or if they did, I kind of missed it, but they changed Frozen's failed effect to not slowed, which was still awesome, but to status vulnerability, which is way less broken. So that is, I think, a nerf that makes sense across the board and is useful for people. And Cold Dark having marginally worse snow spirits, that's fine. They were one of the best elementals anyway, due to the nature of the thing. Tome of Corruption, corrupted boon. So it's switched from a 1-hex AoE to a single target. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I think we need AoE dispels on buffs. A dispel that hits everything might have still been too powerful for Evolved, but like I'll tell you that they had an ability that was sort of like that Cody added to the heroes. So like they have tools for doing like a bunch of different buff cleanses in Evolved already, and I think that just buff cleanses across the board are really important to include in the game. This might have been overtuned at 1-hex AoE, but I feel like at 1-hex AoE with a flip, as long as it was flipping only to one instance, that seemed like it would probably be reasonable enough. Tomb of Oblivion, they're reworking here. Don't really care about Devouring Void because you just walk out of it, but Living Fog, we will see if this makes a difference, because now Living Fog is just like an entirely different unit from where it used to be. If you have the ability to use a fog as a battle mage, sort of, and use it as an artillery piece, then this might be enough to make Oblivion like work sort of as a top end for morale-based strategy. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm not generically particularly interested in things that are hazards that you can walk through, but Oblivion had its time to shine. It did a bunch of nonsense previously. Severing remains a tome that I think probably just needs to move to a tier 3 and get reworked, so that way more people who want to be able to counter undead stuff can counter undead stuff without necessarily feeling like they have to warp their build too much. Tome of the Eternal Lord. True Death Magic is still nuts, but thank God it has been switched to a 1-turn cooldown. So now you cannot do the summoner thing where you summon a magma spirit, phase it, and then immediately use the Curse of the Reaper. You have to actually wait 1 turn. So this is a really big nerf on Tome of the Eternal Lord. It's a big nerf that is associated with the AI also getting better on it, but I would say across the board that this looks like the Tome of the Eternal Lord is back down into like C- D+ range probably, because they took the thing that was like pseudo broken about it and fixed it without like improving the things that don't really work. So fix the other things that don't really work here, Triumph. I think that's probably a good thing to do. Rank, Elite no longer gives 10% extra damage. Sure, yeah, like we talked about this when we were doing the streams, but across the board, if you want to just make the decisions matter more, reducing damage tends to be, I think, one of the best solutions for that. So I can't complain about that, honestly. Yeah, here it is. Unit abilities that apply frozen now apply stats vulnerability instead of slowed. Excellent, good. This was one of the strongest abilities in the game, and now it's still probably one of the strongest abilities in the game, but a little less ridiculous. Pestilence Escape, movement abilities get correctly disabled by Immobilize. That just sounds like bug fixing more than anything else. And Flow Serpent, increased hit points from 25 to 35. Okay. The design on Flow Serpents, I think, is interesting, because at least now you don't literally kill them with one lightning torrent. But across the board, I would say that Flow Serpents, they probably just need, like, some sort of finagling in terms of their design space, because they seem like they're supposed to do something, but I'll tell you that most of the time I do not think they do. The support updates, this is something we'll have to see in practice, but I think probably this is good, because having better support units is like all I've ever wanted. It's all I've ever wanted from the Prince of Egypt soundtrack. Just give me good support units, and I will throw my staff on the ground and turn it into a snake. And that should be something that excites you, because it excites me. But across the board, they have made the champion rank better for a bunch of these guys, which means that it is technically possible that we do not need the Astral Mirror to make support units viable in the mid and late game. We'll have to see. Between the fact that a bunch of the damage sources got worse and a bunch of these healing things got better, I would not be surprised to see that the support units are viable now, but we'll just have to see how it operates in practice. From the perspective of single player, you can still use support units in the mid and late game, I think, pretty easily, even on auto only. It's really only in multiplayer where you have to be worried about everything coming down to pure damage. Okay, so world map, increased random selection to improve the distribution of the surface and underground. Good, because we got 2 underground rulers in that last pull of 3. We used random, but we ended up with like some pretty similar things, which given that I want to pretty much only be doing random roguelikes, I'm excited for anything that makes that a little more viable for me and for you at home, because I think more people should do it. I think it's fun. Fixes, Occupy an Ancient Wonder, yeah, that seems like an important thing. So here, they were splitting up stacks. That was like the one thing that like the strategic layer AI was actually doing really, really well in Age of Wonders 4. So I need to see how this actually impacts their ability to clear. But it is true that they were not only good at splitting up stacks, they were also bad at assessing combat, because they were assessing it based off of the combat strength, and the like. If you play enough, you realize that risk evaluation is essentially nonsense. And so they were splitting up a bunch of stacks and taking fights that they thought that they could win, but because the AI was not like aware of the rules and was just looking at a baseline strength heuristic to make decisions, it was getting itself killed a lot. And so fixing this to make the AI potentially more conservative might actually make the game more playable on high world threat, because if the AI isn't dying as often, then I think you're going to have a lot more fun. Combat AI, fixing more issues, sure. Attacking an enemy, there's an enemy in range, that sounds like an important thing to do. Combat, retry after a combat, we'll have the exact same results of the auto combat. I go, okay, sure, that means that they fixed the RNG element of combat for that role. But generically, this is just like probably the most important thing when it comes to Age of Wonders 4. There's huge deltas when it comes to combats, because sometimes you just hit a 60% chance to freeze something and sometimes you don't, and that is not a bad thing. Honestly, I think that's good. It makes combat not random but risky. It makes it something where you don't know for sure if the decision that you're making in terms of organizing your combat is correct, if it's something that's going to add value to your economy and your military, or if it's something that's going to subtract it. And fixing it like this so that players can like rewatch combats, I think is pure upside. Anything that helps people learn better is an A+ or S. It's an S design in on my tier list. Very good. Sure, whatever. This does not matter at all. Formidable hunter trait, sure. Intrigue I haven't used, because I really don't do that sort of content most of the time. The Dragon's Roar, so this, they changed Dragon Roar, like, after the hero rework video, like 10,000 years ago, but now it no longer applies haste. I don't know if it's supposed to be viable or not, but I think mostly you do not need the Dragon's Roar these days. Mostly doesn't do anything. And they've updated some text and description. That's good. Anything that lies less to the player, I think, is good game design for a 4X. Way too many 4Xs lie to their players about stuff. So having tooltips that are like reflective of reality, I think is pure good. Pure upside. So they didn't change this in the Tome of the Demon Gate, but like, I think generically they probably need to fix it so that if you take like two, make it so that we can make Baylors reliably, honestly, is really what it boils down to. Because right now Fight for Power is doing like really chaotic stuff in ways that I think are mostly not good. Where is it? Clicked on the wrong one, Walker. Here it is. Fight for Power. So if you use Fight for Power these days, you're not actually reliably getting a Baylor. You're sometimes getting a Calamity Dragon, and Calamity Dragons are very good. So like the value on Tome of the Demon Gate has just come down a lot. I think if they just made it so that if you like stuck to whatchamacallits, what is this thing? An Infernal Fiend. You put two Infernal Fiends together, you got an Infernal Fiend out. You put two whatchamacallit, these guys, Accursed Fiends together, you get an Accursed Fiend out, right? If they made it like that, then I'd be pretty happy with Tome of the Demon Gate, because that would just give people, you know, more control over what they are doing. If they wanted to make it still random, then like introduce a mutation factor to maintain the fact that it is chaotic, I think that would be fine. But I think it needs to be something that's communicative, and just being able to mash like two infernal things together and get an accursed thing out, I think is gonna frustrate and confuse more people than it will add fun and value to the game. But I do think that overall, that this patch does look like another good step in the right direction. It looks like it's a lot of sideways steps too. A lot of things that I don't think are necessarily appropriate to be doing in terms of nerfs. If they haven't fixed the bad things, then they don't really know where the meta is. And there's some problems still in game balance in terms of Age of Wonders 4, but this was a really fun stream regardless. Like I cannot want to play Age of Wonders 4 outside of roguelikes, considering like the deltas between tomes right now, and the deltas between cultures moreover. But I think the roguelike gives me just like a lot of flexibility myself in terms of being able to play the game and have fun. And I like hanging out with our WinSlaya crew and everybody else that he's accumulated over there. He's got a really good group of folks, so keep your eyes peeled. If you want another 10-hour stream, I'm going to be doing another one probably on Thursday, because we're going to be reading this, an AAR that is so long that I have gotten things from Google saying you're at like 30% of your data. Why are you doing this? Why do you have a 7 gigabyte like insane block of nonsense here? Google just doesn't understand my soul. That's all it boils down to. But we'll be doing that on Thursday, and we'll be probably looking forward to another one of these streams sometime probably during the next couple months. All right, unless anybody has any questions, I think that's it for our stream. Yo, Gian, yeah, we just finished up here. So we just did like Don't Tell WinSlaya. So Don't Tell WinSlaya, but we just did 3-4 roguelike streams, something like that. We died to the AI a lot. It was fun. I actually did enjoy myself. It remains a game that has grotesque imbalance problems that I do think need to be fixed in order for the game to not for the game to be more competitively balanced, but for it to be more fun for, like, you know, people who want to roleplay. You cannot have as many noob traps as there are in Age of Wonders 4. The game needs to be more accessible to people who are not willing to do spreadsheets, and because there are a bunch of things that do not work, it's not there yet. But I did have a good stream. It was a lot of fun, and I got to experiment with some interesting things and see problems with the random generation, which it sounds like the new patch is actually going to be fixing. So Gian, we're going to be doing another one of these at some point. I'm not coming back to multiplayer. Like, I think my coverage of Age of Wonders 4 is going to be this. It's going to be charity streams. I'm not really looking to do a lot of commercial work for Age of Wonders 4 anymore. I want to move on to Humankind and Amplitude Studios games, but we're gonna do some charity streams. Like, I just have to at this point. Like, I want to, and therefore, how am I supposed to say no to my own desires? How am I supposed to say no to a desire to battle for the pig? Oh, god damn it! We didn't even say what happened here, but the final note is that the pig setting is at no. And with the pig setting at no, and Garacian in control of the pig, the glory of the pig actually is still in the backside. We don't know what the pig does, because the pig vanishes into Ethereum at the end of this stream, and Garacian emerges victorious. So he's gonna have a lot of fun coming back to watch this. But if you want to know what the pig does, you have to actually have it on yes at the end of our next charity stream battle. But for now, the controller is Garacian, and Garacian wins this charity stream. But Gian, we raised $538. Like, this was an awesome stream. Precognition and the relevant tome. Are you talking about the Tome of Scrying kill bowl? So Tome of Scrying, they fixed it up a little bit with guided projectiles, but I still say that this is mostly a skippable like tome. I think this is probably fine for like high, because it at least adds city stability. But like outside of high, I think relatively few cultures are going to want this. Maybe you could make it work on Reavers with because they can actually leverage the strength of oh, the new tome? No, I didn't look over any of the new tomes. This is just on the patch notes for this. We could potentially do after the next charity stream. We can look at the DLC stuff, but I'm just looking at the patch notes. I don't have the DLC ahead of time, so I don't know what it looks like and what's going on there mechanically. But yeah, Gian, actually, if you're in the Amplitude Discord, then we are running it every Saturday right now on like 1 p.m. Eastern Standard. So it's sort of at the same time as some of the old Age of Wonders 4 streams. So if you're doing those instead, you probably won't have time to do it with us. But we're gonna try to do stuff on Saturday and Sunday once my Sunday opens up for Humankind multiplayer, because it is I think a game that works a lot better on multiplayer than it works on single. But I think it works a lot better on VIP than it works on either. The multiplayer games are really fun, and I'm gonna learn a lot from playing with the multiplayer pros that are over there. But most of the problems that exist in single player Humankind still kind of exist in multiplayer, except that the other players respect the game more, and so I think it's a little more fun. But yeah, I think that's everything for here today, and Garacian is victorious, so we will have another pig battle, and then we will see what happens. I think it'll be